Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Look you. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever. So pessimistic from the past. All the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay. Good days are so hard to find. Just help me numb all the pain. Away one step from dying. My angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Like you. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave.
What's up, though? Yeah. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate. Yeah, you don't want no smoke, don't be a target. Flew to Tokyo for all my garments. Yeah, look at how we shine, shit is flawless. Damn, talking big rocks, talking onyx. Yo, they told me make it hit, then what you call this? Doomsday with the fire, no department. Yeah, all about the paper, pick your pockets. Soul City to LA, get the spotlight. We don't pay attention to the comments. They hating, but I'm all up in their conscience. Born in 92 like the chronic. Body, that's a mosh pit. Holes in your body like SpongeBob. You know how this shit go dumb hard. Holy water on me, yeah, that's on God. Get the spot jumping with the whole squad. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
Yeah, back in my element, walking water with elegance. Put you in a predicament if you fuck with a boy. See my word, I'm a minute, but every dime, every cent, but I don't split the percentages, they ain't give me no choice.
Specialized dope boy from the 213. Yeah, the kicks powder blue like the UNC. All I need is one time and now she won't leave. Girl, this ain't no K-pop, ain't no G-O-D. I fly to Bahamas just so I get a tan. Mark on my bag just like a letterman. Do the like, do the hoop, that's the aim one. Everybody swinging, let me know when you land one. Featherweight, now get your weight, see I don't take two, now this'll take one. They wanna run it back, I'll keep it laced up. Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wristwatch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
bitch talks about. Damn.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 teams are fighting to keep their champions runs alive as we got back-to-back elimination matches on the docket. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day Ocho of Champions Tour.
Oh, is that how you say it in Korean? So topical.
I wish I knew. Of course, we're live here at the COEX Artium in Seoul, South Korea. Of course, the Golden Boy here alongside Mimi, and joining us for the first time on the desk, Baby Bay. So it's like in America's desk, basically. We're back again.
Yeah,
we're back
in
again.
the day, huh?
How's it feel to be in Korea, man?
It's awesome, and yeah, first champs too. Like being a caster, I had my debut.
You finally made it to champs.
That was sick, and the game that we, yeah, exactly. That's the big one, right? I finally made it. I'm here, baby.
Dude,
let's go.
We're 30 seconds into the desk, and you're already digging on his pro career.
I have no pro career, so he can dig at me as much as he wants. To be fair,
I'm gonna bring up your most horrible loss in Halo in 2004.
Oh,
some
some game battles wager. Or
there actually were some bad game battles matches, so we'll go ahead and churn through the results there. But all right, let's go ahead and talk about what happened yesterday here, because we had our first set of elimination matches here at Champions. And first up, it was Sentinels taking on FPX. We were concerned, Mimi, about what was going to be the form of Sentinels coming into this one, and I think they made some great adjustments, and the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, they locked in. They moved away from the deadlock ideas, switching off of that agent in that series, and just showing, I think, some much better team play, a revitalized Zekin as well to get that win for Sen. They got to play Gen G, so it's still a tough road, but it was even tougher for Billy, who kind of got rolled in this series.
Yeah, they basically got contacted all around the map by Crew, and they did exactly the thing that we know Crew to do, Baby Bay, but they're moving on, and it's unfortunate for Billy, but if you're a Crew fan, and we know there are quite a few out there, they're quite satisfied with that result.
And are they going to make a run now? They have Fnatic next up. I mean, you don't know with this team.
And
sometimes
this kind
it's not impossible.
History maybe could be repeating itself a little bit.
I'm saying, every time I count Crew out, every time I think Crew are going to win, they lose, and every time I count them out,
literally, the second you stop believing, this team becomes good. Yeah, Billy, I think, just not quite there yet. The rest of the Chinese region has shown some really good development at Champions, but their fundamentals are still not up to snuff to play against a top-tier international talent at an event like Champions. But still, I think, a great learning opportunity for that team being sent home and getting to reset for 2025.
Yeah, of course. But let's go ahead and focus on what is going to be coming up here today, because we got Pacific versus EMEA on both matches, as a matter of fact. Yesterday was Americas versus the VCT China region. This time around,
every stage of this event is just everyone opening match was same region versus same region.
Yeah.
And it's just stayed that way all the way through.
Kept going, right? We got Talon taking on Vitality, and then afterwards, it's going to be PRX versus FUT. Now, if you win today, you have Leviathan as well as Edward Gaming waiting on the other side. So, no big deal.
Tough matches.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Easy clap.
Easy clap.
Not at all.
And the form that we saw the teams in as well that you have to go up against, it's going to be rough playing against Leviathan, who, they got outplayed by Trace, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
But still, Leviathan are insane, and then you have EDG, who looked amazing against G2. They should not be down on themselves about that performance.
Well, actually, let's talk about Trace a little bit more. We like talking about Trace. They've been the talk of the town this entire tournament. It brings us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team has been the biggest surprise. Is it DRX, Trace, or Team Heretics? Of course, you could scan the QR code right here. Go nuts. Have a good time with it. And make sure you use the hashtags, VCT, as well as VALORANT Champions. Go nuts, all right? Have fun with that.
We do a lot of poll questions that are open-ended that we want to hear
This
the
one's
feedback.
straightforward.
This is a test. Yeah. There's a right answer.
Yeah, there actually is a right answer. There is a right answer. We'll find out what that right answer is.
Heretics, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So they say. All right. Well, let's go ahead and dive into the first matchup of the day here. We got Talon Esports. Now, the thing is that they came off of a loss against Leviathan, but I think a lot of people looked at that and said, well, Talon, they certainly have what it takes. So they're coming into this one, I think, feeling a little bit better about themselves despite the loss against Level.
The story of this team all year has been, okay, we push teams to the limit that are top tier, like top 3, top 4 in their region and also internationally, but they just cannot close out these games.
Yeah.
They struggle in those moments.
But I do think they played to their win conditions here. They came out with this new comp, the Neon Yoru on Bind, and honestly, it looked pretty rehearsed. I think they had some good ideas on the attacking side for taking space. They controlled the pace of that first match and really pushed Leviathan onto the back foot. But towards the end of Bind and in map 2 of Ascent, I think their fundamentals caught up with them. Leviathan slowed the game way down, and that's where we saw some of these risky plays that Talon was making that they kind of became known for in Pacific get punished. It was 6 rounds lost that, I mean, you heard it from Frost in the coach interview. They should have won map number 1, and they let it slip and lost the series as a result of it.
Yeah, you got to be able to close out at this stage of the game, right? You're a champion, you're playing against the best in the world. You have to close it no matter what.
And it's so big, too, because this is a team that has so many rookie players coming into their first champions. There's so much pressure.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's when you have 4 rookies, I guess that's part of the sauce of why they're not closing out these games. They just need the experience. And, I mean, they made it this far, which is, I don't think anybody really thought
it was already a shock
it.
for them to even make it to champs.
Yeah, exactly, it was. But speaking of one of the rookies, though, let's actually check in with Gavna, who spoke with Yinsu earlier on. Let's check it out.
I'm now joined by Governor from Talon. Now, everybody is very excited about your teammate Primi, and of course, he's going to be going up against Safe on the other side today. What are your views on this matchup? Who do you think is going to come out on top today?
I think Primi has come a long way in terms of being integrated into our team. As a lot of people know, he's kind of joined, I think it was only 4 weeks ago, so he hasn't had as much time as everyone else to get adjusted, but I think we've done as much as we can in terms of like the preparation for this matchup. But you know, practice is a reflection of like who we are and like how we play. I think we'll come out on top.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much.
And you heard Governor there talking about Primi coming into the lineup not that long ago, just 4 weeks, but his impact has already been felt, baby bay. Like, this kid is talented.
Oh, he's definitely the truth, and it's a development era right now for Talon, right? You have 4 rookies, and you have a prodigy on your team, and he's insane. I mean, even in the last match against Lev, they were getting absolutely clapped on Ascent, but he was still all the way up there. He had like 20 plus kills.
I think everyone's worried that he would get to champions and choke on the big stage. And I think he played as well as he did in Pacific. He didn't look nervous. His aiming style was still the same, just that clean, perfect crosshair placement and these incredibly fast adjustments. And he won rounds single-handedly for Talon. But the critical thing is that him winning rounds individually was not enough for this team. They got beat on the team play by a Leviathan who looked pretty clean in map number 2 of that series.
Yeah, you definitely see the mindset of like what Talon have and what they utilize to the best of their potential. If they're able to hone in on those, as we keep talking about, those fundamentals, baby, this is a scary team.
Yeah, and maybe they can finally close out a map, especially here on the big stage, right?
Yeah.
And take a map or even a series against a top 4 team in a prospective region.
If Talon's going to win a series at Champions, they aren't going to do it just because of Primi, but I do think he needs to play as well as he did in that last match. He is critical to this team's success, but everyone else has to step up. They have to show the team that was good in Pacific, not the team who's letting matches slip. They've been on a bit of a downslide, losing 2 series straight to go out after qualifying to Champions, and then losing another 0-2 to start their run here. I think that one map win, that confidence that they could get instilled from that, could power them up to actually win a series. This is a doable matchup.
Yeah, it totally is, But let's go ahead and shift over to the other side of the stage because we have Vitality Safe standing by with Yinsu for a check-in.
I'm now standing by with Safe from Team Vitality. Now, Safe, you were at Champs last year as well, and I know it was a very heartbreaking way to end your tournament because you were eliminated at the group stage. So how do we stop history from repeating itself now?
I mean, obviously it's heartbreaking to have left last Champs so fast and kind of coming into the same scenario as this one, whether we do or die today. I'm very excited, but today I brought with me the snake. And for me, it's about renewal, it's about immortality, and if it's not this tournament, it's next tournament, but for today, we are gonna fight.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck today.
Now, Team Vitality is coming into this one with, you know, a bit of a run that they have managed to gone through here, right? Like, this is a squad that has talent. Safe is one of those guys, and he's talking about how, you know what, Argentina lost the first game of the World Cup, so maybe Safe sees a little bit of Messi in himself.
So poetic.
Yeah, he's one of those players that is just like trying to be a poet all the time. But if he actually like internalizes that stuff, it's good for motivation.
But the thing that I want to harp on here, though, is that he was not. He did not show up in that last game. He was struggling to get that rhythm going. And I feel like for Vitality, Baby Bay, in order to find that success, kind of like what we were talking about with Primi, you're really going to be looking at Safe here to kind of be the tip of the spear for them.
Yeah, he's the one that got him here, honestly. He had such big pop-off moments in EMEA, dropping 20 bombs, 30 bombs, clutch scenarios on top of it on
He looked
Neon,
like a top 3 player in EMEA.
It was unreal what we were watching. And yeah, it was just AFK last time.
And the thing is that he's shown up to international events before. You think back to Lock-In, to Champions last year. It's never gone his way. He's always been this talent that performs so well in Europe, that gets so hyped up heading into these internationals, and hasn't managed to show his best form and get it over the line yet. So for him, I think it means the world to be here on another champion stage and have another opportunity to prove himself. He just has to do it.
Yeah, but, you know, we were talking about this with Talon and the amount of rookies that they have on their team, but Vitality also has a few fresh faces on the lineup that are coming here at Champs too. And let's go ahead and take a closer look at Vitality's rookies and hear what they and their coach had to say to Mitch Mann heading into Champs.
Hello everybody, I'm joined here by Gorilla, Kicks, and Runner from Team Vitality. Very excited to have you guys with me. First of all, thank you for all coming along. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you for having us.
So I wanted to start, obviously we've got the Estonian Player of the Week and our Macedonian Duelist turned Sentinel. This is the first time that either of those countries, your countries, are represented at this level here in Champions. First of all, how does that feel, and what does it mean to you to be representing your country on this stage?
I mean, of course, to me it means a lot to represent my country because no one has done it before, and hopefully I can inspire other people to get into Valorant. That is my, you know, my dream. Inspire other people, get into Valorant. Maybe they make it here one day, but yeah, it definitely means a lot to me.
What about for you, Chris?
I'd say that esports in Estonia is quite big, quite known. Like, we have some prominent names in other games, whether that's Robson, CS, or some other people, but when it comes to Valorant, it's not really as big. So I definitely hope to inspire people to either follow the esports scene more when it comes to Valorant, or get into the Valorant scene themselves, you know.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very good to hear, guys. And well, I wanted to take this back a little bit to the start of the season. I've heard some interesting stories coming out of Team Vitality, and one of them involved kayaking, which isn't a normal practice, I guess. When we think about scrims, we think about the day-to-day of a team. But I heard there was some competition going on in the team bonding session. What was this about, a race?
So we had a team activity day where we went kayaking, and we were like in a river in Berlin, and we went a long way, and then when we started turning back, it was me and Trex in one kayak, Safe and Runner in the other one, and we said, what if we race back? And the bet was whoever loses has to jump in the water, like clothes on and everything.
Okay.
Actually, no, not clothes on, but forget that part. But then for like 20 minutes, we went full power all the way back. It was very exhausting. And this guy started cheating. He started using his hands. We were like really close with the kayaks at one point, and he started pulling us back constantly. But then
playing dirty.
And then they completely got the lead. It was like
he's letting some parts out.
Me and Trex thought it was over, and then at the end they got stuck by like a post in the water, and they just got stuck literally at the end. The post was in front of the end, and then me and Trex finished first.
He left the part out where they were cheating as well, but you know, it's fine. Nah, it's fine.
Sounds like it just became an all-out
It was fair
brawl.
game at that point. You started it, and Safe decided to not take part in the punishment. Yeah, but Runner jumped into the water.
Fair play, a man of his word.
Yeah, a man of his word.
Yeah. Even if the pole was the one that got in the way. Look, I wanted to also ask you guys about, like, you faced a lot of the EMEA teams. Heretics, you beat them twice. You've beaten everybody except for Fnatic. Those are the only losses you had in Stage 2. And with that in perspective, do you guys feel like you're maybe underrated at an EMEA, at national level? I feel like any other team that that only loses to Fnatic will be held in a bit of a higher regard. I don't know how you guys feel.
Harry, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, when I went on the analyst desk in EMEA, I said that Fnatic's kind of like the litmus test to be taken seriously. And I said like if you beat Fnatic, then that's when people start to actually get their eye on you and start to, oh yeah, they're actually in contention for something, and we haven't done that. So then I guess my theory stands true. But yeah, I think we are a bit like under the radar in terms of like internationally. Like there's not many people like that talk about us in the wider international scene, and whether that's a blessing or a curse or whatever. So yeah, I do think we are a bit underrated in that sense.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to your game, guys. That's all we've got time for. Thank you so much for joining us here, and have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you for having us.
Back to you guys.
Team Vitality have an opportunity here to have the whole world talking about them if they can continue and go on a run. The run that brought them here to begin with. So if they can find that energy that catapulted them to this very stage, Mimi, well, I think this Vitality team does have the tools and the capability to be able to go far. They just got to find that rhythm.
Absolutely. When a poll was taken of all the pro players at Champions coming into this event, the pros voted the most underrated team at this event was Vitality, and I think that's for good reason. This team looked great in EMEA, made it all the way to the finals, losing out to only Fnatic, as they were mentioning in that interview. But this opening match, I think might have dropped some of those expectations, because for a team known for how good their macro is, they got out-called by Trace completely in this series.
Yeah, it was crazy from Trace, but this Trace that they played against, I mean, they're a macro-centered team from the start of this entire year. I mean, the start of that roster, so it's tough. And if you don't do your due diligence and maybe they underrated Trace themselves, that's what happens, and you don't have the results that you want.
Yeah, I think that map 3 especially was telling to me, because Trace came out, they played this Deadlock comp, which they had only, I believe, played once before going into this one. And watching Vitality, I didn't feel like they had like the internal clock right playing against the Deadlock. They didn't win a round on their defensive side because they were trying to play these set retakes, but I didn't think they were doing a very good job of dealing with that Deadlock utility and just could never get back in. And that kind of inability to adapt cooked what was a very close series for them.
And they're going to have that ability going up against a team like Talon, who constantly just put out new stuff.
I feel like they changed their comps more than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, like, I did the pleasure of talking with Frost quite a bit, and he has, like, comps that he's been saving since 100 Thieves, man. Like, I'm not even joking.
Fair. I mean,
it's interesting, but, like,
could be problematic.
And I think Vitality, a lot of people have centered the conversation on some of the individual underperformances, I think especially with Safe in that series. But I really feel like that game came down to the macro and to the IGLing. And I think that under the pressure of the style a team like Talon does, it's going to have to be all about the adaptation and also about staying in the right form with your fundamentals to not get caught off guard by Talon. They're a real test to play against.
Yeah, but you know what, though? One of the bright spots of that, especially in map 1 and 2, I mean, Trex was great.
He's unreal.
Trex was fan-freaking-tastic. And if he can channel a little bit of that in this one, and, the rest of the team starts to shoot behind him, Vitality could be finding themselves, in a pretty decent position here. And let's actually go ahead and hear from Trex about that opening loss to Trace in this Omen player moment.
Hello, I'm Trex from Vitality and I'm playing Initiator role. I mean, it's a hard loss for us. I think everyone expected more from this game. Like, even though we lost first map, and like we used to lose first map because it's always a slow start for us. So, and we came back on Sunset and we felt like, yeah, we're gonna win now. On Bind, they were playing comp that we never played before, so it got us there. And yeah, as I said, we didn't adapt in time, so that was like main point that didn't work for us. I think Sunset we played fine. I think, yeah, the other maps I didn't think we showed are like maybe even 70% or like 60%.
Probably gonna go through. Couple players ringing out some shots as Paint Shells gets ready to greet them from behind. Trex able to back away as there's a rush forward, but it's 2, 3 quick and easy kills.
I mean, from what I saw today against Leviathan, they play like gimmick comps. So I think it's gonna be a very interesting match and a lot of adaptations there. There's not much else that we can do right now, so I'm gonna focus on what's ahead, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Now, of course, Trex is coming into this one with, a decent amount of hype from what we saw in that first map, Mimi, or from that first series, rather. But he's certainly going to be needing to channel a little bit of that here in order to get this team over the line.
Yeah, people talk a lot about Vitality being rookies and not having many opportunities on stage before. But when Trex was really a rookie, was 2 years ago now, playing at Masters Copenhagen, back on that guild roster, and he was playing alongside the player who, in my opinion, is the GOAT of Sova, Leo. That guy's ridiculous. Unfortunately, not playing with Fnatic this event, but I think Trex now filling into that Sova role might be a little inspired by his former teammate, because his shock dart utility, his mechanics, and I think just how innate he looks when he's playing on this Sova role is great. And when he was playing back then at Masters Copenhagen, this guy was a Raze player. He was playing the primary dive. He's had such a growth since the last time he got an opportunity to play at an international.
Yeah, very impressive there, and it continues to follow the trend that we've been seeing across all the regions of duelist players, sliding into those more supportive roles, but finding success in those roles thanks to their great aim and their great understanding of the game and being way more proactive, with their utility, like we saw with Trex.
Yeah, and oftentimes it's the duelists that switch roles and they still pop off, right? You even have Runner, who was the duelist in the beginning, and he took a step back for safe to now come up as duelist once more. And now you have 3 duelists, 3 shooters on your team, but they got to show up. It can't just be the Trex.
And it's the same on the other side. Ban was playing duelist back in the day when he was playing in NA Tier 2. I know you're really familiar with the guy.
Yeah, Ban this year has played the most agents out of anybody. He's the most flexible player in the league. And granted, obviously he gets put on it, from his team that he's on, but he has played every agent. In the last 90 days, he's played, what, 9 agents?
That's insane.
That's crazy.
Wild.
Right?
That is actually wild.
So he's kind of, when you think of talent, he's actually a big stone for this team and like a consistent player. The fact that he's so flexible and is able to do this is what allows talent to bust out these interesting compositions to counter teams or just catch teams off guard.
How do you think he's grown as a player from when you played against him in NA Tier 2 to now playing in Korea here in partnership?
Oh, I swear, I think it's similar to me. I think everyone, what they thought of me is like a Jet 1 trick.
Sure.
And I thought the same thing about him.
that was the discussion about this guy.
That's what I'm saying. So I thought it was the same thing about him. And then when we saw him on T1, we saw him play Smokes and Controller, and I was like, okay, he's all right. He's all right. But then being able to, like Frost being able to utilize him and him being able to be a leader on this team, because he kind of is that veteran guy.
Yeah, as weird as it is to say.
Yeah,
he is now.
Kind of wild,
So the growth from him, it's insane. It's kind of like the story about Trex in a little bit, but just at a way bigger scale and way harder.
And him growing to that point, I think, is so important, being surrounded by these new players. Primmy's a great talent, but he's an unrefined talent, and he needs those experienced players, that experienced coaching, to refine him into the great player into that he can be one day.
Yeah, I could not agree more, because having that supportive voice there is sometimes even more important than having a supportive person in the server. You know what I mean? To be able to just turn to someone, hey, what do you do in this instance? How do I handle this particular scenario, right? Like, you'd want those individuals who have lived it, who have been there, to be a part of it. But here's the thing, folks, all right? We're going to take a little bit of a break talking about the match for a second, because there's a more important thing that we got to talk about.
Of course.
It's a way more important thing.
What's so important?
We got Baby Bay on the desk, so let's go ahead and shift gears and talk to the master of Drit. It's now time for Baby Bay Watch.
Bro, how much did that watch cost you, Dre?
Too much. Too much. My bank account hurts. I don't got that phase paycheck anymore.
So here's the deal. Many of our Champions teams have come to Seoul rocking brand new jerseys, and I ain't talking about the state. God, definitely not talking about the state. Good Lord.
One of the worst in the union.
God, I couldn't agree more. Elizabeth, if you're watching, no, haha, joke's on you. All right, so let's go ahead and critique these looks, shall we? First up, we have EDG's new jersey. I got all the jerseys here. We got a lot of nice ones.
That's a lot of jerseys.
I gotta say, Edward has been gaming with this design.
The old one was boring. This one is a little exciting, I feel.
I mean, it's definitely more exciting. You got the ketchup splatter. You got some mustard on it.
That is not a ketchup splatter.
That is a fine signature, sir.
But okay. But the highlight of this jersey, the reason why I love it the most, is this handlebar right here. Okay.
What's the purpose of that?
EDG have 2 extra subs for a reason, Mimi, and it's because when anyone is messing around on stage, the coach is able to yoink them off and sub them in.
It's like a grab bar. That's so convenient.
Yeah, that's definitely why that's
Can
there.
I feel it?
No,
Okay.
pretty fire though. I actually do like it though.
I like the VCT CN logo on the back.
It's nice.
I do
All
too.
jokes
And
aside,
I
it's
like the
nice.
tag on the side too. It's got like a little bit of that, you know, off-white or Supreme type of joint to it. I don't really buy that stuff.
I would say it's better than the last one.
It definitely is. And I like the, bright jerseys, white jerseys like that. You got a little gold trim, which, you know, always appeases me. I'm quite a fan.
Solid jersey.
Solid
I like
jersey.
The gold for
How would we
champs,
rate
too.
it? How would we rate it out of a 5 rating?
Five?
A 5?
5 ratings are bad. 10 ratings are more like
No, 5 ratings
reflective
are the
of reality.
best ratings
I'd give it
in the
a
world.
3.
You give it a 3? All right.
Because everyone cops out and does a 3, which is why 5 ratings are bad. Because
I'd
if
give
you
it
do
a 7.
5, it's more
Joke's
of an
on
insult.
you, Mimi. We're going 5. All right, here we go. Now, next one, we have Fnatic. Now, this one.
Fire. Look at how good it looks on the camera.
It is quite nice.
I know you're not a fan.
There's just elements to it that make it look like orange sherbet to me, but outside of that,
orange sherbet's great.
It is delicious.
You went to Orange Julius and you got this in the summer. You're 14 years old.
I think it's better than the magma lava that they had last, you know?
I will agree. I will agree.
And I gotta say something. The quality of this jersey might be one of the best.
The patch here as well.
Listen,
it's like a real patch.
It's legit, and there's rubber on it and everything of the sort.
Fnatic have been in the esports game for God knows how long. It's great to see. They always put out quality stuff, so it's great to see them continuing that trend here. And the patch on the side is fantastic. I quite like it. How we rate this?
I love it. I would give it a 5.
I like the
think it's
pattern
very
less than the EDG jersey, but I feel like it's a really high quality jersey. The patch is really nice.
Yeah.
I think it's
nice.
like a 7 out of 10 for me.
Okay, you can't just. I'm the host. I institute what the rating
It's
is.
a 3.5 out of 5.
I would give it a
Thank you.
3.9 out of 5.
All right,
Okay.
3.9
I respect
out of
that.
5. I'll take the point scores. I'll take point scores.
All right.
Next up is Gen G, and this one I like a lot. And there are a lot of reasons why I like it. It's a classic look. It looks like the Seoul Dynasty jersey, like you said before.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's fire. I mean, you can never go wrong with black, white, and gold. I mean, you just can't.
You really can.
And it's just
gold looks great anywhere.
Yeah, you're going back to the basics here, which is great. And also, I love the quality of this, the texture of it. It feels airy.
Like the play.
Also, feel the logo as well is actually quite high quality.
The texture of it.
Fun fact, that actually is his jersey.
I don't know.
It actually
I like
is, though.
it.
We gotta
I think
return
it's
that one. Yeah, we
classy.
gotta
I think
return
it's good, but I think it's a little boring.
Bland?
It's a little bland. There's a lot of black and gold jerseys in this world.
Oh, wow. Okay, I mean, but that
It's good.
That's
but
a classic.
It's a solid
good.
4. It's a solid 4 because you can't go wrong
Out of
with
5 or out of 10?
Out of 5.
We have established 5. It's 5. That's the rating.
Okay, I agree. It's a 4.
It's a 4. Okay.
Nice.
I don't know why. Something you want.
Out of 10 for you.
You want to say out of 10. Just giving me an aneurysm.
What's
All right,
next?
Here's our next one. And this one I'm quite excited for. It's Team Vitality's new jersey. Look at this bad boy right here. Quite nice. Very different.
It looks like a
Here you go, baby.
real
Gas
sport
station?
jersey.
Go ahead and rate it with your drip scale.
Okay, this is a legitimate jersey, but I'll say one thing. I'm just not a fan of
Look
the
at the
jerseys
back
in
though.
general.
The gold. The gold.
The gold is okay. This is the saving grace of the jersey.
Yeah, it's kinda hype.
And I'll say one thing for those viewers out there. You're looking at the picture right there. It doesn't do it justice. It's way better in person. I think we could all agree on that.
Yeah, I agree.
The blue is nice.
It's
I like
nice
the
and
blue.
shiny. It looks like it would be like nice to like wear like working out. It seems like it would like wick sweat, stay cool.
I also like the
Yeah, I can see
two-tone
that.
sleeves as well. It's quite nice with the white and the
Yeah.
red on each
I
side.
like it way better than their previous jersey.
I like it more than the previous jersey, and mainly because I love the way that they did the logo here.
Yeah.
I love the logo, and I love that it's real. It feels good.
It
It's
kind of looks
rubber on
like the
it,
Team
too.
USA jersey.
I was gonna say
they're gonna play in the Olympics.
This is screaming Olympics to me. I don't know why, but I'm with it.
Vitality honorary NA team
Honorary
with this
Team
jersey.
USA men's.
Yeah, they're gonna win an Olympic medal in Valorant.
All right, what do we rate it? What do we rate it?
I'd probably give it a maybe like a 3.
A 3?
I'm gonna give it a 7. Actually, an 8. I really like it. I think it's great.
I have no more hair
It
to
feels
lose.
nice, too.
I have no more
So-
hair to lose, Mimi.
So 3.9.
No, an 8.
Okay,
That's a
fine.
4. Divide by 2.
Don't bring math into this. We're all
3.9.
commentators. None of us know math.
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Come on. It's a common fact. Except you.
Dude,
You're.
I don't know. I dropped out of college. You didn't. You
didn't
like
even
went
go-
to a tech school though. You have more.
For graphic design, and it's
Yeah,
my passion.
but it's your passion.
Okay. So, there you have it. You got the ratings. You go ahead and let us know what you think about the different jerseys. Make sure you use the hashtag
Jimmy, do you want your jerseys back so you can
We got to return
shirts?
those. We got to return those.
We have to make sure they're not.
Our producer, Evan, might get fired if we lose him. So make sure we keep his job here because he's very good at it. All right, well, this is now time for our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked y'all what is the team with the biggest surprise, and congratulations, you all passed the excitement except for the 27% of you that didn't.
Good job.
Congratulate. Trace is the answer. They are the answer, right?
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
are
for
the
sure.
answer.
I think people got confused in the question somehow. I think they just wanted to pick their favorite team.
Yeah, I guess so, right? They really wanted to justify
I think people
it.
don't read and they only see the name of the team. Oh, I love DRX.
Oh, I heckin' love this team.
Oh, Heretics, they qualified. They made it through.
Good, right?
To be fair, Heretics being a #1 seed, I think is both Heretics and DRX being #1 seeds is surprising.
All
I
three.
think them making playoffs isn't surprising, but I think being 1 seeds is surprising.
Yeah.
Trace making playoffs, insanely surprising.
Yeah, that
Trace
is
being a #1 seed.
That's
Who could have seen
extremely
that?
surprising.
Who could have seen
Apparently, 3.2% of the people, according to our pick'ems, that's the rating. That's crazy. That's
So
wild
wise.
stuff. Wise people there. All right. Well, speaking of pick'ems and predictions, let's go ahead and see what the Talon team feels is going to be the results of today's matchup here. As everyone put their votes in, I put mine in at the last minute, and I decided to get a little reckless with it, and did not see that one coming.
You're the only FUT fan on the team. Can you tell us about
I am
it?
a FUT believer. Okay.
What?
A fan of FUT esports.
Oh, yeah.
Look, honestly, I think that this team, they definitely, kind of like Vitality, they got a little rattled up there, and I genuinely believe that we're going to see a new FUT today. They're going to have, the shoe will be on the other foot, all right? And that will result to a victory today, and I went all Team EMEA. Team EMEA today, rooting for my homies across the pond.
Put your Vitality jersey on.
Yeah, put it on.
I can't.
Though.
It wasn't.
We were going to. He can't. If he ruins
We're
it,
gonna have to like close
I was too
it on the
fat.
front of you.
I was too fat to wear them. How I really wanted to.
He's
though.
too muscular. He'll rip
Thank
it.
you.
But
That's not
to
true.
your point, I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be hard though for FUT because I feel like both these teams have a similar play style, and if you're gonna try to play the same as PRX, PRX is the master of that.
I don't know. I think they both play slow attack sides, which is a similarity, but I think that FUT plays a lot more like their playstyle to me, it feels a lot more like kind of sometimes just like picking from a list of preset stuff. I feel like a lot less for EDG is preset. They do a lot more like on-the-fly mid-rounding stuff than FUT is willing to do normally, which I feel like might be kind of an advantage in that series.
I just want to believe in my Turkish brethren. I think they're going to bring it. I
mean, that's such a sick story, too. It's a rematch from last Champions. FUT made their first ever playoffs, and then EDG knocked them down to the lower bracket there. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, it really is. History does have a tendency to repeat itself here. You know what, though?
I said EDG. I meant paper.
Yeah, right. Sorry. We understood. We got you.
Everyone understood what you were saying.
I do want to ask about the predictions. Real quick, what did you guys predict for this first match?
I went Vitality, but I want to hear the Talon cope.
I went Talon. my Talon cope is that, you know, cope being that they actually can close out a map. If they can take the first map away off of whatever, you know, shenanigans that they have cooked up, I think they can really do it. I think both these teams have a similar problem in which, you know, they didn't really show up and they kind of choke a little bit. So.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is that I feel like Vitality, a lot of people, when you get like upset by one of the CN teams, people expect it to be because you got upset because of some crazy individual. That wasn't the case in that series. But I think if Talon are going to win today, it's twofold. They have to have some kind of surprising idea. They almost got a map off Lev because of coming out with a new comp that had some good ideas behind it. And they also had a great performance from Primi. I think they again need both those things to beat Vitality today. And I think they really have to shake them because Vitality, when they're playing at their normal form, has really good fundamentals to shut that kind of stuff down.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And if they can shake them, that's where the win condition is because we saw that Vitality already has a problem in adapting. Right? But you don't know. Maybe it was just an off day for them.
Yeah, and we also have to bring up both these teams have a lot of rookies on that stage, and I think having the mental resiliency to like stay in it if you do get shaken like that is a big part of it.
And I'll tell you what, if there's a team that's mentally resilient, it's got to be Talon because Frost, I mean, he's pretty hard on the boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's a tough coach.
Bit of tough love.
Yeah, and sometimes, look, they say the pressure can turn rocks into diamonds, but I you know, sometimes I also think when you got a lot of young players on that stage, that could also backfire. The pressure could be a little too much for them.
Very true, but something about him that's very unique is that he takes a lot of that pressure off of them by being that guy that, you know, is like the Dark Knight of Valorant. You know, I gotta say it. Yeah, like actually though. So him taking a lot of the fire kind of relieves pressure off the players, and also they actually buy into the system. Like they like it. They have a good team environment. It might seem like he's really hard on them, but they buy into it. They like it.
I think it really depends on the players, right? Like some players respond really well to that, like kind of harsher, I guess like more like traditional sporty kind of coaching, and some players don't. But if it works for them, it works for them.
Yeah, exactly. Indeed, indeed. All right, well, let's go ahead and get a quick word from Governor about the state of Talon as we get ready for the match on that stage in this Omen player moment.
My name's Peter No, but most of you probably know me as Governor, the flex player for Talon Esports. It was disappointing. Against Lev today, we were the underdogs. Even despite being the underdogs and being expected to lose, I think everybody kind of expected us to win that match.
The fact that Governor, as a solo lurk, eliminates him is great. And look at the economy already. Okay, Governor. He's feeling it with this Neon. Taking down Aspas as well.
The person that has probably guided me the most and has been sort of a mentor for me since coming to Korea is probably my teammate Ban. His name is Joseph, but Joseph has been super helpful in terms of like, you know, things that are like kind of outside of the game, like staying consistent and like how to deal with certain pressure and also just in-game stuff. I think Joseph is very intelligent. I think his time on T1 really accelerated and improved his gameplay from when we last met, which was 2 years ago when we were on a team. Now after meeting him again on Talon, he's become someone who's gotten so much better and has become my mentor.
So we do want to inform everyone we're experiencing a small delay, but while we wait, we'll continue the conversation here, and let's go ahead and dive into some more of the individuals on the side of Vitality and talk about, you know, Sender, right? Another player in this team that, again, you're really just looking to see every one of these guys bring it today, Baby Bay. But Sender in that controller role is certainly going to have his work cut out for him with this very unique Talon lineup.
Yeah, he's going to have to do a lot of finessing around smokes. I mean, he's been great, honestly, all year on the Omen. And he's special. I mean, a lot of these players on Vitality are very special, and that's why they went on the run they went on. I mean, otherwise, they wouldn't have been here.
For sure.
Yeah, Sender as well, the IGL. It's hard to know how good the inner workings of a team are, but I feel like their macro and besides that game at Champions, in the EMEA at least, their adaptations tended to be really good, and you definitely have to give some of the credit to this guy as the squad's leader.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious to see where we end up going with the maps. That is going to be very interesting. We'll find that out in just a little bit, but it's all on the line today. Talon versus Vitality, PRX versus FUT. Day 8 of Champions Tour starts right now.
G2, 13-8 and 13-9. They were the better team here today.
You cannot winning everything in life, so you just need to stay calm and not overreact. You can't feel like forever, so you just gotta bounce back and move on, I would say.
EDG, a 2-0 finish for their opening game of Champs.
I think a lot of people would have favored EDG in the game, but a 2-0?
O yüzden şu an aldığımız ilk yenilgi beklediğimiz bir sonuç değildi. Ama şu an daha her şey bitmedi. O yüzden üstüne koyarak devam etmeye çalışacağız. PRX bence geçen sene oynadığımız PRX'le çok aynı değil bence. O yüzden bir önceki Champions kadar göz korkutmuyor bence. We realize there is a problem in our team we need to fix and I hope it's gonna work. O yüzden son şans. Yapacak bir şey yok. Kaybedersen evine gidersin. Here we are, meeting again. So let's just have fun.
Şampiyon olmamız için açıkçası birbirimize güvenmemiz, eğimimize güvenmemiz lazım. Özgüven.
Evet. Şimdi biz geçen sene FUT Olmak Champions'ta kaldık. Şimdi tekrar kaldık. Bu sefer 5 Türk artı yanımızda eski şampiyon var.
Estağfurullah, estağfurullah.
Champions ünvanını yenilemenin vakti geldi bence.
Geldi. Bu sene o sene. VCT 2024 Champion. Şampiyon olmaya.
Şampiyon olmaya diye.
Şampiyon olmaya.
Against Lev, it was disappointing, even despite being the underdogs and being expected to lose. It was a close game.
I think we came in and going, okay, they're probably going to get bullied out of this server. But this squad, Talon, they've impressed.
We keep beating ourselves with like these tiny little mistakes that have nothing to do with how good we are. Champs, now that I've made it here, I definitely got the sense that I belong.
Trace Esports take down Vitality.
It's a hard loss for us. This team is very young. This is my first champs. For me, I wanted to go to players at least.
I told them, like, you've earned your right to be here now. You got to take every second in. It's only now. So use it.
My entire career, I always wanted to show Thai players are able to shine on the bigger stage.
The shot is missed, and now, well, Governor's under real trouble. He does that!
ผมคิดว่าเป็นบทพิสูจน์ให้ทีมไทยแล้วก็ผู้เล่นไทยนะครับ ที่เขาเรียกเราว่ามีทีมเราก็ทำได้ครับ
Talon Esports. Team Vitality.
And here we go. Talon Esports taking on Vitality. Both teams backs against the wall, do or die. You win here, you move on in the competition. It only gets tougher from this point forward, and you lose your tournament, your hopes, your dreams are done.
And your year. Both these teams have made great runs in their regions, but have yet to show up fully here at Champs. Looking at our map, Vito.
Interesting.
I think what's really interesting about prepping a Vito against Talon is that there is so much variety in what they're willing to play. In Pacific, a lot of maps, they're playing multiple comps. And even when they've shown up here to Champions, they're willing to do the same. So I think for Vitality, the day is going to be about adaptation if they get thrown a change-up.
Yeah, you got to be able to call on the fly. It's going to be a lot on Sender right now. We talked about him earlier, about how special he actually is. And he's going to have to prove it in this moment. He's going to have to step up big time.
Yeah, indeed he is. And now, another thing to keep in mind with that Lotus pick coming in from Talon, I'm kind of excited to maybe see the Premion Clove.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that, remember, his first ever map was on that Clove, and he went insane. A 4K in the first pistol round he played at a tier 1 level.
Yeah, he went nuclear. And the story of this map pool is honestly, obviously, Lotus is Talon's stomping grounds. They won the last 4 matches on it. You go to Sunset. You have the last 4 matches won by Vitality.
Yeah.
It should go to Bind. It should go to Bind.
It should, but if Talon lose Lotus, that's where things get scary. Because Talon, I mean, they look great in their region, but this is the stomping ground for these EMEA teams. Vitality has played a lot of Lotus against some of the best teams in the world here. And as we look at the comps, we get Primi on the Clove again.
Yeah.
That should be sick to watch.
It's actually the same compositions the last 4 matches these teams have played. Or, well, I guess the first one for Primi, right?
Sure.
Second one for them. But Vitality have played this comp the last 4 times, and they beat Heretics on it.
They did.
And it's not easy to beat Heretics on this map. We saw them go crazy in Shanghai.
And I think the Deadlock implementation from Ban honestly looked pretty solid. They had some good ideas on their defense, but they are definitely feeling the lack of Cypher at times. I would imagine Vitality is going to look to play a pretty slow game, and Runner is going to try and find those gaps that this setup inherently will have for Talon.
And when you're running a breach composition, it might put a lot of teams in a trap where it's like, oh, we have a breach, we got to play fast, but they're not have to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. Let's go ahead and dive into map 1. Send it over to your casters who are also facing elimination today. Here's Brandon Sideshow.
They're gonna get
Do a good job.
I didn't know that. That's a lot of pressure. Dude, you're throwing that upon us.
You better perform
It's
today.
me?
You better perform.
I'm under the firing line.
No, I mean, we both are, if you know.
Well, listen, don't worry. I got you. Don't worry. I got you.
It's just tough love. I've been learning from Frost.
From Frost himself. Yeah, I mean, I might be just crumbling under the pressure myself, though. And pressure's a big word that we're going to be using, I think, all throughout this series.
Yeah.
And the expectations and stakes that are going to be leveled against some of these teams, Vitality and Talon, and the nerve that they have on the big stage. Because as much as this is a battle of the minds and strategy might come into it in terms of counter-stratting and wondering, if you can deal with these unorthodox compositions that Talon are running, I think a bigger part is going to be their mentalities and whether they can settle those nerves. Because Gorilla and Frost have spoken about it, both of these teams actually, in terms of that being a deciding factor in terms of them losing that opening matchup that they had.
Remember, there are huge amounts of rookies on the stage right now. You might have watched these teams throughout this year and even remember some of the cores into the previous year as well, but they haven't been on big stages very often. These are two teams that have done a great job of earning their spot this year at Champions. But one of the big narratives that I think we have to touch on very early here as we're about to watch the pistol is what the desk mentioned about Primi. Talon only needed to win one game to get them to champs after they'd earned that spot in playoffs. They brought in Primi. He got a 4K on both sides of Lotus in the match they played against Secret to win those pistols. He literally won them that map just through that impact. Whereas Vitality on the other side, winning nearly 60% of their pistol rounds, 60% of their bonuses. They are used to getting off to hot beginnings in these maps. Only one narrative can prevail here.
Let's see if that raw firepower of Primi is enough to carry them over the line, or will it be those set ideas that Vitality have coming into it? Early on, you're seeing it. Vitality posture over towards the B side here with a nice and early haunt. Doesn't reveal too much, and perfectly willing to slow it all down.
Sender's going to want to be looking to bait out this barrier mesh.
Talon reclear. Up through B, looks like they're thinking about it. It's in the back of their minds, and they do bait out some of that utility, but Runner needs to put his best foot forward. And he does so with that opening kill.
So they break the barrier mesh, force out all of the utility from Ban. No deadlock util left around. And this trip kind of stops Jit Boys in his tracks.
Good nade from Governor now.
Look how
he's almost inevitable.
Look how well Vitality are bleeding out utility here, and they still have nearly full breach util and paranoia and horn and boombot. Vitality are winning the utility game right now.
Losing the map control game. Jit Boys though, Jiggle P gets the info, needs to back away here with a paranoia to bail himself out, even go for the swing himself. Tagged up with a few stray bullets. Does need to play for his life here though. And Trex has been isolated, calling for the retreat as well, and regroup back up to just 20 seconds left. This is going into the stack of the Talon players. I feel like there's danger online here, but with Primi dropped, it's all navigated. Safe pair of hands. Runner himself leading the charge for the rest of his team with that three-piece. Now it comes down to these individual moments. Jit Boys' classic game is looking sharp today, but two, not going to be enough. Ban's left to do quite a lot of damage done. Kicks and Trex, but you've got to think that discipline. Vitality, yeah, contact from Trex, and if he didn't win it out, there's plenty more players where that came from. So, pistol round, keeping it going here. Vitality, the statistics, lead in the charts with it.
And I think you can see in that pistol why they've been so successful. They approach these rounds extremely seriously. They're trying to work out every piece of that defensive utility before they go into the site exec. Was it slightly worrying because they had little time left on the clock? Yes. But if you're comfortable in that position, then it's still going to be very successful for Vitality. That raw individualism, not able to find the value there for Talon, and Vitality picking up big weaponry, Vandal, Phantom, looking to bring that into their bonus round. Another reason why Vitality have got off to such incredible beginnings in their halves. Over a third of the halves, they start up 4-0 just by winning that pistol, follow-up, bonus, follow-up.
It's a big deal. Not just for the economy, obviously. I mean, it's good to have the weaponry, but ult's built up.
I think the Sender's calling's very strong on this map too. So Talon, while this map has been good for them since adding Primi, and Primi on the Clove will give you big moments. You just have to wait and watch. He's much better, in my opinion, in that second in position rather than the entry, where he can trade out his teammates so consistently. So Talon are going to feel comfortable here, but Sender's calling on attack side. He's going to look to pick them to pieces.
I planted.
It's a nice and early plan here for Vitality. There shouldn't be too much danger here for them. Stack of Talon did not pay off. Just thinking about the compositions as well. It's odd for both teams. I mean, they're not playing meta stuff. These are the usual compositions that they will play on these maps. But they are, you know, you've got to think that they play out differently, I suppose. The usual flow chart that we would go into, I think, talking about Lotus. You're talking about, oh, maybe that lurk control over towards A, trying to build up showstoppers for the execs.
I mean, the showstopper is still going to be a really big tool that both teams rely on their attack side. But for Vitality, we have actually seen quite a few teams lean into this double initiator look on Lotus. Where it's supposed to succeed on the defense side is by playing a lot of these heavy retakes. Use plant denial and then retakes to be able to build up strong defense sides. That's an area that Vitality have struggled with. So when the sides swap, then it's anybody's game.
Yeah. We'll be taking a closer look at that.
But I think, yeah, the importance here in these early few rounds of Lotus is for Talon to make sure that Vitality do not snowball out of control. This is a big round for Talon to try to win so that they can avoid that economic collapse.
Managing their economy as well. They can bring in 3 rifles. Tons of danger here. Vitality in the hands of Runner, Trex, excuse me. And early Odin spam. Been a while since we've seen some value gain from that one, but Runner just overextending into the corner, not anticipating it.
Yeah, not thinking that that was going to be coming through. Nice pickup from Cruz. Good positioning too. We see that from quite a few teams. But you're right, doesn't normally end in a kill. Vandal, not wasted. Safe gets that one back. Very, very far away from a showstopper. Not even a single point gained for Safe there on that attack side. So it's going to be looking like building up towards that Rolling Thunder instead. Here you see Kicks prioritizing the orb. He's got the one with the spike as well.
He's been straight past the barrier mesh, but it's bursted down at a moment's notice, and they do have this insert. Now a nade over towards B as well. It's posturing occurring, trying to pull these players away to potentially allow Sender to get a cheeky kill, but he's just holding the space for now and takes the speed. I mean, that peak timing is beautiful. Ban had the Utilan in his hands.
It's fantastic calling from Sender. That insert, go and pressure B.
He's going to walk about.
Another fight.
Oh, it's Primi. He's so alone taking that one, and spam through the smoke will do most of the job. Ending the round basically before it even begins.
And this is what I'm talking about, the Vitality bonuses. They are just so good. You see that it could be set, could have been called on the fly. Either way, a bit of C pressure, break the barrier mesh as soon as it's placed, and get Sender deep. Talon don't really have that protocol to re-clear through water.
That's a really nice idea.
Yeah, and he's just there perfectly. There's not much that Ban can do to think about that.
Yeah.
Unless he's got teammates with him that are willing to flush that out. Both teams should start to get ideas about this kind of stuff, and maybe it'll force Talon to sit back a little more on the C side. Either that or push super aggro. But you don't want to be stuck in a middle ground where you're worried about people infiltrating you.
These guns need to be held into the next if you are Talon. What is the danger? Safe. Rips one of them away.
And so only the Odin saved. That was a 4v5 as well. Lest we forget, that was with Runner dying at the start to Odin spam straight off the rip. No value gain from his death, just a straight up 4v5. This is the kind of stuff that people were expecting to see from Vitality coming into the tournament.
Yeah, right out the gates.
Exactly. If they can sustain this, then they will start to flip people's perspective of how the team's performing. Because it was a big shock to a lot of people that they ended up going down to Trace early.
And of course, you know, I mean, they were peaking at the right times in EMEA regionally, making it all the way to the finals.
Even with a role change too, right? They had to recover their season. A lot of people thinking that Vitality would be a great team, really good rookie signings. They didn't do much for the first half of the year, and they recovered that by putting Safe back onto Duelist, swapping up a few of their roles, making a coaching change. And for them to go out in groups today would be devastating for these guys.
No, truly. The expectations are much higher. But for both teams as well, I think the expectations that they've set for themselves are quite high, as we were talking about, you know, that willpower and nerves coming into effect. Frost has very high expectations. He felt that he should have won that map or match against Leviathan initially.
And I don't think it's completely unreasonable. There was certainly, you know, 80% of the game where Talon were playing very clear to Lev.
Cruise uncleared. All good. Okay, still peeks out into the open though.
And this Odin's pretty far away. You're watching the way that Governor's playing. He doesn't want to lose the Odin. He's playing it in quite a safe, passive spot in that BC connector.
30 seconds left.
He may get a chance to have some damage as Vitality NB.
Incredibly cautious by them. I mean, only again at the 20-second mark, they're making sure they can use full usage of the time. And they have sniffed out the successful A stack, so get the plant down safely over towards B as well. If they can string together a couple of more of these kills, it'll be ideal for them. Ban's still alive and kicking. Off to the side here, but they've got most areas locked down. Sender very aware, of course, with the one-way propped up in front of him. This should be a very standard job just to clean up these last players.
I'm not sure the Governor's even going to want to go down here. I think saving the Odium would be a priority, but he's got no chance.
No chance.
The breach util comes flooding into that connector. And so far, it's Sender's calling that's pushing them over the line. Vitality are playing like a very disciplined, well-oiled machine. Talon with an incredibly early tack time.
I was about to wonder, when was it going to come out? Because yeah, I think the calling has just been, as you mentioned, it's stellar. Despite the fact that Vitality have been coming into some of these rounds, losing a player with the first death on their side, they've still managed to navigate their way through almost all these scenarios.
Talon need to be disruptive. You're losing the straight-up game if you just sit back and play passively and try to read where Vitality are going. You're clearly getting out-called on the macro in these first couple of rounds. So I'd like to see Talon try to challenge a little more. Look to go for some of these 2 or 3 person re-clears through B. Yes, it didn't work on the pistol. You died to runner, but that can't dissuade you from going from it entirely. Maybe take a big fight over towards C Mound. If they pressure you, all right. Figure out what happens when you take the fight to Vitality. You already know what happens when you just sit back passively. You lose it. Got to change something up.
Get stuck in, get a little bit active. Just to switch things up a little bit here.
And get players online. Primi and Governor yet to find a kill. We've been talking a lot about nerves. It's an elimination game. And the Talon leadership of Frost and Cruz, who are the ones that are going to be having that input there during the attack timeout, they do hold their team to a standard. And they said that they fail to meet it fairly often, which is harsh.
It is harsh, yeah. With inexperienced players, sometimes, listen, a bit of coddling doesn't go amiss. But here we're going to see a bit of an explosive fight over towards A Rubble. Both of these teams gearing up like they want to try and clash here with a fault line. Signaling quite a lot with the TP across. Sees, connects, and that is beautiful timing. Lay it out one after another here by Talon with a C's and a nade. It's a big opener with Sender now gone. And a re-exploration out towards C Mound. Doubled up Talon. This is Primi and Ban side by side, going to be catching Runner. Unaware, shoulder to the side still. Runner almost adjusting in time, but this is a massive advantage now for Talon. It's all about not squandering it and letting it slip because Vitality already making calls of their own. The contact plays creeping and crawling up through and around here. Governor spotting it. Satchel is nice on either side, pushing them back. Already with Cruz falling, Jitboy's forced to retreat in through the back of the side and he needs some help and support. Governor up and over the shoulder from that high ground. Trex with a beautiful shot, lands it, nails it, and he wants even more, but the showstopper earned and will get a kill. Dropping Trex in the process, kicks that last one left. Offered these easy 1v1s and he's brought it to that 1v2. Plant will get the ult online.
Another spot where Ban and Primi probably need to be getting a little active. Pushing forwards, catching kicks as he goes for the plant.
This time committing to it. He's seen no signs of life and already right from behind. There's the backstab. Talon. They don't want to let that one slip. The beginning of that round when they get off to such a good start with those 2 opening kills.
That's a very solid tack timeout and good adjustment coming off the back of it. It's exactly what we were talking about. Instead of sitting passively on the sites, go out, get that information. Seize nade. Well timed together to be able to punish Sender off the rip, but then the double push coming out through C, catching onto Runner, opening up the map massively and forcing Vitality's hand. They had to go for the react into A because they had no info left. As soon as you take the Cypher down. And we were waiting for both of these Raze players to get off the blocks. It's Governor, who had 0 kills, goes up to 3 in that round. Big part of why his team was able to get across the line.
I'll find you.
Probably going to see more of that proactivity from Talon. I mean, the Rubble fight worked out massively in their favor. It was a really good idea.
You see Sender not going for the same teleport this time. There is some luck involved. Saves it.
Through the B side. I mean, Governor's stunned up as well, so he can't really supplement the defense. Hold it against nade, barrel, down to the feet. Safe is in so much danger here. And a bullet spraying away. Governor is fully aware of the positioning here, but an ult earned up. At least from the prior round, so Kix is holding on to this roll in front with the plant down, and Sender is going walkabouts Wrapping all the way around. Talon unaware of this, and this is the danger when you're running that deadlock. You don't have that passive map control. Ban, unlikely contender, still wants a tango. The paranoia is good. Excellent, in fact. And the kills are being primed up for the taking. TP for the reposition now. Rolling Thunder pushing them back and away. The defuse will not be able to be stuck. And look at this from Sender is working magic. Miracles across the map, making it so damn uncertain. Still down now. Just to the one player. It's Kicks. Time running so damn short. It's got to be on his side. And the shorty out. But already the round is won. Luckily for him, and Governor cannot play towards it.
That's a 3v5 recovery from Vitality. Another situation where the Talon leadership will be kicking themselves. Losing their minds at what happened there. Safe goes down early on, but they secure the B site, and this play from Sender's marvelous. Talon, you can see, are not as aware of some of the other teams about the shortfalls of the deadlock comp. Love this sync in the Omen ult with the Fade ult, so there's no noise cues. Beautiful stuff. Sender again, the playmaker, the one that's understanding the flaws of how Talon are playing their defense side.
Let's get to the point now where Vitality looking so damn in control of the rest of this game. This opening map, it needs to go Talon's way. Sunset for Vitality, in my opinion, one of their best maps, if not the best map for them.
And kind of low down in Talon's map pool as well.
So
the choices for Talon today to ban were Icebox or Sunset. They went for Icebox. So if Talon are able to win here and win on Bind, it's a very winnable series for them. It really is. But at the moment, underperforming their expectations, their standard.
Going for that re-peek. Out wide, it wasn't really set up with too much more util, but still plucks Sender out of that picture. You need to make plays like that when the weaponry is low. Going for the stack over towards C.
Yeah, they already cleared Sender from this spot. They didn't see anybody else, and yet the rotate still comes through to 5 stack on C, leaving all the rest of the map open. I think that's a mistake, but they'll be rewarded.
Yeah, you're talking about mistakes, man. Safe is almost getting crushed in the hydraulics of the map.
And he's played a really bad game so far. I'm not just talking about the scoreboard. There have been so many moments where Safe is getting caught out. Not what I expected at all for a top 5 duelist.
Flustered. Opportunities. Can't squander them here. Trex is hearing all sorts of footsteps. What is going on with the macro play here? The fast flank of Talon is committed with all 5 of them. They have, I mean, listen, understatement to say that they've lost all map control here. To plant down onto the B site. Flanks on flanks.
Both teams here will be wondering what the hell the other is doing.
Yeah, there's so much unknown. Well, the Nightfall committed as well. You've got to be aware, obviously, of the one position, but it's fully avoided out wide.
Alan's like, okay, there's nobody on B. They planted B, there's no one here.
Yeah. And who's going to be playing this one for the post? What have they got for it? Sees, flying, but dodged. Aftershock, and one of their own as well. That util combo is nasty. No kill annihilation now popped off Talon. Going for the stick here and covering through these smokes as well. A bit of spam will save the arm. And they're all lining up for it. My goodness. Damage done. Talon have got to bring this back from the brink, but they cannot do it. The weaponry too strong. Vitality once more. Just pull him. I mean, dude, they are getting away with so much here.
Yeah, I think the adjustment to try to fight more in the early round is actually working for Talon. It's another round, I think, where they got up 5v3 again, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, that was a big advantage.
They picked off Sender, they picked off Safe. Yeah, it was a 5v3 again. And yeah, the weaponry's not that great. And the plant position is awkward to deal with. But the decision-making is leaving me scratching my head.
It's real strange. Again, another at least clash over towards the A-rubber angle. Last time Vitality were not favored in this one, so they're willing to concede it very early on. Can't get that space. Pivot by Trex potential there. He's just trying to catch the contact with these players. Pre-aim with the bullets.
Trying to make as much noise on B as possible, make himself feel big as Vitality flood into C instead. Talon have not known where Vitality are trying to plant at any point in this match.
Going to be playing for that retake. Mistiming here with a flash and a peek, but at least playing together in the moment. Kicks. He's gone for that plant. Spam down straight for the Warper. Me off angle is nice. Still being hunted. Down! Spray down. Sender. That was a messy one. Still granted that kill. They need a few more where that came from. Still sitting with that player disadvantage. Governor with a showstopper, but he's going to be dropped, and that's no longer a problem. Now for the reflank. Jit boys off round. Trex is so damn aware. Dropped them before a moment's notice. Cruise and ban. A lot to do in this spot. Time ticking away. You can hear it, the spike, and this is going to become a problem. And the call is made already. They're just backing away. Got to save some of these guns. But this is a brutal, brutal beginning for Talon, as we've already mentioned. The map pool, when you zoom out, Sunset, it's not one where they're favored on. If they go down early into this series, I mean, where do they win?
I mean, and this is tragic, the way that it's slipping away from Talon. It's another 5v3, Brent.
Yeah.
Another one. That's 3 in a row.
The player advantages, you cannot be dropping them like this.
Especially when Safe is not winning his duels. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard, 2 and 4. Kicks died getting the plant down. Safe dies taking a duel that's pretty reasonable. He just can't get it. And you fumble the 5v3 retake. Doesn't matter what kind of macro ideas you've got if you're losing advantage spots like that.
Just fumbling it here. Bullets are flying forwards towards these Vitality players. Safe's almost dropped.
Another round where Safe's very weak and is going to struggle to get value. Another team flash from Vitality.
It feels flustered from both of these teams, but now there's going to be a fight taken with the Showstopper in the hands of Governor. No kills to be found. Any sort of damage as well, but it might be supplemented at least. Primi, the rest of his squad going to be alongside it. Full stack of these players.
Give him another one and then win the 3v5 again. Apparently there need to be 2 sacrifices in order for Vitality to win the round. Blood for the Blood God. They're going back over towards C here. This is where the barrier mesh was laid down early on. That is going to be expiring at some point, but Ban's trying to keep that timing in the back of his head. He can hear the shots now too. So he knows for probably the first time that Vitality are looking to end C.
They're in the fight here. Gravitet's going to be held.
At the same time, they actually have opportunities to go back to Runner. You know, they're not full committed to C right now.
Might be soon. Sensors at their back. Kicks needs to be careful of overstepping himself. He's pulled out a lot of that util from the Talon players. And the players
They're looking
as well.
to go B. Look at the spot that Runner's got himself into.
Okay.
It's difficult, though, for Safe to get in here. Even with Showstopper, he's so weak.
Cruiser spam could make all the difference. Trex is firing. This guy lighting him up. Primi, chance potentially there with the ult. Not dead yet, but doesn't offer to use it here. Sitting into the fight. Now, damage still done to these Vitality players, but at least they're into the post-plant themselves. And the Neural Theft lighting up most of them. Talon feeling uncertain, shaky territory. Even with the Nightfall as well, catching. Noise cut away from Jit Boys. One broken as well. A battle on multiple fronts. Trex is locking it down fully, entirely. A tap from Governor, but now looking this way, that way, 180 direction. Not enough eyes available for him to even know which way to play it around in. This is Vitality again. Now they're just walking all over them.
And I said that Vitality's defense was not amazing, and Talon will look good on the attack side. It doesn't matter if you end up losing this half to this kind of degree. The second half, it's not even really going to get played.
I know. It's, at this point, money's not going to the next round as well for Talon. Spoiler alert. Probably figured that one out yourself.
They need somebody to go huge on this eco to get them back in. They need an 8-4 half here. I mean, could they maybe do it with a 9-3 and a pistol? Like, you're stretching at that point. Really? You are really stretching. And if they lose this, the series is looking so tough to win, almost impossible. And that's champs on the line for Talon, a team that did a great job of even getting here in the first place. They want to use this opportunity.
Absolutely. You don't want to just let it drop and slip away. Another exit. 2 matches played, and that's it. That's all you've got to showcase on the big stage. You can't have that being the case. I think back to the beginning, we're talking about the nerves at play, at work. This match, big portion of it feels like who is going to be able to get more comfortable on the stage faster. For Vitality right now, they're in large amounts of control. Safe opportunities for him to get onto the board of a couple of these eco kills. Door open wide. Ban can only do so much. Primi does return that fire now into the 2 versus 2.
There are chances.
Yeah,
there are definitely chances here, but they can't deny the plant. And there's 2 massive ultimates available for Vitality. Primi's got a couple of lives available to him, but massive advantage still in favor of Vitality here.
Talon are just so, I think, scared right now. The possibility that a player could have lurked behind them. You can tell, contacted most of the way into this fight. And Kix is going to be taking that contact with just the jiggle, the jump up as well. That's a punish. Primi, what a peek. I might be trying to make this one workable. playable. Smoke's dropped down from Jit Boys as well. Heads barely popped up and over safe. You have an ult to play with as well. The nade up and over two. Satchel through. Paranoia blinded, or not quite, avoided. Jit Boys though sticking this one. What is the play right now? Fight to be won. Ult bounded up against the wall, but it's already stuck. Talon, they steal that one away. And can I even be happy with it still? I suppose so. Listen, every single round is going to count at this point.
And that was the round where they had the weak economy. So it is still possible for them to get that 8-4 half up. Safe was banking there on the fact that Jit Boys was just fake tapping on that first one, scared of the ultimate. Overthinking things maybe slightly. I mean, based on what we've seen so far today, it's not like it's perfect Valorant. It's not like your opponents are going to be thinking about every single piece that's available to them, but yeah, Jit Boys was super happy to just stay on that until the ult itself was popped. And we are straight back in here. Talon looking to crunch on Sand.
And it's a tempo increase here with a Paranoia Swat. Not a connection on Descender. He's got to try and drop some of the players, but only himself. Return to Descender. Van up and over here. Rolling Thunder will be sending them sky high. Trex to follow up as well. The TP from behind Jit Boys. Only the one before the trade comes through. It's a 2v3. Damage done to Governor. A scrappy affair.
But a spot now where even with the player advantage, Talon can't cover the entire map. You can't really spread out 1-1-1. You're just going to give Vitality too many opportunities. And they found a player.
And a peek by Runner, man. He has ripped Crew's head off.
And now
lock that down. This
reset.
These moments where they're just slowing it down into the mid round, contacting a lot, is throwing Talon for such a loop.
Yeah, I really love the attack macro. I think the whole of Vitality have got this drilled into them beautifully. Talon need one of these players left alive to come up
30
with the
seconds
play.
left.
It might just come down to these timings with 24 seconds left once more. Doubled up here. Primi, peak timing. Just misses it. Stray shots going wide here. Kicks, I'm not too sure. He is low. A single bullet to the chest will drop him. Kicks. Still going to be going for the plant. Satchel through and across, but the damage done there is Governor dropped into that 1v1. Aftershock pushes back Primi. Only for a moment here. Down to it. Which player will spot each other first? And with the damage done to Kicks, Primi might just be favored. Repositions, rotating around. Smoke props up, just spotting each other. Bodies passing by, and Primi with the tap as well. But Kicks, the issue is not forced out of him. This guy's cold with it! Cold with it!
Really beautifully read there from Kicks. I don't think anybody is sticking that defuse. When both players see each other and you dip into a smoke, Kicks has got the perfect read on what's happening there. Not even worried. And that's a round where Talon would have been hoping that their new acquisition was able to skill things across the line. Take down Runner, take down Kicks, and yet the rookies on Vitality prevail.
Wallah, your eyes cold. Best Estonian player in Champions.
That's true. Estonian Player of the Week, again, of course, for 92 weeks running or
Winning
whatever.
these awards, man. He's racking them up. It's unreal. But this is beyond dire at this point for Talon. Your best outcome is looking at 9-3, and even then you've got to do it with barely any ultimates, barely any weaponry.
And playing against one of the best pistol round teams we have at the tournament.
Yeah, so it's even unlikely into the second half.
Talon trying to get proactive, clearing out B, looking for that info so that they can land it in maybe an unexpected spot for the retake. If they break this trip, of course, though, eyes are going to be looking backwards. People like Runner, people like Trex.
There it is. Trip's going to be broken already. Side control. Giving up and over. Vitality. Under that one. Just needs to get this plant down and active. Just a slight tap as well, seeing if there's some of that utility.
You don't know how many are on the flank here.
You really don't. There's a TP as well through Rubble, just to clear that one. Talon looking to try and take this one purely from the flank and buying time and space. Cruz, Jit Boys, maybe to do some work and some damage, but Runner's going to be catching the contact here alongside the boom bot. The Horn is beautiful. Annihilation, though. That's going to be trading it. Bit of post-mortem, not to be saved on this outcome. Doors opened up. Sees as well. Giving this one up into that 4v4. Now another TP here, but Jit Boy sticking this all the way. Defuse is sticking! Running through, shot into the face. A 10th round dropped in a lab of Vitality. And with how good they've been on these pistol rounds, Josh, man, as we've been saying, it just feels inevitable.
It certainly does. This is the vitality that people were looking for, the #2 seed from EMEA. Looking almost unstoppable in their region since they swapped Safe over to Duelist. They went missing at the beginning of their group, but they're back with a vengeance. And Talon have got to pull out something unbelievable, something special to get back into this.
They really do, but for now as well, we'll send it down to the floor for a nice little interview at the halftime.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the halftime interviews. I'm joined by a very special NA Game Changers player starry. Hello, 안녕하세요. 이제 오늘 이번 챔스의 탈론 경기마다 이렇게 매번 방문하고 계신다고 들었는데 이번 서울 챔피언스 좀 어떻게 즐기고 계신지 먼저 묻도록 하겠습니다. Heard you're here every day for all talent matches. How are you enjoying Seoul Champions?
I love it. I love watching the matches. I like feeling the vibe of like the stadium. It's really fun.
현장에 와서 경기도 보고 이 현장 분위기에 심취하는 게 가장 재밌게 즐기고 계시다고 하네요. 그리고 이제 벤 선수를 응원하기 위해서 이렇게 매일 방문하면서 좀 응원도 많이 해주고 그리고 가장 중요한 건 오늘 경기 들어가기 전 좀 어땠는지 이야기를 좀 들었을 수 있을 것 같아요. 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You're here every day for Ben, and I'm sure he really appreciates that. Can you tell me what was his mindset going in before today's match?
I think he was just really excited to play. I mean, making champs was definitely one of his goals for the year, and he definitely met that. And now I think he's just hungry to win. So.
이제 정말 이제 그냥 신났고 경기를 할 수 있음에 너무 즐거움을 느끼고 있고요. 그리고 챔스를 얼마나 간절히 원했는지 알기 때문에 이제는 챔스 진출했으니 승리만 가져가면 된다고 합니다. 그리고 이제 스타리 씨도 NA 게임 체인저스 선수시잖아요. 이제 탈론이 컴백을 하기 위해서 좀 어떤 변화를 주면 좋을지 물어보고 싶습니다. You're also a game changers player. What do you think Talon needs to do to make a comeback?
Honestly, I think they all just need to step it up. They look like they're sleeping on the stage a little bit. Like, this is not how they usually play. They're a lot better than this, so.
원래 하던 대로 지금 못 보여주고 있으니 좀 잠에서 좀 깨서 원래 탈론의 맛을 보여주면 된다고 하네요. 그럼 저희는 다시 로터스로 돌아가겠습니다. Back to Lotus.
Sleep at the stage, I think, as well, but maybe, you know, there's a chance that they're getting a little bit too flustered as well, as we were talking about near the beginning. This pistol round, we always highlight the importance of them. This time, it's a necessary win for Talon, but they're up against Vitality. They have been clean with it.
And it looks like Vitality are setting up for a push out through Mound here, but it might also have a component that pushes B. And you've got Kicks and Trex in that position, two players that have been firing. They decide not to go for the aggression, though. Purely setting up Sender and Safe, now anchoring the B site.
Mention these players, are they going to try and pivot this one? Okay, there's Paranoia primed with the door opened wide, but they don't spot any players. So
Talon avoid giving away information, but then throw smokes out. So now Jitboys doesn't have any smokes for another 5 seconds. So they can't go for any kind of exec just now.
Yeah, it's not like they're running a Viper either.
Another situation where Vitality have got a lot of info and Talon haven't contested them for it or made them pay in any way.
And the setup is quite nice. It's a kill trip to play off out through A. Don't expect that one. Down close to the floor. Prowler will not be clearing it. Kicks with a jump spot as well. Not too sure if he got that information, but it seems likely, at least with the smoke now up in their face. Cruz, couple of knives away. Gives Safe that timing to prime that nade. Still runner out through the back of the site, and he's got to do quite a bit here. He's lucky not to be dead. Governor just did not clear the corner properly, even though he was inside the cam. And already that aftershock, pushing him back and away. Prowler in the face. Kicks. He's already in there. Gets stuck straight into the fight. Players flooding all the way through. Vitality. Add another one to the tally. This pistol round win rate is going through the bloody roof. And the map is just being stolen away right now from Talon.
Talon have never had ownership of it. That would be a prerequisite for any kind of theft to have occurred. And it's the same two players, Trex and Kicks, doing such a great job. They were anchoring B when it looked like Talon were going to be heading there. And then as they make the pivot, using those clove smokes to supplement the Omen smokes there on C, it's again Trex and Kicks anchoring, getting those kills, playing incredibly for the team. They've got 30 kills between them.
Uh-oh.
rubble fight here, and a force up as well. Sender it's right into their faces, damage done to him, but he's still alive here with the paranoia flying forwards, as well as team to play off all the little bits and pieces. Util down, drop in, and maybe feeding away. Primi has done so much into that spot. Runner, it's not the last one left. They weren't expecting that.
A slight overheat from Vitality there, and Primi's happy to collect. Runner's healthy, the others aren't.
And they're holding for this push as well. Runner maybe even expecting that they were already going to be up onto that site. With the slightest amount of discipline and talent are granted the tiniest of lifelines.
It would be a long, long road back. This is the side, though, again, where you get that big impact out of Primi. He likes using the aggression of other players to be able to trade off them. He is top of the scoreboard, but far away from being top when you consider the players on the other side.
Trex has just been a monster this entire map. He had very high peaks as well during EMEA playoffs.
He certainly did.
Showcasing very similar form, at least so far. For now, Vitality down to those weaker buys as well. I mean, Kix has managed to get himself at least some sort of gun as well, just because the way that Vitality manage their economy off the back of pistol rounds. They usually keep one player just so they can buy rifles. But I doubt they'll be able to get too much damage done just with the Spectre in hands. A tap from Governor. He's very scared at a trap play potential because, listen, every round counts. You can't afford to let anyone slip.
It actually looks like a trap play on the other side of the map. You see the cam inside tree here. Potential for a long-range stun coming from Kix. There is a chance that players inside tree could get caught. The Talon don't appear to be drifting in that direction.
Horn doesn't get broken for Vitality. Horn is Util flying out towards B. To fake though, and now they're going straight back into A. Ban only the one before the trade comes through. Now Talon might just want to commit fully into this B side as well, but going walkabouts is the danger zone, especially when you're up against the eco, but still, Spectre in hand.
30 seconds left.
Movement ajar. They take it in another direction entirely. Pivot over towards C will be that free plant.
3v4 where two of the players actually have some weaponry to work with. Talon still have to be disciplined in this spot.
Plan for Mound, they're all going to be played back there. No one on site.
They've got a couple of weapons that are good for Mound. Obviously, Governor's isn't that great, but the rest should be able to play this Mound post plant nicely. Primi, however, though, with the Outlaw, I mean, his weapon's one of the best, and he's playing pretty deep in.
It's a strange angle.
He has to not get caught.
Up and over, but as soon as the cage has popped up as well, he realizes there's some danger there. Runner taps it, forcing out the spam. Now realizing nobody's quite on this one. Again, the gun should sail them through quite nicely. Through most of it. If the guns don't, the time pressure certainly will. And nice bit of precision at the end there on display by Primi.
Snappy shot. Yeah. One away from the ult as well. And now we get to see a rifle round to some degree. I mean, Talon are going to have all right weaponry heading into their bonus. The economy tends to be a bit better for the team that breaks the pistol. So they're going to be coming in with Outlaw, 2 Vandals. It's going to feel much more like a rifle round. Can Talon keep this momentum going just a little longer?
Trex has got an Odin. Spam's going to be incoming here with a rebel fight. Hearing most of this. Trex doesn't go for the spam though. Doors opened wide as well. He's going to be under a lot of pressure.
What a flick.
Yeah, bullet tagged up. Governor just shrugs it off. Lands the bullet anyway. Beautiful first kill now for Talon, but it's all about how push past that point. Got the advantage. It's all about not dropping it.
Remember how many 5v3s they lost in that first half. 3 in a row. Vitality looking to try to equalize this by taking a risk. Safe and Kicks doubled up, pushing out through B. It's where the spike is, but I think they'll just miss the timing.
It's an awkward one. Runner jump spotting. Here's the horns. Sees the bullets. You don't want anything to do with that one, but you're going to be making a call for the team. Talon don't give up a rubble control this whole time. Still locking it down just in case they do want to drift back into that direction. Safe is also going on. Re-exploration, punished for it. Jip Boys drops him. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
That's an unusual one.
Strange angle to be fighting on.
Yeah.
actually from both of those players, Safe and Jitboys.
So stop to 20 health though, and now doesn't feel like it's over towards A, but they should see this door rotating. Guns exchange once more. Time is running short here. There's no way Sender's going to be playing spoiler. Surely not. Haunts broken. TP up and over. Dodging most of the nade as well. He wants to make a go of this one. This is getting cheeky. But Governor's watchful eye is on all of it. It's ruling that sight with a nice iron fist. And so runners once more left to do quite a bit into this spot, but unplayable really at this point in a 1v4.
And Talon have done a great job here. They had that opportunity to bonus up. They decided to actually invest into Vandals. They got rid of the Guardian, got rid of the Spectre. They still had the economy flourishing. And they've knocked Vitality down. When Vitality won the pistol, that pretty much should have been game over. Straight through to Sunset, keep that momentum into your map pick, close things out easily. Textbook Valorant. But Talon are fighting. They're not just going quietly.
Yeah, pulling whatever hidden reserves are left, honestly. Not willing to give up because the whole year's building up to even just make this event. You do not want to be going out early as one of the weakest teams at the event. It's just not where their expectations are going to be leveled. Doesn't matter about anybody else's.
And Talon took a huge risk just signing Primi in the first point.
Oh, yeah.
They had a team that was making it to that playoffs level, and they chose to take a gamble to try to push them over the line. And it worked. I think prior to signing Primi, they did actually look a little weaker than Team Secret. Got Primi in. They just needed that one win against their rivals, and they beat Team Secret, with Primi having really huge impact in that game. They get to Champs. I mean, they double their take. If you want to talk about what that actually does for you, just making it to Champs 2, doubling their take from the Champs skins.
Oh, yeah.
That's huge already for any organization.
Money.
Should already be considered a win, but they're competitors. They're here to try to win some of these games too.
Exactly. The money is just almost like, I mean, it's a secondary objective. You're not even worried about it. As a pro player, your hopes and dreams rest on lifting a trophy, and there's no trophy bigger than the one that's at the end of this event.
Vitality are going to have to take an eco round, and they're also taking their first tactical timeout of the match. They were running away with the game. It was very comfortable, so this is the first time that they've really had to adjust anything. I think one of the things that's going wrong for them a little bit is that they're not catching Talon with their utility when they peak. A lot of the peaks are actually ended up being kind of dry. Now, I'm not a big fan of the way that Vitality play their defense on this map. I think their attack is immaculate. I think they're wonderful with that. Their defense, though, they don't lean into playing those big, heavy retakes, saving utility, bit of plant denial, get into good spots, flood retake. I don't really see that from Vitality in the same way that you do from the Americas teams when they're playing the Breach Fade comp on this map. I think it's an area they could improve on. But Runner, with the only hero rifle, takes down Ban early.
I mean, he's the one who takes point there, hoping that players will just walk into him, and he was blessed with it.
But Talon, patient. Jitboys needs to not overheat in this spot. He can't afford to die.
Okay, that's a lovely adjustment. Just snaps to the head of Runner. Removes him from the fight, but the rifle will be reclaimed into the hands of Safe now. Orbs farmed up. Talon trying to play towards some of these key pieces of util ultimates.
And with the door open, they could be going in either direction. Nice jump spotting from Trex.
Yeah.
He's pretty confident now that this is going to be a C hit.
Smoke fades though, he's going to have to back off here. Still, they hear this one. Do they have any sort of protocols? Yes, they do. Satchel away. Trex, he's spamming, praying that he survives here, but a C's off into the back as well. Safe over the shoulder, but he has been cleaned up. Damage definitely done with that ghost in hand. Still, it's Talon who've barreled their way over most of this one here. Now, Cruiser the plant will not be stuck. Primi defends though. He's pretty certain he knows what that last player is. Jitboys make sure that the death isn't in vain.
What an important round for Jitboys to be coming online. If he takes that fight towards B and he loses it, that's probably the round. Massively important that he won that fight. I'm not sure he should have been taking it in the first place, to be honest, but they really wanted to apply that B pressure, and they did. He brought things back into a 4v4. But let's see what that Vitality tag timeout was looking to accomplish. They're one away from Showstopper, from Rolling Thunder.
It's another
massive
fight as well. Yeah, massive ultimates. Barely there, and kills will do it. Grant it, earn it. Governor's up and over as well with a TP. That's a reveal. On to Safe. They still want to take this fight straight up into their face. TP's around center. He's cutting up ankles and potentially cutting up players too. Rolling Thunder to set this play up. Governor had nowhere to run. Just hopping up and down into the same spot here. That's barely 20 seconds into the round. A pivot has to be played now by Talon. But we can see this trip into his face. Kicks is also holding it. Broken. He's missed the timing though. Primy's passed it and he's squaring up for the fight, but not going to be given it. Slow and steady by Vitality. Realizing that they're a player up. They've got them relatively surrounded. There is that weak point up towards Heaven. Barrier mesh up.
TREX deciding not to break it, waiting for reinforcements first.
Fight out through here. He's trying to take point and contact. Still kicks! You cannot be dominating this! My God! A 6-piece available, and here and now! Goodness me!
What an unbelievable play! Not just the ace, the 6-piece on top. This rookie player has never aced in VCT before, and he's just brought that out at Champions.
That's a hell of a way to do it. Yeah. My goodness, man.
What a beautiful setup with the Rolling Thunder as well, re-clearing through that position after Safe got caught in the grav net. These peaks are abominable from Talon, let's just put it as it should be. Not playing around Primy's ultimate, not swinging together. They fed into kicks, but he was there and he delivered for all 6. He's got 20 kills.
Yeah. That is composure in the moment as well. You're being swarmed by bodies, and as you mentioned, listen, the peak wasn't great from Talon. It was very individualistic. It was all over the place.
They had so many things they could have synced up there. I mean, Primy is ulting. They can try to double swing the other 2 players. They can try to wait until Primy comes out of ult and swing with that.
Yeah.
They can have Primy swing first as well, so that he actually tries to get some value from the ult itself. Just things going very lost in that moment, but playing perfectly into Vitality's hands.
Yeah,
with kicks getting 6.
I mean, capitalizes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Talon's timeout is the last one that they've got as well. They were saving it for a rainy day, which happens to be now. It probably was a while ago as well, if we're being fair, but it's a 6 rounds difference, and it would have to be perfect from here on out from Talon.
Right there.
Fully grouped up again with 5 of them. Set the sights over towards C Mound as just the one objective they want to fight over. Means they're going to be lacking a lot of this map control as well off the rip here. Vitality. Runner has got his full setup over towards this C side. TP into Spawn. Jitboy's inside the one-way. It's pinged out the Paranoia. Did not connect. Jitboy still collects that kill. Runner, with him dropped, the setup is down, and his team have easy access. Satchel through alongside the flash as well. And Util flying forwards. Jitboy cannot hold his own. Needs that backup. It needs it now. Ultra pops off, flying forwards, backwards, this way, that way. Showstopper. It's all an abundance of Util. And enough to save the day here for Vitality. A clean sweep unless Ban has something to say about it. All broken, but they know where Ban is. Prowler towards his back, running him down, racing him down. Individual fights earned and utilized, but Vitality in the end with that discipline, doubling up to seal up the map.
A huge one for Vitality to take. In control the entire time. We got highlight moments, beautiful macro calling, and Safe finishes things off with the defuse. One of the biggest things that Safe said he learned this year was that it overwhelmed him to know that his teammates had his back, that he didn't need to carry every game. And you've just seen it again.
Yeah, evidence there. It's made manifest with that opening map, and it only gets better for Vitality. We're going into Sunset. Their map pick coming up next.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. only on Verizon.
That was a dream start for Team Vitality. I'm now joined by the head coach, Gorilla. Now, that comp on Lotus is something we never see in EMEA. You would have not had a lot of practice again. So what was the plan coming into this? Did you manage to find a good counter for this composition?
I mean, we practiced actually against quite a lot of deadlocks, especially whilst we've been over here in Pacific, and especially also Tier 2 EMEA play a lot of deadlocks. So, and for us, we also practiced deadlock for a while, so we have a really good idea on how to play against it. Obviously, it couldn't convert in the Trace game, but here it definitely did.
Yeah. And how are you feeling about that next one?
What, the next map? I mean, we're feeling pretty good. the mood in the team's really good at the moment, so yeah, we hope we can translate it.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck on the map too.
Vitality pick up the win on Lotus, and we were talking about before how important this particular map of Lotus is going to be for Talon. They had a composition that was very unique to them. This was their pick, and unfortunately, Mimi, it just did not work out in their favor. Round after round, it just kept falling apart.
Yeah, I think Team Vitality came in with a really good plan to exploit the lack of a Sentinel on defense on this attacking side. They found so many gaps in the setup. This round was a great example where we're going to see Sender just take full advantage of some of the weaknesses of this deadlock. The wall gets put down, and because that solo anchor player isn't watching this cross, doesn't hear that teleport, Sender gets through, then the team does a great job of buying some pressure for him over on B to activate this lurk and get the opening kill that wins them the bonus.
Yeah, this was a big masterclass from Sender in the beginning of the half, honestly. Yeah. He had such big moments. And
yeah, great calls across the board.
Yeah,
great plays.
Great calling, great playmaking ability, and then obviously he enabled, Trax to just step up and go nuclear like he did. Trax to step up and go nuclear the last time that he played.
And a match is rough when a team is losing 8 out of 11 of their man-up situations. In that first half, 3 3v5s in a row lost for Talon. And I mean, just the fundamental mistakes in the positions where they had advantages. Look how many players in these clips are dying alone without a teammate to swing, without a teammate to trade. These things cannot be happening if you want to win against the best teams in the world.
And to have it happen back to back to back, it's just brutal. It feels terrible in the server.
It has to crush the mental.
Yeah, it wasn't even a 5v4, 5v3s. They were losing 5v3s in these situations way too many times.
With utility, with a deadlock one of the times, they just couldn't do anything.
And we even saw in the second half, once they started to rally, put a couple rounds together, the game got ended on more of those individual errors and failure to capitalize on the situations where they had an advantage. You just have to slow those rounds down and focus on swinging for your teammates, setting up those crossfires, the fundies.
I couldn't agree more, but we wanted to see everyone step it up this time around. I think Kicks definitely stepped it up, got us our second ever 6K
But I mean,
global event.
talk about swinging on your own. That ace was all about it, but credit to Kicks, he capitalized with some lovely shots.
Got to be able to execute if it's given to you, and he did just that. That's the second ever. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, that's wild.
This team is known for their fundamentals, like EMEA style, but they really do have some sick individuals on this roster that I think a lot of the global audience doesn't give them enough credit for.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this game definitely illustrated that as well, because one of the players that we wanted to see continue his good run from what we saw in the previous series that he played was Trex. And Trex did just that. He gave us our HyperX reflex moment with this gorgeous 3K that he managed to nab himself. And overall, it's definitely just been the trend here for Vitality, right? They're a little beaten down, but those guys, it was a big thing coming into this event, how these guys always had each other's back. It was like the power of friendship practically with these boys, and you could definitely see they have each other's back here. It's showing in the server, it's showing on stage, and it's showing Baby Bay in their stats.
Yeah, 3 KDA is absolutely absurd at the scope that we're at right now. We're at Champions, right?
Yeah.
People shouldn't be able to just take over like this on Initiator of all roles. You think of duelist players like Ospas dropping 30s, maybe on Icebox.
Yeah.
But an Initiator player on Lotus to do this?
He was getting so many impactful ults, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, the 2 Fade ults he had back-to-back, I think he had 2 in 8 rounds.
Yeah.
And then one of them, Sender was able to basically cheese around one where he had that late lurk flank through C, and then Omen TP into Broken Door and just get another kill because the Fade ult had everybody silenced. They didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, no, a lot of great ideas across the board for sure. But let's go ahead, though, and see what's going on with Frost, Coach Frost, as a matter of fact, because we are going to catch some words with him ahead of map 2.
I've got Coach Frost here from Talon. Now, you've shared your concerns in the past about situations where your boys don't capitalize on advantageous situations. So when they are losing those 5v3s, what do you do to say to them to get them back on track?
Well, they're professional players that get paid a salary to actually close those. So I'll just say this. The silver lining is we can get leads. We pretty much had a lead almost every round in that game. So that's a good thing. Bad thing is we're not closing out those rounds. So for them, I think they just need to take their time. They had a lot of time on either those post plants or those retakes, and they're just rushing. If they slow it down, we might have better chances. The fact that we have leads is good. The throws continue to be bad. Unlucky.
Well, best of luck on map 2. Hope it gets a bit better.
And that was basically what we were saying up here as well, right? This is a team that has been struggling with the closeout. And Mimi, I mean, that they got to fix it if they want to win this.
I'm just saying Frost would make a great, little league coach one day. I feel like he has the dad who cares too much energy.
Seriously.
I don't know what I'm going on. That's not important right now. What's important is we're going into map 2 of this series. Talon's year is on the line, and they're making another composition switch here, going into the deadlock on Sunset.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And Primi, I think this might be his debut on Raze as well. I don't think we've seen him play Raze yet in VCT in general.
Yeah, not that I can recall. I mean, this composition also is pretty unique, and obviously for Team Vitality, it's going to have to come down to the adaptation like we've been talking about all day. They can't have prepped for this.
Yeah, we've seen what Vitality are capable of when they are in that adaptation phase, when they are thinking ahead of what their opponents are putting out there. That being said, Talon backs against the wall. It's either put up or shut up. You got to deliver here and force them at 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
You got to make it happen here and now. There's not much time to really delve into this one because we're going to be getting into the pistol round momentarily with time ticking down already. Cover going out. Vitality, we'll see if they continue that trend of getting onto hot starts. Governor really overextended himself. You can tell how badly he wanted that first kill, and maybe a bit of a read into the minds of these players. Gives it up though. Ban's now going to be under all that pressure with a dart to his back. He does deal with it nicely, and still a smoke to play in and out of. Weaving through, but Kicks, he just dominates it, overwhelms it. Prowler up into his face, can't be played up of, and everybody's trading, coming through and out. It's a 3v1. This is what Primi's been delivered here. I'm asked to do so much in this spot. Man down, but already catching the contact. Another one for Vitality.
And another spot where Talon taking more individual kind of fights. Yeah, they were doing all right in those first kill departments, and so this is a move away from that. But it's still that individualism. Governor overstretching himself a little there, just opened the door massively for Vitality to come in, pick off players at their leisure. It is an interesting composition that we're getting from Talon, but it rotates around some similar ideas that Vitality have proven they understand. They know how to play, I guess in theory, against the Deadlock. One could look back at the game against Trace and argue that they didn't do so well, but that's just another piece of learning data. They definitely went back and heavy VOD reviewed their loss to Trace.
And it was a bit of an understatement, I think, to say that this is going to be an uphill battle for Talon. Gargantuan at that, because Vitality, they're very comfortable on this map. You look at Talon's comp, you see a lot of trap play potential, I think, with C's, nades, grav nets, Cam to take the contact to set up most of it, but Vitality playing their own game, taking it nice and slow. Mid-control fully conceded up here, so Talon have access to it, but...
This is a little similar to what they were doing in previous rounds on Lotus, where they've actually managed to get the stack right this time, though. This could be different.
And this could be dangerous. Knife. Sort of tags, not too sure of that one. Still, the wall's going to be up. Grab net down. Nade rebounds alongside the Paranoia. Save. You cannot get out of there. No movement ability going to be saving you from that onslaught. And now forced to back away. Vitality, 34 seconds. They have none of that prior map control here. It's Sender who's going to be tested.
30 seconds
up through. Left. There's a smoke towards him. Plenty of targets lying in wait. It's all about how you overcome it. And with the Bulldog in hand, swats down any players that might be just trying to offset him, and he's even going walkabouts himself. He could donate a gun. And with the noise made, Ban, responds by taking him out. Kicks, though, still with that plant down, and it has landed themselves into a 3 versus 3.
Jitboys is going to run back to pick up the Spectre, so they're going to be a little late to start this retake, but they've actually got the weapon advantage.
As absurd as that is. Primi's going walkabouts, but he does have a player at his back. Jitboys alongside him, holding it. Runner with a jump spot, just seeing them. Now knows these players are walking out here, running away in the danger zone. Certainly are, yet still shot to the dome. Jitboys dropped and away. Primi sidestepping. Knows that his players up and needs to wait for his teammates backup as well, but Ban is just getting, he needs to get a move on, to be honest. Time is of the essence. Primi, he does put a few bullets back into them. Still that turret, I mean, the circle's going to be retreating. It's already done.
The time?
The round's lost. I don't know what to say in that spot there.
I think Primi and Ban could have played that a bit quicker to actually play for the win in the round instead of just trying to do economical damage. That is a weird one.
Yeah.
Technically, a Red Bull clutch.
Technically. Sponsors will be happy.
Yeah.
But
do they want to be associated with a round like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone at Red Bull that just happened. But yeah, that's big round from Kicks, I guess, surviving in that spot.
Economical damage, at least.
Yes, it is. It's only Sender, though, that's buying up in this round. The rest still taking it as a bonus.
It's Paranoia held here, Talon. Seeking to fight off of this one. Again, they've got the cam to take that contact. The shock dart into the corner. Grab net through with the swing, Jit boys. Finally rewarded.
Nice.
Play that's cooked up. Talon, they've got the advantage.
That's the second round in a row that the grav net's been followed up on beautifully as well towards B main.
Yeah, but it's all about converting it because Vitality will default into these contact plays once more. And Cruz, perfect timing with the peek there. Send it. They're not quite trained properly. Rifle retrieved. Kicks up through the gut. Now, might be laying siege here. This guy, underhanded with the flashes, dodged in time, but he can't survive the bullets. Cruz, with him falling, massive gaps into the play. 50 seconds to play with if you are Vitality. Once more, they could slow this down. They're going to need to if they want to reclaim the spike, but it's again contact re-clears. Talon are side by side. It's all about who wins this first fight out. Governor, he's there. Steady with the aim.
Good movement as well. Governor making sure that that's not another 5v3 that falls away from Talon. But could I say that I was confident they were going to close it out? Not at all.
I'm holding my breath in those spots from what we've seen.
But the early round is really nice. I think it's actually even better than what we were seeing on Lotus. The early round, yes, they actually got first kills in 12 of those rounds. The first kill, again, was 12-7 in favor of Talon on Lotus. They lost 13-6. So
it's unheard of almost.
Yeah, truly unbelievable stuff. But Talon doing a great job here of making sure that they get those advantages in the early rounds, and they do actually close one out. Like I said, it was Sender that forced in the previous round, so he's now got a stinger. And we're getting more aggression out of Talon. Trying not to sit passively and let Sender just have his run over the game.
Sender's just holding this area down. Just with the stinger. He doesn't know on the other side of things what might be laying in wait. Primi. Good to take that first contact with Trex. Going to be dropped as well. That's a seize out and through as well. Plenty of players left to be dropped here. And lovely work indeed. The knife just a little bit too delayed there. Not enough to remove the rocket in time. And Primi will not be budged from this spot. That is lovely work. The reactions of this guy, the young gun that they brought in to shore up a bit of firepower. Paying off. Vitality not getting away with the same funny business. The contact plays that were just completely opening up rounds that they should not have been winning. In theory, shut down, but Kix does have the spike in his back pocket and an open side to play with.
He knows where roughly all three of the players are. But these are not bad situations to play.
Hear the sound. Crix knows they're going to be coming towards him. Haunt is dropped here up and over the top as well. Governor playing for his life, and beautiful peaks. Beautiful spam damage just to supplement that, making sure that he doesn't give his life away unnecessarily.
What a round from Primi too. It's not something that I got the opportunity to mention early on, but he's never played Raze in a professional setting.
Right.
I mean, I assume he's been spamming it in ranked. I haven't looked at his tracker recently, but he's a bit of a all-star, can pick up seemingly any agent and still play it to a really high level. He's got tons of that ranked experience. But you watch a round like this and he looks very comfortable in terms of how he's using his utility, the ult, picking a nice timing to go for that re-clear of A.
Yeah. Really intelligent.
And remember that this is a map where you look at all the stats, every metric you could possibly pull tells you Vitality are way better than Talon on this map. The teams they've beaten, the attack win rates, the defense win rates, everything. And yet,
here we are. That is some tricky business to try and overcome here for the Talon players. Still, Governor stands strong, kicks. Sheriff in his hands, he makes it sing, only for the 2 kills before the trade is out and through here. And with a spike drop down, Safer's got to just try and wrap this one all the way behind them.
It's not bad, he's put pressure on to get a Vandal into his hand just as his ult was running out.
Or a Theft and Runner as well, they're going to know where these players are. Spots them out.
So many disadvantaged positions that we've seen already on Sunset. We were seeing tons of them on Lotus. Vitality yet to win.
I got spike.
Safe picks up the spike.
I'm out of here.
Trip's going to be placed as well. It's going to be alerting Jit boys.
Yeah, I mean, breaking that instantly might have been the better angle there for Jit boys, but he's worried.
Yeah, backside control is going to be played. Biding his time here, Jit boys, even with the ult as well, to get that information up top onto the market box. Clears it, another Safe is here. He wants to try and take the fight to him, but the Annihilation just trades it out equally. Still Runner is there. He's taking a fight. Could potentially break it out. No, wants to try and take this fight one-on-one. No, okay, Safe is alive and kicking. But still, plan for the back of the site now. Jit Boys already sends it flying with the paranoia. Smoke up into his face, wins that first one, needs the second time against him and just presses it forwards. Out of the smoke. MasterCard Thrifty sealed up, locked up Vitality, winning that one.
And not just a Thrifty, but another situation in which they were down players in a 2v3. Kick's doing a great job with the Sheriff early on, and Safe also providing them opportunities to win the round by getting that Vandal in mid. Runner contributes excellently as well. I think Runner actually played the situation beautifully. He's caught between dealing with Jit Boys, pushing him away, trying to break the ult. You can see there in the reaction from Safe. Happy with how that one turned around, but also at a bit of a loss as to how they keep being able to win and kind of like clutch out these situations.
Absurd,
down players.
It's truly absurd. We keep harping on about it.
Because it's so unusual.
Yeah. Ban tagged up. We'll have to give up that space now. No command. Be emanating out as well, pushing Talon back and away, but it does orchestrate pretty nicely. The fights that they're trying to take here. Smoke's dissipating. Plant now finally down. You could default back into this B main angle, as we know and love. Or hate in most situations.
No flank, no push down mid. Very standard, and Trex even with an ult to work around. These spots are incredibly tough for the retakers to deal with.
So Talon, they've saved most of their util for this one here. Still knife against the back wall. There's a grab net into it, along with the nade into the corner. Cruz, he's sticking the defuse. He's already got that half. Hunter's Fury has to be uploaded here, and needs to find value kills. Lighting these players up, and still a bound of damage is done. Primi already with that half, but spam down, spray down, and the gunplay doing the work. But not able to do it at the end either.
Our first time seeing what is normally an extremely standard situation for teams to get into. Talon didn't really have a great answer there, but they were good at least in terms of getting onto the spike as quickly as possible. But like you said, it's such a tough spot to get through. Safe gets 3, just spamming through smokes into that position where he knows people are going to be diffusing.
Yeah.
And Talon didn't find an opportunity to push aggro into B main, couldn't really apply any util pressure, couldn't get the flank down mid. And now, look, tides turned. Economy damage for Talon.
The default early on by Vitality. Sender's going to be trying to catch that contact over towards aim most of the time here. It's against the eco of Talon, but they are stacking this with enough players that I'm worried about the danger. Once more, Primi catching that contact and still swinging through and wide. He does just find the 2, still safe. Wrangles the beast that is his rifle and just swiftly deals with any opportunity, any opponent. So, Ban's here. Does find Runner up through mid into that 1v2. And
that's going to give him a gun.
Claimed a gun.
Gives him a chance.
Yeah, he's got the info. He's going to know where these players are going to be trying to play.
Trying to be quiet, threatening, like he could have flanked, could be coming A main.
But discipline from Vitality here. It's going to be steadying their hand. No one actually decided to take the contact onto this one, so Ban dropping the cage. The dart. Placed what? Okay, at least nicely here once more. Another tap, Ban. He has forced that fight out into the wide open here. Safe, a lot to do. Ban sticking already. He's earned himself half, and that builds him. Wincon's time earned as well with the damage done to Safe. Surely, inevitability, Safe. My goodness. Just in time.
Playing that on an absolute knife's edge there. Safe also would have died to a single bullet, health down to 32, damage from the Vandal 40, playing things on the finest of margins. But he was required here after Primi hit a collat with the Guardian. Safe was needed for the cleanup and the clutch. Hasn't been a great tournament yet for Safe, actually. For somebody that, again, I would have in my top 5 duelists in the entire world. Safe's been slow to get going. He played pretty well in one of the maps to open up against Trace, but
yeah.
I mentioned it at the end of the first map. He said one of his biggest things that he was surprised by, or biggest learning moments from this year, was learning that he can rely on his teammates, that he's got them people there by his side. They've built up bonds within this Vitality team, and Safe's a player that's been talking a lot about the mental struggles that he's been going through for years now, actually, but especially this year while he's dealing with like grief, bereavement, and pushed himself and the rest of his team to champs despite that. He's struggled a little individually on this stage, not quite up to my expectations, his own expectations of him, but other people around him have rallied, and then he's, you know, finding his moments here, like in that final round.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not required that he has these superstar level performances for Vitality to be a winning team and roster.
It might do as you get later through the tournament.
For sure, I think it's going to be necessary. I think the tighter the competition gets, the harder the teams are. But for now, at least, you know, he can lean on his teammates back and have that safety net there. But for now, at least, in this map here and now, he is showcasing a real strong performance. He's 11-4. He's our kill leader across the board here on this map.
Now, a few of them were ecos and a few of them were through smokes, and he might be getting caught here by an ult play.
Yeah, naded us back to the bullets through. Listen, a little bit of damage was necessary, I think, just to topple him over.
They're doing a great job of following up on these grav nets. Everyone has been perfect from Governor on defense. Combo there with the Raze nade. Again, Primi hasn't been playing Raze in pro. Cruz looking for a re-clear.
Yep, and Sender also just contacting most of this way. Bando, it's an off angle to be played here, and Cruz lovely with the movement. Survives but a moment to at least survive that fight and take it further forwards. Runner up through mid, and
He's been doing it every
contact
time.
re-clearance.
Runner's been going for that same thing every time.
Yeah. Kicks up and over, that flash. Very orchestrated and easy enough to dodge here. So finally, Talon not letting rounds like that slip when they get that opening kill.
Learning a little about the tendencies of Vitality. They didn't even have to burn the showstopper there. It's a great trap. Safe's got to be worried about those. B main is looking deadly. Talon managing that space very nicely. And of course, they could be trying something aggressive in the next round with showstopper online. You can see people double blast pack down mid or something, go and take tiles control. Tons you can do with this ult on this map.
It doesn't look like any level of aggression for now. Same old, really.
It is. But another spot where Primi can look to try to take contact, defend the ult orb, and if he gets pressured, try to take one, back up, use that ult. Very similar defensive protocols that we've seen before.
Yeah, it's not entirely safe when there's a KO on the other side of things, but it takes a bit of coordination, I think, as well to make sure he doesn't have any options. There's no way. Primi is going for the peak. One player spams, and it makes him think that it's only the one play in there.
Yeah, getting baited in. Vitality were one step ahead.
Maybe there's that inexperience, I think, rearing its head. It doesn't matter about your mechanical ability. Those are the kind of plays that tiny in the micro, and that's to give you that advantage.
At the same time, though, and Frost was talking about this in the press conference, Primi's so good he can sometimes break those rules and just decide, I might get a 1v1 here if I play the angle well enough. Here comes Vitality through market.
And still, it's Cruz looking to lock this one down as well. Plenty more players where that came from with a dart. Drop down as well. He's going to try and deal with this one because Ban was hyper-committed. Up onto the corner. Vitality have barreled over these players now. Up through the back of the site, and Orof will reveal quite a lot in terms of these defensive setups.
The flank?
Yep, it's being spotted. I mean, they know Governor's here as well. Trex is going to be able to spot that because of that Orof from earlier. Now Jit Boys, 45 health. Vandal in hand, but a long shot away from trying to win this round out. Now the flat isn't precisely against the wall. Could create openings for him, but the amount of plays he's got to get through with the flank already occurring as well. Trex is hotly on his tail. Can't even spam down a trip. 3 bullets left. Doesn't even want to commit to that reload. Backs himself away around the corner. Again, Vitality not willing to really fight, but they'll take it anyway as time was running short. That's a 6th round now that they've built up.
And looking strong. Talon came out with a pretty powerful opening, winning round 3, winning round 4, made it look like they might be able to challenge Vitality on this map, despite all of the numbers. And yet, as we get deeper, it's looking more and more like the favorites are taking control here. Primi's yet to offload this showstopper. It's his 2nd one, and now he's probably not going to get another.
Yeah.
So looking for the moment to get the most value out of it.
I think you do have to be worried to a degree as well with the KO. Most teams, if they're at least good on this map with their attack side defaults, will be holding a knife just in case there is a showstopper play.
Yeah, I mean, here you can see that Kix uses it in B main. The question is, are Talon, are Primi thinking about that kind of stuff? And also, what's Jit Boys set up for here? Throwing the paranoia through to tiles.
The nade. My goodness, I mean, a few stray bullets right through the box is enough to get the job done at least there. No command through and out, dropping players, kicks down to his knees. Aldo overdrive, and Governor has handed that perfect timing. Pre-aims it onto the corner as well. Safe just ran straight into him, Trex. Bit of a bait and switch, taps it. He's trying to pull these players wide out into the open because he knows he needs that chance and advantage, and it will not be there. Talon still fighting back, still battling back, and a chance really for them to equalize at the half.
Another kind of sick Gravnet nade combo. Talon now have all 5 ults online, ready to go. And these set plays have not actually been around ultimates. They've been around Gravnet nades all across the map. Changing up the position that Governor and Primi are playing really fluidly, very nicely, and catching someone almost every single time. Still, they lag by 2. But it looks like Vitality are trying to go into this showstopper.
A real vital round at that. Round 11. They feign, at least at the beginning here, Vitality like they want to try and make it an attempt to fight over towards the A site.
Cleared out immediately by the Prowler. And now Vitality have to go and make more space in that direction.
Now through the top section of mid. Primi, drone in his face. Paranoia 2 will push him back and away here. This is Talon trying to make a play happen as an annihilation, but it's wasted. Rebounds off the back wall. Cruiser somehow grabbed himself 2 kills in the mix of all of that, just crossing up through mid. It was an open angle that wasn't smoked through the top of it.
Vitality looking there to try to punish on the annihilation. Didn't realize perhaps that Talon had 3 players facing, and like you said, 2 go down. Another 5v3. Talon can't keep losing them.
I'm not sure when, but Primi, he did offload that ult at some point.
Yeah, looking to try to deny the space that the drone was taking, I would imagine.
Grouping up by Vitality.
This is looking like a very tough round for Vitality to win. They're going straight into the stack. 3 players here looking to defend. Surely this is a win for Talon.
Shockdart only removes a portion of it. The grab net is beautiful, pushing past and away. Governor trying to set themselves up for the fight. Doubled up, taking it. It's traded. Bant is there, leaving it down to just Runner. Trying to isolate those fights out, but even if he won that one, the time was against him entirely. So Talon now, just one more step is all they have to take here to even it up 6-6.
I've never seen such good grav nets. They're genuinely incredible. Another one there. Re-clear through mid. Here we're watching the way that Cruz was able to pick up 2. That was after the annihilation. Gravnet is catching safe all the time.
Yeah.
He's throwing it pretty consistently into these neon walls, but he's also just catching the timing perfectly on the trap plays, the space creation. People from Vitality falling into it very often. And as we were praising Safe for being 11-4 earlier, he's now 11-8. Hasn't been able to find any kills after that eco round and the clutch. The entries are really going missing for Vitality today.
Is there anything to set Safe up here? Up on all sorts of angles here. Cruz, the Prowler catching that contact. He knows that there's players up through the top section of mid, dodging most of the util coming his way alongside that Seize. It's a Nightfall. Enough to offset potentially there. He's got the decay damage kicking in with a Hunter's Fury in the back pocket. Trex letting it loose. Talon going for the play! And you don't have your gun out. Primi will happily make you pay. This guy unleashed now and flips the map, takes a spike. Control now, granted it over towards them. It's Vitality that are going to try and fight their way past this one, at least with the player advantage. There's 3 of them there. Cage up in their face. Hearing the footsteps. Runner just about scurries away.
Governor and Ban haven't taken too much space off the back of this. They're playing very cautiously through mid. They do not want to get caught by a lurk, but it's given Vitality a ton of room to go and get that spike and get the plant down. It's an advantage, sure, but they haven't really turned those kills into a 1 round. They're really not close yet. No. They're just playing with so much caution, trying not to overheat, trying not to make those same mistakes, but giving a ton of respect and a ton of space to Vitality.
Sometimes be to your own dismay, Jit Boys. No way you commit that. He does indeed. The ult is straight there and through, and a player not into position to really play off of that one. Still, the grab net is beautiful and good, but there's no follow-up. Still time. Kix is going to be able to just pull that tag right out of him. Shorty in to try and clear these angles. 3 versus 3. Util abound. Cage to get themselves in along with the barrier mesh as well, seeking to lock these players out and away. Governor, it's a tap. And forcing out wide once more, still alternating. Primi with 3. Before he's dropped, Governor sticking half onto it. Beam down. Ban delivers that final blow. necessary onto the last two. That's a 6-6 finish here on a map that was, listen, by all metrics, as we've already said, it should have been a slam dunk for Vitality.
Coming out here and winning the pistol off the beginning too. What a recovery for Talon. Looked like they were going to get it done early on, and I'm very, very impressed with their util usage. Sloppy towards the end, but it's been good for the majority of this half.
Yeah, and listen, casters love it when we've got a game in our hands, and I think we've got one right here, right now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An astonishing recovery, really, for Talon here. This is with them losing the pistol round on Sunset, still bringing it 6-6, and really off the back of some stellar coordinated plays. I mean, the Gravnet combos were beautiful, as you mentioned, Josh. You know, they were always making sure to play off of most of that here, and I want to know, how deep does this playbook run as well on a map that we haven't really seen too much? We haven't seen it at all, to be honest, with this composition that they're playing, but it's all about what happens here and now on the next half of Sunset.
You're getting that big performance coming out from Primi too. So many spots where he's pushed into an aggressive angle, clearing out A main or B main, and does a great job. Not all of it with utility, plenty of it with his rifling as well. Hasn't really been a player on Vitality that stepped up in the same way that we saw on Lotus from Kicks and from Trex, where we were getting massive individual rounds from Vitality to bail them out of disadvantaged spots. The clash looks like it could be occurring B main here. Nobody on Talon getting caught by that knife.
Oh, and now they've just contacted right up behind this one. Safe. It's alongside, they've got teammates in space. Still, the stun is going to be connected onto himself. And the nade rebounding. How the hell did you get out of there? What are you doing, Safe? My God, there's no composure in sight. He just sits on it like a bloody egg.
I mean, there's not much he could have done in that spot. The nade was pretty perfect to lock him into a corner. It's the stun that was bad, and Vitality losing a player through mid as well and couldn't respond. Sender, he takes the space.
This is a little bit all over the place. I think Sender's looking for a noise cue now to be a bit of a playmaker into the round, but he's sitting at 3 and 11 right now. Dire straits for him individually. And Tim and Runner are going to be asked to bail them out of this spot to keep that stellar pistol record intact.
If Sender finds a good timing here, and Talon are thinking that it's a normal B retake coming from Boba, coming from Market.
Significant chances. Chip Boys is so damn low. One shot would do him in. Sender spotted him out here, and a lot of util to play with, but he's still going to be holding on to the corner, and he's landed it onto Primi. With him gone and dusted, the last two players are weak enough himself. Sender could just do this single-handedly. And I said it needed to be big, and big it is. Cruz, though, enough to bring it back to that 1v1. Smoke in his face, 25 health. And Spike still planted for him. Time, pressure against him. And Sender just holding. Steady hand, spamming away. The Ghost in play. He needs to make the most of this spot here with a horn to reveal. And Sender lit up like a beacon. Weaving in and out. The time is played to perfection. Cruz, he's toying with him. And finally, it's Talon who earn a pistol round.
They're first of the match, and that's what experience looks like there. The oldest, most experienced Talon member, a small smile he allows to grace his face. And Talon take the lead for what's got to be the first time in this entire series, I think. Don't quote me on that exactly, but the first match was a bit of a blowout. Vitality have been winning all the pistol rounds. They won the bonus as well. Talon look like they've got those opportunities for the first time in this match. An opportunity similar to when they played against Leviathan, and it looked like they were in the game and had a shot to win it. Now, they did end up choking that away a little bit. They lost all 4 rounds at the end of both maps, but they could see the finish line.
Hopefully learning from that experience. Not wanting to make the same mistakes twice, because it's elimination. It's a tournament life on the line. A trap play with great success. It's offloaded here by Vitality. Earns him to kill, at least against Governor. Not too sure if he dropped a weapon.
He should have done. I mean, it's only Ban that saved this round, so there should be something for Ban to pick up, but he's nowhere near. Look, he's exploring through mid now with Jit Boys, finding good timing onto Runner, but also dangerous positioning.
Yeah, as well, just spotting it out. Still, Ban to try and recover. Bloody hell, Ban. He's on an absolute worldie right now. Still, he's going to be dropped by kicks.
And also,
right from behind.
Huge weaponry dropped, right? There's a weapon down over towards A main, unless they've juggled that away somehow. And there's also a weapon up there in Connector, which Sender's quickly going to grab.
Kicks is trying to get ahead of this one. He's going to hear these footsteps as well as an off angle, but it needs to be first shot accuracy on display. And it is. Vitality, recovery, inbound with a knife tagging. Primy's position noted, spotted. Vitality defaulting back into that discipline. Doubled up into the high-low. The tap forces them now creep in ever so closer to potentially that round win. Damage done, and Primy just not aware that they were playing that one together. A MasterCard Thrifty, and for all we were singing the praises that Talon were finally getting that pistol round under their belt, that's going to flip it directly on its head.
So brutal in these kind of spots. Saw Ban and Jit Boys go to try to make the play out through mid. It was Kicks that really cleaned up. Ban survived on 1 HP until that Sheriff shot came through, and that's a crucial duel that happened over towards B main.
Nice, boys. Nice.
That's what they've been waiting for. Kicks once more up towards the top of the scoreboard, having vast impact for Vitality today.
He's been dominating.
With the Sheriff too, he's had some big moments. He was part of how they managed to win a Thrifty round with a player disadvantage in the first half. Primy's been unfortunate in these clutches too.
Trying to re-clear up through mid here. You're right about that. I mean, Primy in the clutch. Maybe just again, you know, kind of that inexperience rearing itself onto the big stage, because it's very different. Listen, clutch scenarios, the way you play them in ranked versus actual tier 1 play.
Blinding. It is different.
It's the reason the pro players are here.
But it's also, in some sense, you know, unfair the amount that Talon even asks of him.
Oh, for sure.
Talon and all the Talon fan base expect Primy to be dropping like 30 every single map.
Yeah, the community narratives is like this guy is just God incarnate.
And of course, he's very talented. He's exceptionally talented.
I must wait a moment.
But he's a ranked superstar that is still getting his feet wet in the pro scene.
Yeah.
Can't be asked to clutch every round.
Exactly. Got to pump the brake with the expectations every now and then. Here, Talon thinking that they might have got themselves a free and open sight. Shock darts flying forwards as well with that rifle. Phantom play runner is looking nice with it. There's no ace in sight though. Ban could look to do a bit more damage as well. Just against the economy, time running short as well. Will need to open himself up and wide. That's unfortunate.
The Vitality are going to be in a massive position here. They're almost going to have their own bonus round coming up, round 16. Their economy's looking good. They saved a bunch of rifles, only one got dropped. So now they've got a bit of a freebie round to throw in here. And Talon are the ones that could get plunged down into another eco. Or at least another round where you're scrapping together a buy at the very best. Primy 1 away from getting the showstopper. Is that what Talon are looking to play towards over here on A?
A lot of pings. Cover, try and brute force their way past the initial A fight here. Primy just satchels all the way through. He's got the horn, at least to back him up. Gives him a bit of that peace of mind. So they earn the orb for now, picks it up.
I like the stun that they place down as well, making it more difficult for Vitality to re-clear through elbow. Remember that this comp on the attack side has quite a little amount of initiator utility to work with. They don't have those flashes that you would normally see from KO or Breach.
Sensors being placed all over the place.
Just waiting in case Vitality go for a re-clear.
Yeah, Neighbor's good though. Just from the boombot and the paranoia, so it's going to be wasting that util and pulling it out of Talon.
Knife held, anticipating a showstopper. Kicks is not going to let Primy get away with that.
This is all the right protocols right now from Vitality.
I love this wall though. Look at this wall that's blocking off safes rotate at this point, making it feel like they could try to pivot into an A split.
The showstopper and a fight as well, looking to split their way through. Knife collected, and that's why he had to see the showstopper with an early release here, yet still Talon are prevailing. With the gunplay and weaponry, Util out of the hands, kicks unable to land that punish. Underhanded with the nade as well, at least a flash still. Collects the one before the trade is online by Primi, still with that plant as well, Talon. They get that extension now into round 16. Slowing it down, you can take a pause and a breather, but Vitality now pushing forwards. They've got that dart, the timing taken by Primi. He's pushed past it, the Util unexpected, and the spray transfer not hit. Leaves it down to Trex, unaware by Governor. But does he know that Primi's placed himself here towards the back of the site to clear this one? Fully unexpected, and there's those mechanics on display. No sitting duck from Primi.
Had to dodge a couple of bullets coming through. I don't know that that's the cleanest kill I've ever seen from Primi, though.
But the movement got him through it.
20 and 10, he sits at the top of the scoreboard for Talon. He's on pace for that 30 bomb that the community expects from him in every one of the Talon matches. But it's 8-8 the score, as you said. I think Vitality got a little too aggressive there at trying to clear back through market. As soon as they shut down the showstopper, they wanted to capitalize on that, hoping that they caught Talon unawares. But Safe once more shut down, trying to get the entry on a big team fight. Governor's one away from getting the annihilation. It is a tool that you can use to open up.
Yeah, if you know the angles, right? Sitting there, I'm going to be picking it up, so it's the ult earned, but with the spike drop down into the middle of nowhere, paints us a nice little picture, I should say. The Talon going to be trying to go into this one nice and slow.
It's a good cam break as well. Runner's cam is good for re-clearing B main, good for retake situations as well, so Talon remove that. And now Vitality don't actually have too much information around the map, it's only A main.
Sender, you got to get the hell out of there, man. Still annihilation, rebounds, nobody to be caught. That little web here, ban up through mid, breaks the drone as well. It's going to be sowing a bit of misinformation, and it does at least keep these Vitality players a little bit tethered. Now the Nightfall collides and clashes into a multitude of players here. Vitality
they're leaving.
Going to have many sound cues. They don't want anything to do with it. Maybe just off the back of the trails, even connected. But Vitality didn't shift away from these sites. They still have a bit of control up through top section of mid and onto B. It's kill trips to be played off of once more. Ult stuck, committed, Sender. That's reinforcements that are now arriving onto this side. Pyromesh is here. There's the kill trips, and Runner happy to oblige. Plays off it beautifully. Sender's there, still spraying away. The Phantom in play. Out through main. Nobody can hold a candle to these players right now, but still Talon might be able to barrel their way through anyway. 8 seconds left, but they are all gonna fall in the end.
And that's a messy one from Talent attack side calling. They hadn't even broken the market door when they decided to take that pivot back through B. I'm not sure exactly what it was that spooked them so much, but they did not like the idea of ending A, even after throwing in the Nightfall. Scrambled, spacing all over the place as Talent desperately made their way back over to the site. Hadn't accounted, I think, probably for Sender's ultimate, which reinforced Runner's position and allowed them to shut that down kind of easily. Talon are broken again.
Yeah. Money's just never feeling like it's in a good enough spot.
Ever since they lost the follow-up to the pistol. I mean, that is the thing that ruined their economy.
Getting go for this mid-play. There's a rifle in the hands of Primi again. He has to be a solo player to really do the most. If Talon are able to pave their way at any portion of this round, silver lining for them is that they're close, at least to the showstopper, 2 away.
Cover going out.
But how many more chances are you going to get? The map is rapidly approaching the finale point.
Sender's going to be pressured. Oh, that's a huge knife.
Maybe only tagging onto the one, not too sure. Grab that, Sender. Avoids it. Paranoia is good as well. Alongside the nade, TPs have to be used to try and evacuate this space. He's got backup here. Crit kicks alongside it. Safe. Going to be throwing all sorts of util into the face of these players from Talon. Stunting them. Can't take a step forwards as well with that spike drop down, but it is going to be recovered.
Well played by Sender in that spot. It was another good grab net, but he avoided it. Played in his teammates nicely. And Safe's going to take contact over here towards A-Link.
Needs to be the big player now. The team's going to be swinging off of that contact, making sure that they just turn them into mincemeat. 2-round lead for Vitality. They're looking to keep that going. even further now.
And Kix has generated up the null command, which is going to be great for shutting down the showstopper on the other side. And Primi's getting close to that one. There's another ultimate that he's just got to think so hard around when he can even find that timing. Talon take a timeout. It's feeling a little like Talon's game against Lev, where you believe that they can do it. They've found some really good moments. 8-8, and it's starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, you can't afford to let that happen.
Against Leviathan, second map, they were 8-9, lost 4 in a row. They lose 13-8. On the first map, they were up 11-9, lost 4 in a row, lost 11-13. These end moments, maybe it's the strat book running out, maybe it's the rookie players getting a little nervous as they can see the finish line. Maybe it's just luck, maybe it's a coincidence, but it feels real in this kind of moment, real enough for Frost to hit the panic button, use his final tactical timeout. Vitality haven't even used one yet.
Which is strange, I was just thinking that. I mean, it's like, they've been getting tested for all of this map, but...
I think the reason, though, is that they lost the final 3 rounds of the half. And so, you know, if you use a tag timeout at that point, you're already...
Yeah, sure.
You've already played the majority of that half. You get to talk to the team at the halftime break anyway. They probably just didn't anticipate how much Talon winning those final 3 would push them.
This is one that Talon have to win. Round 19, enough money in the back pocket. Scramble to give it a buys, even if it is on the half armor. One away from the big ultimate of the showstopper. This is Vitality. They're going to take that early A main control in space. Flash to set it up. One way now for Sender, so he's going to just maintain control of that one. It's good protocols from Vitality. We saw how easily, basically, Sender dealt with the GravNet combo that was supposed to be clearing out of that spot. And in through mid, Ban going exploring, but as the gun sticks barely out, Safe is just trying to hunt him down and shut him down still. This is the danger zone. Surely you don't overextend right into this one. Shorty in the hands. 5 bullets left. He is hard committed, and Ban still gets out with 1.
Pretty incredible from Ban there that he got that one to work with. But Talon get reset. They're worried about mid now. Vitality have shown presence in that area. Can Jit Boys poke out the A site and realize that all is safe, all is empty?
He did pull Sender away. I think he was scurrying to try and at least help out with the util with the paranoia, right?
And now that Kix is dead, no null command to stop Primi's ult. So this showstopper, he can rip it whenever he likes.
We'll see if Talon even hold on to it as well. It's an open site, they don't know that. They're going to be using it just to make sure it's fully cleared out. A lot of util alongside it. Even though the horn didn't get broken, it's paranoia too. The fuse is going to be running short. Not too many options available. Here onto the flank. This is an important one. Safe just with the adjustment. First shot accuracy not quite there from Cruz. Didn't land it to the dome. So Safe finding that opener in the midway part of this round. Going for re-exploration. In through the back of the site. Very wide with the face and the movement. Lovely still, but sprayed down nevertheless. Grouped up enough for Vitality to win this one. And now at least Primi has to lock this one down. Overdrive. Damage done and still, yeah. Baits out the initial shots. Primi just couldn't stand still and hold his ground.
Another 1v2 that's asked of him. I like the play from Talon as well. They choose to get aggressive in the post plan, but they didn't realize they were going to be facing there into 4 players. They're expecting the retake to be split up a little more than that. Talon, they hit their shots at the start. The safe kill on the flank and then the cleanup towards the end. It was very nice from him and Sender. Safe finding another round to have his value. 11-8. That finish line choke, unfortunately, looking like it's hitting Talon again with elimination on the line. If they lose 2 more rounds, they're gone from champs.
And that's your year finished. A scenario that no team ever wants here. It's all about pulling yourself back up when you get knocked down, and Talon have struggled with that aspect of their game. Going for the reclear now, though. GravNet, just from the Prowler being broken. Paranoia, it's almost beautiful. In fact, it is. We're safe. The kill collected onto him.
They're really nice. They knew that the GravNet was going to be good on the right side, but before they got punished by people from A-Link. This time, that flash comes through from Jit Boys and allows Talon to follow up very nicely. They are adapting. The players are making adjustments. Is it too late?
That's the question that's asked of them. Ban hearing the footsteps. He's given away another kill. So 4 versus 4. That's where we stand so far here into this round as an ult online for Jit Boys can be able to use this to get some information through into the back of the site. Big reveal, ult's going to be broken. They know that they're anchoring in, but it's going in pound for pound. Sender, he's also going to be reinforcing this site up. This with a Nightfall, scatters through! My goodness, Sender delivers that death blow. Jit Boys, surely too much to overcome, and the timing couldn't be better from that one. Vitality, hard facing, swinging into him, gets him up to that 12.
Another 4 in a row at the finish line that Talon have lost. And Sender with a second Omen ult to go and reinforce the opposite site. Both rounds massively important that he got that one through. Picks up Ban over towards A, and he's still winning rounds over towards B.
Yeah.
3 more kills defending. Super similar to when he did this in the past as Talon had that scrambled pivot.
And it's do or die now for Talon. This is it. Do you survive in a tournament, or is it all curtains for Vitality? They can taste it. Victory. It's on the precipice. A lot of noise made here by Talon. Not much of a slow default being held. They are heavily grouped up now. Almost like they're going for the one last hurrah here.
Yeah, not even any information on the other sides of the map apart from that trip, which admittedly has not been broken. It looks like Cruz here is going to try to put some pressure on Descender. Drag these players in the middle of the map over towards A so that they can make that B split easier.
Out for mid as well, safe. That's composure. The steady hand with the Phantom in play. 2 bullets does the job and drops Governor. First kill here for Vitality. Might be the beginning of the end here for Talon. They're left wondering, man.
The recon as well. Finding Ban.
Go, go, go.
Talon still committed to this B split.
There's players to meet them.
Run has been good.
We've seen rounds like this, but this could be the tournament life of Talon just ending in the blink of an eye. It all comes down to this fight here. Contact to be caught by Safe. Out through Market. Maybe even expected he could have chopped it up already. Haunt up and over. Stun. Lay it down. All intended just to slow this one to a crawl. Kicks already with a no command. It's waving out. It's emanating. Nobody to deal with a dart. And only 2 left to stand. Ban holds strong, but only for a moment before the nade removes him. And Jit Boys has to do the ultimate. It's all in his hands. It's all in his shoulders. And he is not long for this world. A 13-8 to finish this map. Vitality survive.
Survive being an important word there. For Safe, he lost 0-2 in groups last year with Team Liquid. They were the #1 seed. He was determined not to make that happen again. Facing elimination here today, they've sent Talon home in their place. A good run from Talon, honestly. Good that they pushed Vitality a little here on Sunset. Good that they were even here in the first place with how many rookies they had in that team. But they've fallen short of that high standard that Cruz and Frost set for them. Their year has ended. They'll be back to the drawing board thinking about 2025. You can see it in the body language. They hope for more from themselves today.
They can take a bow, I think. They'll walk away from this, probably not in the here and now, but at least later on. I think being proud of some of their performances against some of the best in this tournament.
But Vitality look like they're back, at least in terms of the calling and the way that they're operating. Definitely things that went wrong for them today. Going down -5 in first kills on map 1, that's got to be something that they fix for the future.
Oh, yeah.
But the way that they recovered in those moments, winning so many of the 3v5s, their attack side calling, the way that they navigated the threats on Sunset, there are a lot of positives to take away from this win. But it's still going to be tough for them to get out of groups. It's very, very tough.
I mean, the job's not finished, is it? That's what Champs is all about as well, just fighting to survive sometimes for some of these teams. Disappointment settling on the faces of some of the Talon players, but Vitality at least can be happy with their performance today, happy with just winning this one out as well, keeping that tournament run dream alive just a little bit longer.
I think a lot of people will be taking a look at this version of Vitality and thinking, okay, if Vitality play like this, can they beat Leviathan? We've had a massive upset in this group. I don't care that Safe doesn't think it's an upset in the press conference. Trace being able to explode out as the #3 seed from China and go straight through to playoffs has set us up for Vitality Leviathan. 1 going home, 1 goes to playoffs. That's massive.
That's just an insane outcome as well, as you said. I mean, nobody's going to be expecting that. at all. And the question is, have Vitality showed up enough? Have they learnt enough as well to tangle and contest up with a Leviathan team in that lower of their group? One of them's got to go home, which is just a ludicrous statement.
Yeah. I said that Save lost 0-2 in groups with Team Liquid last year at Champs. That's the only top 2 seed from EMEA that's ever been grouped at Champs. Vitality still have another game that they need to win against the #1 seed of Americas to avoid that fate.
Oh, we'll see how Safe's feeling about it as well. Let's send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
It's Bella with the post-match interviews. I'm joined by Vitality Safe. Congratulations on you win, Safe.
Thank you.
네, 바이탈리티의 세이프 선수 만나보겠습니다. 원래 고릴라 코치가 탈론 상대하기 쉽지 않을 것 같다라고 이야기를 했었는데 그 말과 반대로 오늘 정말 손쉽게 탈론을 상대한 바이탈리티였습니다. 디사이더 경기를 앞둔 중요한 경기였던 만큼 오늘 승리 소감 먼저 들어봐야 될 것 같습니다. You know, Coach Gorilla said facing Talon might be a challenge, but your game today proved otherwise. With the decisive match on hold, like, as your next step, tell me, how does it feel to win today?
Feels pretty good, obviously. I don't think I've ever won on a champion stage before. I think this is my first win on a champion stage, so obviously it's extra special. But obviously, you know, after facing Trace, the emotional part of the team was like, oh, are we like, what's happening right now? Are we like disconnected? What's going on? So we worked a lot in the past few days with like just synergy in general and how are we going to get ourselves back on the page. And I feel like we showed that today.
이제 세이프 선수는 챔스 경기에서 우승한 게 오늘이 처음이라고 합니다. 이전에 트레이스 e스포츠의 경기 이후에 우리 팀 원래 되게 강했는데 대체 어떤 점들 때문에 이렇게 실패를 하게 됐을까 그런 이야기를 많이 했고 준비를 엄청 많이 한 다음에 오늘 승리를 끝내 가져갈 수 있었다고 하네요. 안 그래도 트레이스 e스포츠 경기 이후에 좀 어떤 식으로 이야기를 나눴는지 좀 더 자세하게 들어보고 싶었는데 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Speaking of Trace, I wanted to ask you guys, like, how did you make that recovery so swift? Because, you know, you said you practiced a lot, but today, like, practice, like, it's important?
I mean, we have staff that work with us to help us with these specific things, whether it's in like getting the team back together, working on our synergy, working on our like the micro things or macro, doesn't really matter. We have people around us, staff that are provided by Vitality, that are amazing at what they do, and yeah, no, they really helped us.
이제 이런 거를 주로 도움 주는 스태프분들이 있었기 때문에 이제 짧은 시간이었지만 바이탈리티가 다시 똘똘 뭉쳐서 오늘 제대로 된 경기력을 보여줄 수 있었다고 합니다. 다음 상대 레비아탄을 만나게 되는데 얼마나 자신 있을지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Next, you're facing Leviathan. How confident are you?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I feel like the way we were on the server with each other today, the way I heard people speak to each other, and just the general work ethic we've had all around the board, I feel like it's leading into a good pattern. I feel like I'm very confident with the way we've been doing. Yeah, the energy is there. The energy is there.
이제 오늘 경기 흐름 같은 거 보고 오늘 커뮤니케이션을 토대로 생각을 해봤을 때 되게 좋은 방향으로 레비아탄의 경기를 끝낼 수 있을 것 같다고 하네요. 그러면은 바이탈리티의 세이프 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. We'll be back after the break to see PRX versus FUT Esports. Bye.
gives you wings.
I see what he loves about you. You're so perfect. Hope you know that you got everything. I messed up and I'm haunted. And if I'm being honest, I see what he loves about you. You're so perfect. Hope you know that you got everything. I messed up and I'm haunted. And if I'm being honest,
Hey guys, Mika here, and I have some special guests with me. I have Forsaken, Devi, and Mindfreak from PRX, and we're gonna be playing a little game. Very curious, who is the best artist among the three of you?
Probably Mindfreak.
He can stay over there because we're going to be playing a popular drawing game in which I will be given a word and then I am going to draw what I think, my interpretation, my special interpretation of that word, show it then to Forsaken, who will then have his own interpretation of my interpretation, who will then show it to Devi, and then eventually we will get to Mindfreak, who will try and guess what it is. Let's have our first word. Are you guys ready?
Yep, let's go.
Yeah, are you artists ready? All right. Face the side of the room. Okay. All right, are you ready? You have 10 seconds to complete this drawing. All right.
Okay.
2, 1. All right, time's up.
Oh my
You
goodness.
should show it
I think it's
to
so deep.
the audience.
Okay.
And now, Devi, are you ready?
Yep.
Take a look at Jason's drawing. And your time starts now.
Oh, I think I messed it up actually. I don't know what you... I don't know.
2 and 1. Boards up, please show the audience.
I don't know.
Can I see it? What is it?
I don't know. He drew like this.
Okay, Mindfreak, can you take a look at this? What is it? What have we done?
My team, PRX.
Oh my gosh!
Oh.
Can we accept that? Yes? Yes? Do we have that? Yes! Oh my gosh,
Oh.
it made it! It made it! It was the PRX logo.
It was PRX?
Hey,
that's
my,
easy, right?
my start was pretty good.
At least we got the RX part.
Yeah. That's important. That's important. All right.
Not too
Next
bad.
word. Are you guys ready?
Next word. Okay.
All right. Are you
Ready.
ready? Please draw. Please still let me keep my job. All right. Forsaken,
Yeah.
please draw this.
Oh.
Your timer starts now. 3, 2, 1. All right.
Okay.
Devi, please draw this.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Please show the audience. What can I see? And Mind Freak, please take a look at this. What is it?
Come on, man. Trophy. Champions Trophy.
Okay, Champions Trophy. See, we're connecting. We're connecting here. Even though I'm trying to troll them. What is this?
I can't draw, man. Baseball bat.
All right, we have our final word. Final word. Okay, let's have it. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Hi. Okarimasu.
Okay. All right. Jason.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. I think I already know.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No way. No way you get this right. Oh.
All right. Davai, are you prepared?
Yep. I drew too late.
10 seconds on the clock. 5, 4, 3.
I don't know, man. What is
2, 1. All right. Please show the audience.
Man.
Please show our viewers. What is?
I don't know.
What is it?
Some seaweed.
What is that?
I don't know.
Aaron.
They drew this.
Aaron, I'm
was a me, man.
I'm giving you the answer.
Leaf.
What?
I don't know what the fuck is this. Wait, one more guess. One more guess. Home.
Home?
House. I don't know. House.
Okay, so the answer was wingman.
Oh,
Wait,
what is this?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
You drew also.
It was a spike. It's the spike. Billion, it's a spike.
I thought it was some flag or
He's
something.
carrying. He's happy to carry it.
Okay.
Well,
look at this. It looks like a snail, bro.
yeah.
Something.
Okay, this is a really terrible team, but the good news is that these guys are even better on that stage. So best of luck to you guys. We fail at this game, but you guys will fail in the other.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 8 of Champions Tour and our second elimination match of the day. It's going to be PRX taking on FUT Esports. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Baby Bay and Mimi as we break everything down. But before we dive into that real quick, I just want to, give, of course, the flowers to Vitality. That was just beautifully done from them. Shut down, even when things looked like it was going to take a turn for the worse, maybe. Vitality managed to dig deep.
Yeah, Primi had a great showing on Raze for the first time, but it was the anchoring that was insane.
Yeah, incredible stuff. But let's go ahead and talk about what we see here right here and now. PRX took on G2, and Mimi, this is crazy to think that PRX could be in a position. Our champions finalists last year might not be able to make it because of just some weird gameplay, honestly. It didn't really feel like we were seeing
I think they played the way that PRX has played all year, but I don't think that's good enough to beat a team like G2. I think they got stylistically outmatched in this game, and PRX obviously have aspirations to be much better than that. The last time they were on a champion stage was in the finals. They thought it was going to be Jing's last game, and they come back, they get him back in the roster for this year with very high expectations, and now is a chance to show it at a global. They've only won 2 global matches this year, one against EDG, one against Loud, but they have aspirations of going on another run like they did at Champions last year, but they have to win this elimination match to even have a chance to start that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team of absolutely phenomenal players. Guys who should be lifting a trophy over their head, Baby Bay, but it just has not happened for them.
Some of the most mechanically talented players we've seen in this game of Valorant. I mean, 100%. If not the best currently. Honestly, they're ridiculous. Osboss is up there with them. But they have a good chance now. They struggle against teams that have really good macro. FUT this year, I feel like
we saw against G2.
Exactly. FUT this year, I feel like I've taken a little bit of a step back. So this is a really good opportunity to keep their foot in the door in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll see, of course, how this all plays out. We'll send it over to Yinsu. Actually, had an opportunity to get a quick word with Devai ahead of today's matchup.
I am honored to be here with the one and only David, or some of you might know him as Devai. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about that nickname? And also, this is your 10th global event. You've been here many, many times. So how do you feel about the growing support as well, and having a lot of streamers being super, super excited about your performance?
I mean, it's great to have people supporting us, and also, I mean, now I'm known as David. I mean, thanks to Pujan, and I mean, I'm actually loving it a lot. And yeah, I mean, our 10th time, hopefully this time, right?
You got it. 10 times the lucky. Trophies coming home?
Nah.
No, good luck today, Devai. Good luck.
Okay, so definitely the
His
realist.
reply is nah.
Nah. Hey, you're going to win this event? Nah.
To be fair, when they went on their run in Champions, it's not like they were going around saying they were going to make a run happen.
That's true.
They've never been that team to boast.
Feels like every single time they go on a run, it's always the same thing. So, you know, maybe that's what they're trying to do. A little reverse, you know, good luck, if you will.
Relieve some of that pressure, you know, because it's a lot of pressure right now. You're in the lower bracket elimination. You have such high expectations. Everyone knows you're a beast, but I mean, FUT, they ran into a different beast of EDG. And
indeed they did. It was not pretty for FUT. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. FUT had moments where it looked like they could very well keep competitive in this one. But, I mean, look, Baby Bay, they're going to need to step up, CNATE especially.
Yeah, not only seen it, but it was the defensive side.
Oh, yes.
That was the biggest struggle. They only got 4 rounds on each map on defense against EDG. And yeah, they slowly crawled their way back in on the attacking side. But you cannot be doing that in a tournament like this where the stakes are this high.
Yeah, you absolutely can't. I think that FUT had opportunities in that game. They actually did pretty well in the gun rounds, but they lost every single pistol in that game. And I mean, you can't really win series doing that when you're against a closely matched opponent.
Yeah, not a game like VALORANT where it's so snowbally. It matters so much. And if you give those rounds to PRX, who will get confidence from them.
And I think that is something kind of similar between EDG and PRX. Both these teams are real confidence teams that once they get that ball rolling, the momentum can be huge, especially when some of these star players on PRX start to heat up.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, here's cracks on what went wrong in that matchup for FUT in this Omen player moment.
Ben Krax, Doğukan Krax Balaban, FUT Esports'ta support rolünde oynuyorum. O yüzden şu an aldığımız ilk yenilgi beklediğimiz bir sonuç değildi. Ama şu an daha her şey bitmedi. O yüzden üstüne koyarak devam etmeye çalışacağız. Yani büyük konuşmayı sevmem ama büyük ihtimalle kırılma anını veya pistol alsaydık kazanabileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Oynadığımız oyunda neyleri yanlış yaptığımızı gördük. Küçük hataları değiştirirsek ve özgüvenli bir şekilde oynarsak yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Çünkü bizim takım olarak günümüz diye bir kavramımız var. Ve günümüzde olduğu zaman kimse karşımıza duramıyor ama diğer türlü biraz daha geride kalıyor takım. Sadece günün gelmesini bekleyeceğiz.
Know exactly where CNATE is. Kang sport up, chewed up. They spied a trap, fall in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though with that connection after struck. It's going to be dodged. He needs some help from the rest of his team, and the overdrive is just swatted away.
Dediğim gibi büyük konuşmayı sevmiyorum. Sahnede görüşelim. Destekleriniz için çok teşekkürler. Champions'a şu an istediğimiz gibi başlayamadık ama yani çok çalıştığımızdan ötürü ben ilerleyebileceğimizi düşünüyorum ve sizin desteklerinizi de arkamızda hissediyoruz. Desteklemeye devam edin lütfen.
Of course, for this FUT team, right, not only are they playing for themselves, they also play for, you know, the Turkish region of VALORANT as well. Let's not forget about that. But one player, Cracks, I mean, he was certainly a bright spot for this team. He had some moments, you know, on the initiator role where he was bringing some value to the FUT boys that were keeping them in this matchup against EDG, Baby Bay.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, he had pop-off moments left and right. First bloods aplenty for the side of FUT. And the problem was, they couldn't convert. They had 26 first bloods in 2 maps, and they couldn't win.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's insane. I think that the fundamentals in some of those late rounds were really causing them problems, and the EDG individuals were taking those risky plays that I think they became known for, but largely they were finding that success. I think when I think of FUT, I feel like they're a pretty inflexible team. They have their set ideas, they have their set comps. A lot of the time it's unique. They're like the only team in the event only playing Jett and Raze in that duelist slot, and I feel like when they get hit by these teams who have a more chaotic style like EDG and like who they're going to play in PRX today, they can struggle sometimes. So they're really going to have to be on their A game if they want a chance against this PRX roster today.
We've seen this FUT team dig deep in the past. We've seen them pull off some incredible stuff.
We've seen the history before, but the last time these two teams played, it was PRX who took the win and went on their run at Champions.
Well, let's go ahead and meet the players as we bring out PRX and FUT to the stage.
FUT Sports. PRX.
A lot of pressure for both of these teams here. PRX, they were our finalists of Champions 2023. And for FUT, that same event saw them go through an incredible run of their own. To lose here today, to be sent home here and now, would be an absolute heartbreaker for both teams.
That was the breakout event for FUT when they proved that they could do it on a global stage. They got put down by PRX, eliminated in the game after that. Both these teams are searching for another run, another opportunity to prove that they're not just a team that can attend globals, but who can play well, who can go deep in the playoffs.
Well, what do we think about this series layout here? We got Sunset, Bind, and if necessary, Lotus.
I am so shocked that FUT decided to pick Sunset into PRX.
That's crazy.
And PRX are 15-3 on the map this year.
Oh, wow.
15-3. They've only lost 3 times on this map this year. It's crazy. They must have some good anti-stratting going on, because if not...
Or Death Wish.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly my point.
But there has to be a reason for it. There has to be a reason for it. They have to feel, some kind of confidence on this map here, Mimi, if they felt the need to go for it right out of the gate.
Sure. I mean, you talk about the year-long streak. They're on a 7-map winning streak here as well. PRX play a bit of a unique composition. They're one of the few teams bringing out the Sage on this map with the Gecko Breach combination as well. And I think really some of the strengths of it, their attacking sides. They have a lot of oomph with that double initiator comp to get into space. And then their post plans are killer with the Sage wall, the stage slow. It disrupts the normal timings defenders want to play around when they're setting up for retakes.
And if there's one thing we know about FUT, it's, throw a wrench into the spanner can sometimes throw you off there a little bit.
That's the saying.
Yeah. Throw a wrench into the spanner? I don't know.
Spanner into the works.
Yeah, that old chestnut. All right, there it goes, the agents. Let's see. Well, not much on the way of changes here that we're going to see, but of course, Baby Bay. I mean, this is it, right?
Yeah. I mean, nothing new from the side of both teams. We expected this going into it. FUT, the last 2 times they played Sunset, it was some very, very close games. One was against Fnatic, and the other one was against Heretics. It was OT losses in both, I believe, or maybe a 13-11 in one of them. So it's not like they're, not good at Sunset. It's just, I mean, look at the stats.
Yeah, my question is around the defensive side. What is their solution? If you're a team who wants to play into the Flood retake against PRX, which is Breach Gecko comps normally like to do, that's really hard playing into the Sage. Are they going to go for a lot of kind of heavy sight anchoring more? So they have to have something cooked up here. If not, they're madmen for picking this map against PRX.
Well, let's see if the bold strategy pays off, Cotton. That's what I want to know. We're ready for map 1, and we're going to hand things over to your casters for this. It's, of course, Pansy and Steel.
Thank you, GB and the desk. And you're spot on here. I think they alluded to a lot of the points we were leaning on earlier and we were discussing ourselves. These are playoff quality teams meeting up here in the group stage, and only one can carry on. Again, a reminder, PRX made it to those Champions finals before, fell just short. But still, they made it that far. And on the other side, you got CNED. The man's got the trophy. He's been there as well. But now, as said, only one can live. Josh, coming into this map pool got the analyst desk a little bit twisted on this one. So tell me, what does FUT need to do here? If you're walking into this, you've got PRX with this exceptionally good record. Surely they can tighten something up here.
It's wild that we're seeing these teams on the elimination, not even a decider. It's on, I think, Yaduje is so impactful for FUT on the defense, and we need to be able to see CNED getting conversions with his op. He was not hitting any of the shots before. It's on him now. Fast opening.
Yeah, great start for him there. A little bit of a confidence boost, but they're brawling, and you can expect this throughout the game. No one is going to come away unscathed from this. Yes, one will be alive, but they will be battered, bruised, and broken by the end of this game. First blood drawn, something's gone down, but PRX going to continue that pathing towards the A site. Was reticent in approach, happy to continue along this. CNED sitting a little bit safer, just shouldering the angle. Paint Shell going to go in. That could be quite nasty if it does manage to catch. No, respecting it enough to fall away, but they're buying a lot of time here.
10 seconds for Forsaken to get stun up, but already closing the gap is Attacaptain in the back lines. They have everyone contained right now. This Sage Wall is everything in this hit. Otherwise, the stacks here for FUT, they should be converting this round. The stun line already pinged. On paper. Stun line already pinged. Sage Wall ready to be placed, probably towards spawn.
I'm looking at Mr. Fallen, who might get isolated by this. There comes a stun. He's the most vulnerable person now. Dealt with. Jing, perfect. Almost on the follow-up towards Cracks, and he's going to chase that down. He wants in. Wingman going to be pretty much evaded, and the plant's gone in. Even with all that information, PRX able to bring this back to a 4v4.
All four.
HP as well, though. Paranoia goes in. No one can pressure it until then. Yellowjay takes away Forsaken. Jing with a quick up and over. Still firing. Still doing what he can, but FUT are in the door now. Devi in a 1v2. He got the first, he needs 2 more. Krax is low, 10 HP. Desperate to try and catch him, but Wingman gonna be evaded again. 3 more bullets and another body found. A 1v1, he spotted him. And now the pressure's on Yellowjay. The Sheriff, a little sweaty in his hand, getting a little more nervous. Devi doing the dance around we go, buying time. Seconds on seconds, he's done so well. You may know what they're doing, but you still can't handle it. PRX with the first.
Brings a whole new meaning to Dirty Dancing right there around that box. Just playing it so safe, playing that time, and again, FUT's gonna lose another pistol round in a 2 versus 1 situation. This happened against EDG on Lotus as well, and it didn't set them the pace that they needed. It ruined their economy. They didn't get that op-out on CNET, which is one of the win conditions. And here, yeah, I mean, man, that's a 5-on-4 that FUT had. They had that early opening pick. Like, these are all the things that FUT needs to be able to do better this time around than the last time we saw them here.
It's a quick reminder of some of the earlier problems, right? You kind of dream of being able to have those positions and all of that, you know, I guess, on paper win cons, but it's PRX. There's always something about them. But danger here, Jing going to handle it well, and something to follow up, really securing that forward positioning on it. Oh, he's just running through him. It's just pistols, it's fine, but it's confidence. And when we talk about the impact of confidence, you look at these two teams quite specifically as well. Both respond well to it, both look to kind of harness that moving forward, feel out the game early, and of course a lot of teams would love to have that, you know, get confident early, get your players active. But you look at the likes of CNED, Jing, either side obviously, but a very similar coin that you're looking at.
FUT is, as you are completely right, they are hugely momentum-based. I wouldn't start getting nervous right now. Yeah, it's a flawless round, but it's still very early in. We're only talking about round 2 here, okay? We're going into this is the first test, this is the first gun round. There's no op gonna be on the board, no economy to really deal with that. FUT, I think, probably just want to make sure that they can pick up a few rounds to work with. Their attack side, controlling the pace of the game is gonna be something that they're gonna look forward to. So it's about surviving into that second half. If FUT is able to pick up this map, this is probably their only real chance at winning the entire series, I think. So they need to make sure that round by round, they're setting the tone and they're not letting PRX run away with just everything, just creating chaos and getting away with it.
They thrive in it. And PRX throughout the map now. They've shown presence towards A off the back of the Dizzy. Orb collected over towards B, so a couple of question marks placed, but the one-way still in position. You've got a shouldering of the angle from Ada Captain, and the showstopper is indeed here. Jing gonna try and levy the odds. Even with the weaker weapons, run, Mr. Fallen, run. How far can you make it? He wants you. Heat-seeking doesn't land. Yellowjay keeps them safe. So already the site does get given up, though, so a little bit of a trade-out. The danger man really is Divine out. Mind Freak, yes, has a Bulldog too. And the over one towards, well, CT, it's just a brutal battle. The Krax is winning. Clearing through, leaving just Divine now in a 1v4. Incredibly difficult and already tagged up. And the swing, perfect. FUT, you can already hear it.
I heard the Krax.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Yellowjay.
Is that Yellowjay?
Yeah, the Balrog just battle cry. You'll hear it every time. So Diffuse is there, they get away with it. 1 player lost. Investment of the ult from Jing. You'll be happy with this if you're FUT.
Really happy with this, considering how their retakes went in the previous series against EDG. This is a night and day difference. This is what they need. They not only won the round, but they won with 4 alive. I have no idea how this guy's getting away from that showstopper, but somehow he does it. And now this is test number 2. Can FUT keep...
There he is.
FUT need to get this map, but something's got that up. Okay, attack side, Gecko up. Contact in.
I'm interested to see how well that works here. Yellowjay is a pretty good, safe pair of hands. If you look at him kind of being a bit of a rock for this team, he can absolutely be that. So got to be on red alert. Already a little bit of a deeper look for FUT over down towards kind of A main. They're just going to leave, I think, Ada Captain there, refreshing that one way. They can loosen up one of the players to maybe hit a rotate early.
No Soba on the side of PRX means that this trip, you basically need to use paint shells to take care of it.
Very tricky.
Unless you walk all the way out, basically.
Yeah.
Ah!
And that's the operator shown in a quick evacuation to make sure they don't get caught on the counter swing. Dizzy goes up. Mosh to be sent, but Yedajay threads the needle. He finds a pixel out of place, and that's Jing. Gonna somewhat deny that early springboard forward. Mr. Fallen has to swing and fight, manages to keep himself standing, but now the pressure's starting to mount here. This is that bloody battle we're talking about. The rotations are coming in, but Divide keeps some pressure off them, keeping it at a 4v4. Plants in play. Market gonna be denied by the wall, at least for now. Dizzy sent on the other side to clear through close on site, but catching Forsaken, trying to backpedal. Stunning work from CNED. Paint Shell as well. Something and that operator are gonna have to be, I don't know, praying for a connection. It's not working. As Mind Freak now overwhelmed, outnumbered, and put down. Let's slow this down here, Josh, because that's 4 standing again. They're handling this well, and they could potentially get an operator if they fancy it. Looks like they don't.
Right as I write down about the difference between G2 and FUT is that G2's teamwork looked so good, and FUT, it wasn't there before, and that was one of the things. They couldn't convert a lot of these rounds, these situations where they had the man advantage. But here, again, I was thinking, okay, what's happening? Mr. Fallen's still in, but the rest of the teammates have backed Alpha into spawn. What's going on? They need to be on the same page. But, I mean, they just won with 4 alive.
Yeah, this is a really good look for FUT. PRX on the Guardians, Sheriffs. You heard it.
CNED down mid. They love this play.
They certainly do. It's something we've kind of had in our minds a couple of times throughout regular season over in EMEA. Doesn't find the value he wants.
They have the whole map basically under the control. The only thing that's really weak is that B main area, but it's going to be hard to break into that with just Sheriff, Stingers, and a Guardian.
But can they find CNED? Krax is trying to keep him secure, helping him on the cross towards.
Okay, that's a start.
What a shot! Oh, dearie me! This could be a tragedy in the making. Yeah, the weapons are a little bit deep, but they could be definitely recovered. So that's some huge upgrades, massive for Forsaken. And he's got his ult. You've got the res with Defy. You've got so much to play with here. The only weapon they couldn't recover, I think, is the one by the market door. So yeah, you'll be chuffed with that.
Still a Rolling Thunder and a res available.
Massive. And it's just a constant reminder of, you know, you've got to respect PRX for the mechanical capability at the bare minimum. Straight on in, Mr. Fallen going to find one on the cross. Right there. That's Forsaken gone down, but then the res. We noted it earlier, it's in play. Looking at the flank though, Yedajay, the timing, I think it's being considered. Yeah, already Devi's got eyes on it. Banging shot from Devi. Gets himself a nice little upgrade as well. Oh, they are loving this. You're going to need heroics from Mr. Fallen now. The captain, no shot at that, PRX. You are never safe against this side. A cold, quick reminder of it. Mr. Fallen going to have to face the music here. Can he take it on with him? Just 1, 4 alive on the other side. Yeah, the res got used, but now they got fish off. They got all the upgrades. They've got to be smiling about that.
When I'm sitting here talking about this game right now, everything's on FUT. FUT needs to do this. Yedajay needs to do this. CNED needs to do this. The reason why I'm saying that is because PRX are probably the favorites here. They have that teamwork. They know how to just move in together. They're so deadly. I don't know if FUT had any chance to even react to the first 3 of those deaths, just instantly taken out. It is definitely on FUT to be able to set a precedent in this game, and if they can't do it, PRX is going to run over them.
Early fish ult. Oh, they exchanged. But it's seen it find something. So very early damage from that. Looking for more. FUT going to take all the space, want the ult back.
Into B site they go, though. PRX. We get that spike planted. FUT don't care so much about this, though. They do that defensive smoke. They're able to play out that spam battle. But this Rolling Thunder coming in late from Forsaken through market, I believe, is what's going to happen towards the end of this round.
Yeah, can they clear sight? Yeah, so they're all going to come back around and clear.
He's going to go around the world. Oh, my.
Should just clear towards Pillar, so now they can focus the rolling. Oh, my God,
This
the flank
is
on the
gonna be
flank.
huge.
Hold on, the flank on the flank. Devi's going to find CNED. Wait, Devi's still trying to brawl this out. And now Forsaken getting closer step by step, but time is dwindling. It's ticking. Here comes the ult from Forsaken. They have no idea about this. And suddenly, dazed and confused, it's all topsy-turvy. And it's PRX again. Perfection with 3 standing. I'm so impressed with them so far, Josh.
That was a great read. They set that up so early into the round, and it's another round where FUT has that opening advantage. CNED getting that kill onto something, and then being able to keep that. It's not like they got instantly traded. Forsaken, though, just waiting in that tiles area, waiting for all the defenders to come out. They know, okay, defensive smoke comes into play. You send that wingman onto the spike for the defuse. Everyone's going to start putting the pressure onto main, not allowing any space to breathe. Forsaken's the backlines with the Rolling Thunder.
And now the Earnest is on foot to do the same thing back to PRX that they did to them earlier on. A hero rifle with cracks, a couple of sheriffs and a stinger.
If there's a round to do it, though, it's foot on sheriffs. This is, I've seen it time and time again.
You're right.
I'm not going to talk about it any more than this. I don't want to jinx anything. It's just...
It has happened.
It's happened. It'd be a deja vu.
Would be, but very good work from Captain. Oh my god, and a headshot too. Okay, and now Krax is here. The hero's made his way towards the site with that rifle. And maybe the curse can be activated with just the slightest of references. Nah, it's all on you. It's crazy you hate them like this. But yeah, Forsaken and Mind Freak. Yeah, it's not impossible. None of the weapons got really recovered here. That's going to force them into an uncomfortable position. Mind Freak rewarded towards Krax. A little TP, but 32 HP. Clearing through, though. That's going to be a good couple of kills. 3 already for him. Eyeing up his 4th, and it's all on Mind Freak now. Ultimate. 30 seconds TP. He'll send him scattering. And he commits. Camera's still there.
Missed, though.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Going to get the plant. Where does he reposition? They are both low HP. 20 on J, 11 on Mr. Fallen, but he's not sitting great himself, 32.
Grouping up from foot. I like this. I didn't like how they were splitting up.
But now they have to make their choice.
They just have to be... Mr. Fallen's 11 HP. J's 20. Who do you send in first?
It's a bit of a Sophie's choice, isn't it? Refreshing the one way. No, going to commit for a closer smoke here. Wait inside it. Hold his breath and see if he notes a player slipping on through. Time starting to dwindle. They got to get a move on here. Stun comes in. He's going to know where it's come from. Oh, J! Just hitting towards him in that smoke. They find it. The time, not close enough to be a problem. Diffuse is there, and they do it right back to him. Josh, I can't believe you brought this into effect.
I've seen it happen too many times. Yeah. I've seen it be able to be what foot needs to get their foot in the door. I've said this line before, everything's deja vu, and they are a momentum-based team. So getting around like this, it's this next round after it. If they're able to pick up this next round, then they start running away with round after round after round. And nothing sets you up a little bit nice like that, except for that stinger lineup, right? Yeah. Elbow, that set up the entire pace of everything.
Look, EMEA using stingers, I get nervous. If it's an NA player, sure, I'm like, easy. That's probably 3. But finding both was incredibly impressive. Had a captain doing very well there. Again, he was one of the main players on that site. I think he was a very late rotate or a later positioning from Krax to come back over. He was kind of soloing deeper towards elbow. So for him to find both, very impressive. Foot going to pump the brakes, so this is their timeout. And I think you were right in highlighting the value of that round then has to be kind of reciprocated going forward. It can't just end at that one-off. Can they string this together? Has there been enough seen? Already you can see guys, they're really going through it, having a chat with the boys. Very animated as a coach as well. We kind of have this on both sides as well for Alex too. So this will be quite a fun one.
Imagine calling a timeout after you win a round.
I mean, it's a very foot-esque thing, isn't it? Right? It just kind of like highlights what they need to do going forward, because I still think, apart from that round, it was 2 back-to-back for PRX.
Yes.
Right? These were very good, strung-together rounds, clean enough. They had a good grip on the game.
We've been here before, though. I can vividly remember just line by line talking about how Foot was in so much control, and then when they played it slow and forced the other team to play their game, they were chilling, but then, you know, they get that lead, and then they start going CNED down mid, CNED push B main, they start losing the rounds. Have they learned from all those mistakes in that second stage of the EMEA split? Have they fixed those things? Because that's where they need to pull it out and make no more mistakes.
Right, it looks like a stun and gun here already. Mr. Fox, they're going quite deep on this. Wait, and look at CNED
down mid.
His positioning is everything. Teed up. Oh, denied something. It's gone. They've got to get away. This has all gone wrong. Foot are going to be scrambling on this one. You did not expect that shot to deny CNED. Left them just condemned in middle, and now they get an early man advantage, still above a minute, with so much util invested. Cosmetic stuns everywhere.
I mean, what did I just say, though?
I know.
And the saving grace here, though, is this is one of the rounds that Foot could actually win just because J is the player to defend a site right now. He's got his trips up. Not if this happens, though. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's an inch into the round. Op still up for Devi, but a 3 versus 3.
It's Devi on the operator as well. Keeping control of the back lines, allowing the two players still towards site to focus on CT and maybe that swing back in from short. Krax and Yedajay getting a step closer. Still got Wingman and Mosh.
Showstopper, maybe?
Oh, there we go. First and second spotted. Timing, actually, hold on, not clean for Jing. And the slow eventual creep from Devi, but they are there in time. Working in unison, PRX right back to it. And you're right, you've kind of given me the nostalgia of what we were disliking about FUT at times when they overdid things. We got a little too aggressive when they played into it, and PRX looked very ready for that. Or, well, I say ready or not, it doesn't seem to matter because something hit that shot, and that was it.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, when that happens, it's kind of sad. It's, well, what can you do about it? It was a good play. That's what you are kind of thinking in your mind. But was it actually a good play? They called that timeout after they won on an eco round with those sheriffs. But now look at their economy. Was it really worth it? Sure, if you win that round, you can get another round under the belt. But if you lose it, this is the situation you put yourself in. Maybe that's what they need, though. 3 sheriffs and a stinger. I've seen this before. And it's Krax as well is going to be the first point of contact. I saw him with this sheriff.
Oh, that paranoia. Hold on, wait a second. The catch is only one. Krax still alive. Jing sent the rocket, but it didn't work out. It's Forsaken out. The captain once again with a stinger. Running and gunning and finding a body. Jing goes down and an upgrade gets found for CNED. Suddenly a 4v4, and they're surrounded on the site. Devi's got a lot of work on his shoulders, a lot of pressure there to make sure they don't get... That wasn't clean, but it's fine in the end. Mindfreak gonna find some security towards CT, focusing everyone back towards those other areas that could pose problems.
That elbow wall.
I feel like they might have done enough here. We'll see what Yedajay, CNED, and Nada Captain can do, but the position's already looking very secured. Forsaken just has to keep the flank safe, which he's going to be doing behind that wall, leaving the rest of PRX to focus on securing the site. The smoke goes up. Almost a pixel spotted above Mindfreak, good for 1 and a second. He's doing well this round. Yedajay, oh! What is that? And now a 1v1. No problem. Time is against him, though he knows it. He's heard the run. All of that for nothing turns into just tears in the rain for Yedajay. Another round for PRX here. And FUT, I mean, they got close that time, Josh, but close is not good enough now.
Close isn't good enough. They're trailing by 3 rounds right now on their defense side. Yes, they get to finally get an opt-out. Round 10, they have a couple of ultimates to work with, but FUT, they can't make these mistakes. They need to convert these man advantages they get, and PRX is doing such a good job. They don't even have a Sentinel really, like, yeah, sure, they've got the Sage, but it's that wall that's being used to prevent flanks right now, and FUT's trying to go for these flanks. Yeah. It's just not working with that wall up.
PRX starting off with a look towards middle.
Extremity control for FUT, but PRX stole all of middle in the process.
Yeah. Finally get to see CNED with that operator, though, something that we were kind of holding to high standard. He didn't have a good game before, and another miss. But he's trying to maybe play in Yedajay, but they seem a little paranoid about it, a little bit worried about this. Does he get cleared? You better hope he does. That Dizzy doesn't find him, and he gets let loose! He thought last round was good. This one's just as impactful. 3 back-to-back.
Good flick.
Okay, did you miss the easy one, but you hit that, do you?
30 degree.
Apparently so. Something now in a 1v4. And you're seeing a real heat up here from Yedajay. You're seeing CNED starting to snap to attention. Something, this is very, very difficult for him. None of the util to bank on, so it is just the gun in hand, really. Making it costly may not really be his paramount focus. 6-3.
30 seconds left.
Looking like 4, quite likely for FUT. As they go towards market. Nice from something. And yeah, you put him on red alert suddenly. Not so confident. They backpedal away. 19 seconds, though. He hasn't got a lot of time to try and add doubts in their mind.
Do they use Thrash for this, though?
That's the question of respect. How much does it make him nervous? He's cleared
10
CT,
seconds left.
but he doesn't really have time for this. A bare minimum, Ada Captain can just wait. Yeah, ran too low on time. Give him maybe 20, 30 more seconds. Something could have happened. It wasn't to be, but Yedajay, what a start there for him.
This is the 2 things we highlighted for FUT before the game started. Yedajay, defense. CNED, will hit op shots. He missed the first one, made us start guessing, but then hits the second, which is a big flick. This play, the bait setup, the teamwork coming in for FUT. That was a question I had in the back of my mind. Is FUT going to display anything even remotely close to the teamwork that G2 displayed when they played against PRX? And if FUT's able to replicate this type of bait and switch setups, then they have a really good chance here. PRX down to Bulldog, Sheriff, just everything, whatever they can afford. And a fast opening towards B.
Yeah, Jing's right on in there. Stinger ready, locked and loaded. Plant's going to be coming through as well. That's secure. He wants in. He wants Yedajay, but Yedajay's been the man so far, but flashed up, he couldn't connect it. He couldn't gap close, and they're keeping each other secure. Some nice crossfires, some nice setups here. The fish denied. Ouch, that's upsetting. Oh, okay, more of that. Give me a couple more of those, and we're getting back on. But already, CNED just gonna
okay.
Okay. All right, a rocket or a pistol. It seems the pistol's better. Free gun, etc., etc. Mind Freak 1v4. Okay, not bad. Need 3 more of those, though, and time's starting to tick here, and the smoke was gonna fade. Nice try. 3 still stand. They made it a little bit dangerous. Got a little bit dicey, but it was fine in the end.
We are now getting to the stage in the game. FUT did not get the pistol round. It's 5-6 already. If FUT tie this up 6-6, now I might have to switch the whole focus of everything, start leaning on what does PRX need to do differently to break FUT. I do think when FUT gets onto their attack side in that second half and they get to set the tone, what does PRX have? Really, they don't have that Sentinel ability. They have that Sage Wall, but the pacing that FUT like to employ on that attack side is going to be really slow. So this last round is so important. Rez on the board, Thrash on the board for the attack, 1 off Rolling Thunder as well. This needs to be a one round for PRX here. They need the 7th round.
Similar beginnings. A little bit of a switch up. CNED committed over towards that A side. Going to take a lot of space from this Jing. Seems to be considering it, or at least doing his diligent look back. But this is a lot of space. That's a lot of space. Look at the freedom it's given the other players.
No trips. That enables CNED to take all this space right now. Took the extremities, denied that Rolling Thunder for Forsaken. So now they have to decide, are we going to go for the A orb? Are we going to go for the B orb? We're going to go for no orbs. Here comes the Thrash through market. It's a stun on Mr. Fallen.
Going to be held in some trouble here. Fortunately for him, Fish goes the wrong way and Jing goes in towards the side. So they have the players in the right place. The wall's going to slow down the rotation, but a capture the cross. Mind Freak gives it right back to them with 2 big picks for himself. Plants there, Rez comes in. Paranoia comes through. Rolling Thunder as well. It's going to get chaotic here. Jing, though, leans forward, tries to lean ahead and gets denied by CNED. A 2v4, though. We're going to get a masterclass from this man. Maybe we will. But it's all on him now. In a 1v3, he's carved out the first 2. Oh, nice try. But still, PRX on the half are going to hold the advantage here. 7-5. The question I'll be asking you when we come back from the break is, will it be enough? A good performance from both sides. FUT coming out swinging. PRX still in the lead. But this series is far from over. 5-7.5. A close affair between these two. The desk were worried seeing this map coming out for FUT. I mean, historically, PRX have a very good record here. The veto looked strong for them. But a solid performance from FUT. But Josh, is this enough? 5 rounds, we were talking about, you know, what those markers are, what those kind of KPIs were going to be, those win conditions. Is this a good enough performance in your mind from them thus far?
If FUT is able to go 1-1 for Pistols here, tie this game up 7-7, we are going the distance on this map. There's no doubt about it. They love these just pace changes, these contact rounds, but the Sage Wall is the only real wall that they have to get past, and they can wait it out. They love to wait it out. And already, finding out the lane of least resistance by accident, contacting all the way through A here, it's going to be pretty much an open site. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake potentially, and it all comes down to how does PRX use those abilities. The slows, the wall, the stun, they have really good lockdown abilities. FUT needs to get into great post-plant positions, get those crossfires going, and don't allow PRX to even set up those utilities. Here comes the attack. Once they get that smoke off of, I mean, they have the smokes, they have the Gecko Flash, they have the stun. They're ready to just lock and load here. Maybe waiting for Yedajay to get a little bit closer, but here it comes.
Yeah, that Dizzy is doing work from afar. Notes even something that
high
far
jump.
away. Yeah.
Olympics.
That's wild. But still, we do have, ooh, shot from something. Okay. He was the closest player to this, but he was already sitting very, very deep. And it is going to be on that retake now. We're looking at the damage. Zenith was on to cop that headshot down to 22. And here comes all the util scramble! Something has to play it forward, the rest play it back. He's now a little bit isolated from the others, but they're back fighting together. And here comes all the chaos. Zenith on one, Mindfreak on the trade. A little bit of pressure from Yedajay, but still it's on the side that they're struggling. FUT holding it down, and they just crumble. FUT did so well then, made it just a blender to come back through.
FUT understood the assignment. They knew this is what's going to happen. Slow's going to come in with the one-way smoke, lock out Yedajay from that A link, and then they're going to be able to just come in and just converge on the site. The counter utility was perfect. Traded out, and just nobody could advance from PRX. They were stunned. They were paranoid. They could not progress. And then they went into that blender. The Sage Wall goes down. There's just crossfires from elbow, from sight, from A link. Nothing they could do. Great start for FUT.
Especially after having so many issues on their pistols previous. Whoa. Such audacious tries. I mean, and you may as well. You've got Sheriffs and Frenzies. Certainly not the worst idea in the world to try and make something happen, but they don't get the reward they wanted. So PRX will be left trailing over towards the A site. Maybe they can catch a player, but you're looking at really... I mean, they can lose two. Mr. Fallen out of captain.
As well.
There. You want to keep cracks up, CNET up, and obviously Yedajay with that outlaw. So he is a little bit vulnerable here, Yedajay.
Planted.
He's
still good for 2.
Steps. Yeah, absolutely did. And he's a bit of a nasty player with this weapon. We've seen it during regular play in EMEA. And he's read it. He heard the steps earlier. Yeah. Oh. Thought he was on for another there. Not to beat. Jin going to get himself an outlaw.
No sweat.
And the rest of it going to be very hard to break through. You've got a lot of distance to cover with those, well, classics and now an outlaw. So, yeah, not much more probably to be seen here. Again, they can afford to lose one more player. You don't want much more than that. And again, the loss of the outlaw, it's not the end of the world, but still, they keep the Vandal and the Bulldog, which was the main part of the puzzle.
7-7 will be the scoreline. This is kind of where we were looking to see if FUT's able to get into this position. When do we start talking about what PRX needs to do in order to take FUT down? Everything has been so far on what does FUT need to do to get into the game, to get that lead, to be able to say to PRX, hey, we're not going to let you have your way. And right now, the first 2 opening rounds for FUT have been kind of quick towards A, and it's not been met with like super hard resistance from PRX. It's now, I'm kind of wondering, does FUT kind of slow it down a little bit, feel out the rounds a little bit, find out what that setup is, where that Sage Wall's going, or are they going to keep going quick?
It's their canvas. How do they paint it? A couple of options to begin with and a good start. The bonus looking relatively healthy. There he is again, making a name for himself, finding Divide. And that's a big gap now in the defending side. You've got 3 players very isolated towards A. It puts it all on the shoulders of Mindfreak, and the Dizzy's going to find him. He's surely screwed here, and he is. Cleaned out, CNET's caught him, and the site's open. They're going to double check with the ult, but they've got what they want here. They couldn't ask for a better beginning.
Just save if you're PRX right now.
Surely.
Save the weapons into the next round, because Right now, CNED, he's looking for blood, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, drawing more than just one. He's going to find 2 kills in this round, and he's secured the entirety of CT. If they were considering saving before, now it's a must. You got something, and Jinx wanted to keep the weapons that they have. And I think this is the turning point, Josh. You were discussing when do we start looking at it from what does PRX need to do. This is now that moment. Losing out on a bonus kind of in this situation isn't what you want to be seeing. It was a healthy purchase for FUT, to be fair. It was a very strong bonus. But still, that first gun round can really kind of set you up for the rest of the series, or at least in the map. So from PRX perspective here, as they try to keep these weapons in hand, they might get a bit of a challenge. So we'll keep that kind of ticking over. But in your mind, that's a loss there. Yeah, something. Better try and keep hold of that Vandal as tightly as he can. What does PRX now need to do? This has become a bit of a critical situation. Do we see a timeout potentially? I can imagine that's probably on the board here. But in your mind, what would you like to see the adjustments be?
If not this round coming up, then the next round, PRX is probably going to take that timeout, talk about what they need to do. FUT really only have 2 main openings they do. They do the 2-1-2 split like we just saw in this round, where CNED as Raze and Krax as Gecko kind of work towards that B main area, push it back, maybe deal with whatever trips are there, steal the orb if it's free, and then they have Ada Captain sitting with Mr. Fallen towards that A side and kind of locking down that orb, listen for the info, being able to pivot and react whenever they need to. It's on PRX right now. In my opinion, they need to just stay calm. Can't let that happen. Can't let the emotions get to them.
Don't worry about Alex.
Let FUT get to a point where they kind of start making mistakes.
Which they do. They do. They get very hungry to try and get information, take map space. There is a lot of that we've seen, especially in EMEA, and they've been punished for it.
They've been punished time and time again. PRX, if they're able to start punishing FUT when FUT starts making these overextensions, that's when the momentum's going to break, and that's when PRX is going to start getting the rounds back into their pockets. Right now, it's going to be difficult to get to that point. The stylistic matchup in terms of how the teams like to approach the game, and then also when we look at the agents on the teams, I don't know how many reps they have against a style that FUT's doing with this agent composition, and they're running a composition that doesn't have Cypher. You don't have those cameras, you don't have those tripwires. It's going to be very difficult to actually defend a lot of situations, and it comes down to how you're going to play your retakes. And PRX is a team that likes to be very proactive, but when you're against this 2-1-2, very flexible start with the ability to pivot, and then you have Yedajay that's closing these rounds out, it's so hard. You have to thread the needle.
And the problem is they're going to come back in with a shaky purchase. Now, it's one of those where you feel that if Jing's in the right place, there's a real chance that he's going to commit on the angle, but the paranoia are going to dissuade him from continuing down that avenue. So a little bit of an exchange of util, and they're doubling down. They really want to try and play Jing in. He's fallen here. An attempt made, but it doesn't work out. And the rest do have Sheriffs, but he was the one with the Vandal. He was the one to try and shoulder all that responsibility. And FUT happy to just take this. I'll just stand there and go, okay, but at least they're going to pick up that Vandal, take it back through. But already man advantage, above a minute. This isn't how PRX would have liked to have started this round.
The A-Link players were walking, but the other players in that CT spawn were running. I wonder if Yedajay heard all that information, places that pressure towards market, towards mid with that smoke, and now they come back out towards A, 5 versus 4. They spotted heavy defense on PRX. PRX thought, hey, they're going to go back to B. Guess what? FUT, they played it right. They like to let the round simmer in those mid rounds. They get onto a free site, 5 versus 4. They've got the weapons. And depending on who gets these last kills, it's definitely going to be CNED looking for them to get closer to that showstopper for the next round, just to spiral, snowball with that momentum.
Spot on, 2 away for CNED. So already, they'll be chomping at the bit for that, and PRX are at the door, knocking. But with those Sheriffs, you're looking at something to be the instigator, the main man.
It's paranoia as well, needs to be huge for Mindfreak.
But the utility's still in play. You still got a Dizzy there for Krax as well. There it is, sent through. Does it catch something? No, but CNED considering it. Try to go for it, denied.
Opening.
Good follow-up, hold on. Out of time, it's getting too late in the day. Those shots were fantastic. A valiant attempt, but you've got to feel the time just not on their side, and eventually that final line swings in, and FUT, they'll go down with the ship, but that's fine. 9 rounds for them, and this is the round you got to hope PRX was trying to prepare for.
Made it expensive for FUT, but FUT has lots of money. They also denied CNED the ability to get that showstopper. He needs to get an ultimate orb or a kill now if he wants to be able to use it on this round. But both teams so very close to multiple ultimates coming online. This could be a very easy comeback for PRX to swing it back in their favor. It's not going to be, I mean, I just say that it's going to be easy. They need to break FUT's money, and they have probably 2 more buys in a row. If PRX ties it up 9-9, it's still another gun round.
And it's getting to those linchpin rounds, though, isn't it? It's really starting to see the full weight of it. Early exchange again over towards A main. Something hopefully not becoming readable here. No, noted at least by the camp. He's going to take down, send Wingman in to clear the angle, allow Forsaken to try and play with this a touch, but got to be careful. Knife's edge. Doubling up towards elbow. Okay, a little bit of a setup here.
Firing squad.
Yeah, both of them trying to play off each other, but deciding against it and opting to slip back a little bit deeper. They're having to rescind, give up some of this.
Jing's down mid. This timing on Yedajay is everything in this round.
Huge. Oh, the step heard and a man found. And now they speed up towards the side. CNED gonna just burst on in.
He's going.
Yeah, he's gonna go as far as he can. He might catch it. Whoa, I got scared there. Easy, Tiger. All good in the end. Gonna post it, secured them the site, but man up for PRX.
Good flash timing, maybe.
This could be nice. The timing on this is now going to get awkward. No, he can't get away from it. Mind Freak going to catch out a captain in the heels. CNED now puts his life on the line, going to try and swing through, catches Jin. Oh, the flash could have been perfect, but no. PRX still fighting forward. It's 2 left alive on the other side for FUT. Cracks this one. Oh, and then Crossfire kicks into play. Cracks looks back to the left. They know where these 2 players are now. Wingman sent, they try and look towards the right side, finding Divide, but they can't take him down. Time starting to tick. If it's to fall in down so low, wall goes up. He's desperate trying to break it. He doesn't have the bullets left in the mag. Breaks the wall, but he can't take the player off. Oh, down to the wire, but they live. PRX still in this series, claiming their first in the second half.
2 more times PRX needs to do this to be able to break FUT. They'll tie it up with 1, but here Yedajay getting caught in that back. That search from Jing down middle, wrapping that tiles area. This first kill opened this round up for PRX, and I don't think FUT is going to allow this to happen again. They're either going to go back to their 2-1-2 openings and just really make sure that they don't leave any gaps unattended, or Yedajay is going to change up how he approaches those lurks. He's going to change up how he gets either inserted, but here, I mean, Jing's just going straight in. Why not?
I mean, oh!
They heard the wall. They know something's up.
There, look at them looking around, paranoid, worried, nervous. Yeah, he's backed away.
Showstopper off the back of it at the very least. Silver linings.
Sick. That's the most PRX thing. I love to see it. Brings you back to almost like those Pearl days, those situations. And I love the fact they tried to throw that in. In round 18, they've gone, screw it, let's run that. Let's see what we can do. Throw a spanner in the wrench from GB?
Something like that. They were trying to figure out that old chestnut, or I think that's what he said.
Yeah.
But right back into B main, FUT goes. They realize, hey, that's no Sage wall. That's no retake wall. Yedajay spots him as well. He's going to live. He's got that op as well. Normally, we see that on CNED.
I saw timing on the slow, though. Wow, the trade. Yeah, Forsaken goes down, but it's 1-for-1. You still have the fish ult with something. You still got Jing with his ult as well. It's all about timing now. Once he decides to go, that's a player spotted. Bye-bye, CNED. Just left eviscerated. Spike loose on the site, and they try and backfill the space. Look at Devi's positioning, taking all of that real estate away. This is lovely. They stalled them out here, 20 seconds. Back to the wall, VALORANT for FUT, and they don't have other options. They're trying to drift out of Captain away, but it feels like this round's a loss. Keep the rifles, keep the weapons. You're getting nothing more. What a fantastic start from PRX in that round. I love that. Getting creative in these moments.
That was a good time to use it as well. The op recovered out of captain once they lost those 2 players, 3 versus 5, whatever the situation was. Okay, I'm going to go 3 versus 4. Yeah, 20 seconds left. I'm going to go get that op, guys. Try to stay alive. They lost another player in the process, but 9-9. We're seeing an op up on the attack side here. The Rolling Thunder is activated. We're going to see a res, and Forsaken's 2 off his Rolling Thunder. So FUT, call that timeout. They need to talk about what's going on. They had that free birth of a few rounds, but now Yedajay is the first to take first contact on a couple of these rounds. Proactivity from PRX, moving around the map, trying to find out where they can find any sort of openings right now. FUT need to be better at dealing with that. Almost caught by the Sage Wall, that boost up in B main, but finally caught at middle. right now, it's on any...
It's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game.
Yeah, this is the turning point.
Yep.
The timeout obviously going to be from FUT side, but it does mean that both sides can check in. So it's not like it's just going to be a one-man show, but yeah, this is what we wanted from this series. I think a lot of us saw a really close game between these two. This map was a little scary because of the records. You look historically how good PRX have been in FUT recently, as of late. It hasn't been their best. It's still been a good map, but they've been playing specialists. You look at Heretics, you're looking at some of the teams out in EMEA who've been very solid at this. They suffered losses to them, fair enough, but still, pound for pound, it was a scary, scary map to start on. We're starting to see the fight back from PRX, though. The gap is now closed. What does FUT have to show us? Do they have something up their sleeve? A little one-off round, maybe a little set piece to run us? Because they've got to buy here, but that money's starting to run low now, Josh.
I do wonder if off the back of that timeout from FUT, does PRX do something a little bit different? Do they go aggressive again? They've been finding those openings, or do they try to do something different, a little bit slower, let FUT make the first play?
Yeah, there's been a hail of bullets over towards this side. Both normally willing to really scrap for this space, but look how far they're searching.
That's Forsaken getting his orb. He's one off. That's 1 kill away from his Rolling Thunder. Would be huge.
Right there.
But Devi and Mindfreak have to be so on the money. They cannot drop the ball here.
The whole plan from PRX right now, let FUT take that site. Let them get that spike planted. The flank's going to come into play.
Lovely slow. The timing on this is great. It's just buying time.
Yep.
Look at the flank, the pack of players, the 3 of them searching, but you still need to see the 2 in CT stay safe. Yedaje is going to take down Jing. They now know about the flank. They know what's coming their way, and this is a battle on 2 fronts. Firstly, starting in market, Mr. Fallen in the way. Trade off of utility, and in we go. Something takes the first couple of steps forward. They're denied in CT for now. A little bit of an exchange of space there as well. The ult going to secure CT for FUT. They're going to make sure they've got time, or at least maybe a little bit of safety to play into, because market is no longer theirs. PRX needs to start taking that space back here.
They don't know where to do it from, though.
And the first real blood drawn is traded out instantly. Here comes the pressure, and a captain trying to survive takes away Devi. A 2v3, and they're falling like flies. FUT finds stability in an incredibly chaotic moment there. Pressure through market, pressure on CT. A little bit of everything thrown into the mix there, but it didn't work out for PRX with that hunting squad going through.
This is the last chance for PRX to be able to get this round, stop the bleeding, and stop the advancement from FUT here. Right now, it's looking like FUT's going to pick up this first map, and we're going to be looking at Bind, where PRX needs to close that out if they want to see a third map, because right now, FUT is in full control. They have that op still out, and PRX, they're kind of running out of ideas at the moment. FUT doing such a good job with the teamwork, with the pacing, and they're closing out the rounds. These are things that they weren't able to do against EDG.
Forsaken. You're living such a... Just keep going! Keep going! I don't even care. I know it's an overheat, but keep going. And they're pressuring everything. It's a PRX round, right? We're down. We're, you know, feeling the pressure. Back to all. Run at them. Hit 2 shots with the Sheriff. Why not? It works.
That body's not resable, though. It's going to be a 4-on-3 in the favor of PRX. Guns up for everyone. Everyone's on a Vandal.
Yes.
But stun for Mr. Fallen as well.
Okay, so the back lines are still secured. They still have the Cypher up in the form of Yedaje, who's been monstrous, keep in mind.
Slow smoke for elbow, all that fun stuff.
They can buy time here. And they're going to look to focus towards elbow. CT is where it looks like PRX are trying to mount the retake from. Already Yedaje turns, right place, right time with the shot. Eventually comes through from cracks. No trade on this. No next layer of pressure. Sits towards the box, the time starts to dwindle. Jing goes down. These are individual attempts. Where's the swing off the back? Divine now comes around. Too late in the day. As Mindfreak in a 1v3, running out of time, running out of chances. A nice attempt, but it was too little too late. FUT again. Up to 11 here. A valiant attempt from PRX, but not enough.
Not enough indeed. That is the last timeout going to be burned from PRX. They need to be able to pull something out right now. They need to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
A little bit of that PRX magic.
Yeah. They do have that res, so aggression is still on the table. But right now I'm looking at how FUT is closing out these rounds. They were down a player. They got that hat info. They got into A. I love how they're dealing with these retakes from PRX. They're moving together. First, okay, we're going to push back A-Link. We use the wingman to clear out the close. We use the mosh, create a little bit of buffer space for us. Now, as soon as we do that, we pivot back and we start fighting spawn. And we fight from elbow, we fight from sight, and we get that crossfire. And once they did those moves together in tandem, that's when I knew this is the FUT that we know of. This is the FUT that got here. Yeah,
yes.
This is the FUT that they can be. This is the FUT that got them here in the first place. And this is the FUT that is scary to play against. PRX, I mean, it's a best of 3 for a reason. Sunset is one of the better maps. The desk was pointing it out. 15-3 on this map, 7-map, win streak.
Yes.
Is this the break to it? But this is also no joke from FUT. They're picking this map for a reason. It's one of their stronger maps.
They're really hitting their peak at the right time,
Yes.
it looks like. They've kind of come into this. The second half has been formidable from FUT. Honestly, this has been a very high-class level of game. And I'm going to be honest, you don't get easy games against PRX either. Even in just the smallest factor of mechanically how good they are, you don't get an easy matchup. They're a very hard team to face. But right now, as you highlighted, as we said, FUT have come in firing on all cylinders. Now, PRX still have a small purchase here. It's far from what they'd want. You've got a Guardian Stinger and actually another Guardian as well and a Sheriff to round it out with something. Rez is still in play. You saw how close it got in that last round with those 2 Sheriff shots that gave them that opportunity, but patience being displayed by FUT now.
The 2-1-2 opening. CNED cracks, taking control of B main, sniffing out what the setup is. Yeterjay with that deep line, his outlaw in middle. We've seen this time and time again, just controlling those angles, those peaks. I think FUT has a pretty good idea of what the setup is here. That it's going to be a heavy stack towards A with 3 players in a crossfire. That's usually what this sort of setup means if you're passive on B. No real trap potential. No trigger, no camera to set it up on B. And here it is at A. This is the fight.
And so far a trade, not a complete miss from either side.
But that's the smokes down for the attackers. That means that they need to be able to do a split here to end the round. If they go straight up through a main, it's going to be deadly for them. Rez, not going to be in play.
No, but it's going to be the fish ult that could be a big difference maker as well. It can at least clear out the site, allow them some safety for the cross, but they've got to follow it up and feel brave to do so. CNED, the one to feel bold enough. Oh, the timing on taking out the pain shell. He's going to do okay. He's going to try and secure CT. The one-man army so far, allowing that plant to come in and keeping down the numbers for PRX.
That one's Resable. FUT need to stay ahead of this. They can't fall back into B main here. The wall is still in play. The res is still in play. Is this the undoing of them?
It could be. Do they get punished on it? Devi waiting for this time.
Stun as well for Forsaken.
Yeah, there's the wall, there's Wingman. What do they have? Oh, it's so good. This is great, PRX. This is the lifeline. This is the thing that could save them here. PRX still alive, still kicking. And a mistake from FUT when it mattered most.
These are things that we've highlighted. FUT making mistakes we talked about. We said how good they've been doing in these post plans, about converting these rounds, about how this is the FUT that we came to expect, the one that got here in the first place. And then what do? Right after we say that, they fall back into B main. They know all these things are on the board in play. They have the wingman for the defuse. They have that wall to defuse behind. They have the stuns up.
Hell, they had the res.
They had the res. They had all these things. I thought for sure FUT's going to stay up ahead like they did it on A.
Jing
down
is
middle,
flying
Jing.
down the map. Dizzy Sen, they've got no idea. And Jing just causing headaches. This man is just mad. And he's got backup too. It's not an individual effort. There were others with him. You had Forsaken coming down as well. Devi with that operator. The cross going to be hard again. Out of captain. Now removed. Means they don't have those smokes here. They don't have that ult with cracks to try and get them on the site. Is this the point where FUT falter? Looking to re-explore towards middle, maybe try and find a pick. Looking at the space, Yeterjay is trying to carve away on the A site, already exploring up towards elbow. But the quiet, the peace and quiet is going to be so loud in the minds of PRX. Where have they gone? What are they doing?
One of these orbs is either going to go onto the breach or onto the raise if the A orb's still there, but it doesn't seem like it is. It's all on. Yeterjay needs to live. He needs to close this round out for the team. Let the other guys go first here. CNED in.
Mind Freak, does he live? Takes the TP out, spotted in the end, but it looks like you're going to see that plant coming in a second. Cautious steps being made in a pre-take by PRX. They're already starting to come on in. Forsaken goes head first, but it's Mr. Fallen to find it. PRX putting up numbers. Mr. Fallen and Cracks, though, still alive in a 2v3. 25 seconds of the plant just to be considered now. Devi with the operator and the res. 2 rifles with the others.
What, the timing? Huh?
All
look behind you.
CT. Mind Freak slips ahead. They annoy. Oh, it's so clean. PRX never down, never out. Back up in an even affair here.
11-11.
Do it.
They've already made their wish.
They have.
They've already made it.
You're right. Oh.
This is the FUT. PRX, they're going to steal this away from them right under their nose, and it comes back to that round on an eco or like some low economy buy. FUT kicking themselves again. We've seen it before. No more timeouts. No more chances for mistakes. Right here, next team to win a round secures overtime.
But I've seen PRX before. I've seen FUT before. Both of these teams have known the highs and lows, how bittersweet it can taste. And already they are so close in this. This is not
firing squad at middle.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh!
See that, the showstopper too.
That's so cruel. CNED left in pieces. They didn't see it coming. And a quick approach through market, the wall goes in. You don't get anywhere fast here. Just icing them out of the round, and PRX starting to come alive here, but I'm scared though. It's still not over. FUT can still be dangerous, but Divide doesn't care. He's feeling confident. He's got Forsaken, he's got Mind Freak, he's got them all!
That's it.
He made it to 12! PRX finally getting back in the lead here, and FUT held on 11.
They waited patiently for FUT to make that mistake, to slip up, and once that happened, PRX swung it around. They are in the lead. They've secured that overtime. They're going to steal away FUT's map pick here. Showstopper still available for the attackers. Res still in play, but not even needed. Also, Forsaken's one off his ultimate. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to secure that for him early and use that on a flank if FUT is able to get into a site and get a plant down. But that op up for Divide. It's very oppressive right now. But they're like, we're going slow here.
Yeah.
Omen ultimate.
And Yedajay had been deadly up middle, so a lovely little bit of revenge there for PRX.
It's 2 rounds in a row. PRX was waiting for this mid. First round it's CNED, this round it's Yedajay. The 2 big hitters for this team. 5 versus 4 again. CNED equalizes.
Back. Here we go, and he's going to take space. If CNED has to step up, take on the mantle of being the big man himself, he will. He's already on 21. He's having a good game. Trying to secure CT to give safety to the plant. The res going to come in. The paint shell goes over. That could be a little scary. Keep an eye. Any of the damage done? No, they're fine. But it looks like a refight. FUT won the brawl. They won the fight himself. And now this is where it gets dangerous. Jane clearing house. He wants this done. He wants map 1. And he might just get it. It's all down to Mr. Fallen, and he can't do enough. PRX bring this game back from the jaws of death. 13-11. That is the PRX we were waiting to see, but it took damn long to get there, Josh.
It was so poetic, the ways that we laid it out, everything was making sense, and it happened in the last couple of rounds. PRX stealing it away.
Go nowhere, Bind is coming up next. This series is an absolute heater.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What an exciting start that was to the series. I'm now joined by the head coach of PRX, Alex. Now, Alex, that round 21 device Sage War defuse was beautiful, and it really felt like a turning point for you guys. So talk me through what was going through your mind when you saw that, and how proud are you of the fact that your boys managed to actually clinch that out in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very proud, obviously. It looked like they were running, FUT was going to run away with it because we were too individual. So the fact that they managed to combine at the moment, I'm very happy about it. Yeah, it was a turning point, I think. Yeah, you know, when you lose like that, around like that, it can really break you. I think that's what happened to FUT. So I hope that we keep this momentum up.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, and best of luck on map 2.
And what can only be described as one of the most exciting matches here at Champions Seoul. FUT and PRX brought it on Sunset. But let's start from the absolute beginning, because Mimi, I mean, we were seeing some great ideas across the board from PRX.
And this is how I thought the game was going to go. The Sage comp being so strong. You see here, a slow orb is going into that smoke. There are two players in spawn ready to defend something on site there, but neither of them can swing through and assist their teammate. And then in this late round, Devi, after segmenting off the retake with the wall, absolutely cooks them. And I think this was the story of the first few rounds. Slow orbs on the execute, stopping FUT from flood defending, and PRX winning out in the post plants with those walls to disrupt timings. But honestly, FUT, I think, found some great solutions towards the end of that first half.
Yeah. They were finding gaps. They were finding opportunities to really get in there and make an impact.
Yeah, they were playing together, and it was off of the back of the anchoring from Yedaje, who had a phenomenal map, honestly. And now we're seeing why FUT picked this map into PRX. The game plan on attack was phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is disheartening, because if you're a FUT fan, and for the FUT boys in general, because there were a point in time, Mimi, where I really did feel like FUT were starting to run away with this.
I think they were in control until some of those crucial rounds in the second half. It's another game where FUT is leading in the first kills. Yedaje, who you mentioned, CNET as well, both having great maps. But I think it came down to these PRX retakes, that wall round that Yunsu was talking to Alex about in the interview, and also some of the excellent reads towards the end of the game. The round where they're just spamming people down in mid, getting the opening kills there. PRX really locked in with some fantastic adaptation to close out this map.
And another thing, too, to point in mind, we were talking about this while we were watching a game, right? We were seeing way too many times PRX were just running as individuals. Alex even mentioned himself.
Yes.
That like, PRX is at its best when they deathball. When they get together and they shoot together.
And it's the same story for FUT as well. That's what started the comeback on the defensive side. They were playing retake all together, going in together. And even in the post plants on their attacking half, there was a lot of disruption that they were trying to do, but it wasn't alone. It wasn't solo warriors. It was utility, breach utility in the post plant, and taking the fight to PRX, because they know if they let PRX set up that retake and give them the spacing that they want, it's going to be nearly impossible when you got shooters like that.
But there was one player, though, that you did talk about, and that leads us to our Verizon high-speed moment. You got Yedaje with the 3K, and honestly, you could have picked a variety of rounds from Yedaje in this one. This one, though, was quite nice. He had a brilliant setup on the side. He had his teammates there to back him up, and even though he does get picked off, the job was done. He gets 3 for value, absolute thing of beauty, and
he's controlling his spray so perfectly on that third kill.
He was the X factor for them in that map, honestly. He was constantly in the kill feed, Mimi. It was unreal.
Even with the attack operator, I mean, there's limited info on the side of PRX on their defensive side. Steel said that on the cast, and that's why he was opping. He had the outlaw first 2 rounds after the pistol. Then he was opping already, third, fourth round, and he got so many first bloods doing so.
Absolutely. But we talked a lot about this Sage comp already. Dre, I know that you were earlier in your Valorant career inspired by PRX's own fundamentals from this comp, because they've played stuff like this before. It's their bread and butter.
Yeah, so we copied their composition. They used to run this stuff on Haven, and that's when Fade was really OP. So yeah, all you do is you wall in, you nade one side, you get the spike planted, you have stuff for post plant with the breach utility, and it's great. It's a really good game plan to go into it, and it's cool that they're bringing stuff from like 2-3 years ago and implementing it now in 2024 at Champs.
Yeah, and it's so cool that they have like these really simple ideas, but they just execute on stuff really well. That's PRX.
Yeah, indeed it is. It was a bit of a disheartening loss, though, for sure, for the boys on FUT. So let's go ahead and see what Coach Gaius has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Gaius from FUT and Scarlett to do some translations ahead of the next map. Now, I know you must be very disappointed with the way how map 1 went, but I wanted to ask you, what did you say to your players just now backstage? How do you make sure they can move on mentally and focus on the next one?
Öncelikle yani mağlubiyetten ötürü hayal kırıklığına sahip olduğunu biliyorum. Maç arasında şu anda takımdakilere, oyunculara neler söyledin ki sonraki maça hazırlanabilsinler, mentallerini toparlayabilsinler? Ne konuştunuz içeride?
13-0 yesek bile geri çekilmeyin. İkinci map'te www.
Even if we get 13-0, don't fall back, don't step on the brakes. Just www. Press W.
Oh, against W Gaming, I like it. Thank you very much, guys, and best of luck on map 2.
For the guys being known for W Gaming taking the fight to their opponents, it is quite refreshing to hear FUT, a team that is a little bit more, that has been known to be a bit more stoic at times, and maybe a bit inflexible, as we were talking about before, actually adopt that. And you were seeing it there. I mean, Baby, you were talking about it many times. FUT were being proactive, they were being in their face, they were not trying to let PRX get in.
Yeah, and if they don't get eco, they probably win this map. I mean, let's just keep it a buck,
real talk,
right?
bro,
It is
real
what
talk.
it is. But you got to be careful with the W Gaming against W Gaming.
Yeah.
Because if you overextend, you're going to get punished. You're going to get sat down. You're going to give chances for PRX on a light buy to do things to you like that.
And this is the map where I think PRX go back to the more classic PRX style people are familiar with. They were previously playing their Harbor Reyna Raze composition, where they had these really creative attack side executes with that Harbor pathing in unique ways. Recently in Pacific, they've gone back to playing the Yoru on this map, which they did years ago, before it was cool, and are back to trying that stuff out. And always, I think that the pinnacle of PRX on this map is a variety of looks for executes on their attacking side, and just really solid team play on these executes. And PRX is doing none of that. They're playing the meta 100 Thieves comp. I'm a little surprised.
Squads. Yeah, that is very, very surprising. And I'm just wondering if maybe that's not their identity. Maybe that's not a good thing for them.
It's a new PRX.
Oh, it's the dawn of a new day for the PRX boys. But, I mean, what this tells me, though, is that PRX, at the very least, they know the pressure's on. They got to take this one seriously. They can't take these risks.
Absolutely. Everyone's playing this comp for a reason. It is good. But both these teams have to lock in for their execution. They both have aspirations of making it deep in playoffs. They've done it before. FUT had their breakout last Champions, and PRX put an end to that. If they can do it again here on Bind, they get to stay alive, have a chance to escape groups.
You can see the pressure. You can see the moment is settling there from Mindfreak. And as all the players start to get ready, this is it. Can PRX close it out? Or will we go to a map 3? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Steel.
That is the big question, isn't it? Are we going the distance, or does PRX with this slightly adjusted comp have what it takes? Josh, where does your mind go when you see these adjustments to the more traditional, I guess, 2024 comp coming out here for someone like PRX?
It's a really well-rounded composition. It lets you do many things. You can get a lot of space taken with the fade, with the gecko, getting those initiators involved. The raise obviously is just a staple on this map, and then the double controller helps both sides really with dicing up the map, helping with the retakes, and Bind essentially comes down to that. It's basically find out where the weaker side is, hit it, and then it's the retake for the other team. Right now though, PRX, 4 people short A. Not confirmed info from FUT, just knowing that there's someone there, but how many? Working up towards that hookah area. That B site is exposed right now. The timing is everything. If they are caught out, that Brim Smoke, that's the attacker side Brim Smoke, just to take this control.
And Divide, the one who's got the Sheriff no armor, everyone else has the light shields and just the classics.
Haunt gets info, and a big 4-man TP could be the difference maker here. Does Cracks catch them?
I mean, he can only keep him present for so long, right? Like, surely... No, they're not going for the TP.
No paint shells for the defenders. Like, it's too hard to get through that, but it might be a 5 versus 5 retake here. The smokes are going to come down in a second, surely.
Device playing forward, though. I'm looking how close he gets to this. He was leaning forward in CT. You can see why. Has a line towards Ada Captain. Just going to spam through the smoke, and it works. Footer on the side, but look at the pre-take. Look at the absolute prelude to chaos we've got going on here. PRX. I mean, yeah, you spotted him, Cracks, but you got to find all 5. Not going to happen. And the hit squad makes it to the site.
An almost flawless pistol round for PRX. That defensive smoke coming out into the front of the site as well. The timing was everything. FUT maybe a little bit too slow on their approach there. Getting that information from Cracks at short A, and still all the defenders are able to move through lamps, through spawn, and get out that choke point at B before anybody from attack is basically out on the site. That's just not good enough for FUT. Maybe they're looking at that last map. Oh, we let that get away. We can't make any mistakes. And now, are they playing, instead of playing to win, they're playing not to lose, and their slow approach is what's going to catch them?
And that is a worry, isn't it? The impact of that previous map. There's something to be said about close losses, how they hurt even more than just the clear-cut one-way affairs. And that one might sting. Already, something showing off where that Vandal may be. There are 2 Bulldogs to supplement, and just the Spectre and the Sheriff to round out. On the other side, purely classics. So, ooh. You didn't like that. Oh, the
That's a big combo.
Yeah, if they swing this, yeah, they are so weak. And yeah, comfortable in the end. Get the round done. 4 staying alive. No loss of weaponry. They're happy.
You know what's interesting, though? FUT is a huge Spectre and, well, not Spectre, sorry.
Stinger.
Sheriff and maybe
yeah.
Stinger team. Right there, 5 classics. They're playing all in for this round 3. They have heavy shields on 4 players, only light shields on 1. They've got their Vandals and their Phantoms up. They're playing for this round. PRX, 2 Vandals only, 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre here. So this is going to be a big test for FUT to be able to, again, like they did on this last map, set the tone.
Potentially an aggressive start here. I say potentially, absolutely is. Jing flying down the map, but it's Mind Freak to be rewarded first, and the follow-up found for him too. They are asserting dominance. This is just chaos personified, but in the most perfectly executed way. They have...
In the smoke.
Yeah, they have everything they need here. And the captain falls out. It's just perfect. PRX, they look so good at this. The aggression, just profound. As Yedajay, you were monstrous on map 1, but now you're surrounded on basically all fronts. The spike couldn't be deeper in enemy control, and he can't isolate the fight. It's 3 clear-cut rounds, and I'm worried about FUT's mental here. I'm worried they're getting boomed. If you can't stop the roll, if you can't stop the aggression and handle how PRX play, you will be just blown asunder.
If they can't get even 3 kills on this round, yes, they've got Sheriffs, yes, they got a Stinger. If they can't make something happen where they get even just a few kills, I think round 5 timeout, talk about what's going on. Because right now, PRX, they started out 4 players on A on pistol, and here they did a 4-man B play where they're leaving Viper on an island on their lonesome. Yep. One time at B, one time on A. PRX really active. FUT need to identify that as soon as possible if they want to have a chance. Otherwise, oh man, 3.
They get nothing. This is just an absolute masterclass in finding a wound and then pressing down on it. FUT are just hemorrhaging in these rounds, not even getting a chance to take any steps forward. Pressured down long, pressured through shower. The map's not theirs. Yedajay and Ada Captain being hunted down, being herded down, and the confidence is building and building. This could be the 4th round. It looks extremely likely, and it looks like it's going to be clean as well. Yedajay has barely left spawn. It's not a fun position to be in. This is the PRX that gives people nightmares. Nice try. It ain't good enough. A flawless round here, Josh. That timeout has to hit quick here. They are getting absolutely pushed around this server.
Timeout needs to come in. FUT need to pick up 1 round in the next... They need to pick up basically 2 out of the next 4 right now. Otherwise, I think PRX is probably going to run with this. They stole map 1 right under FUT's nose. Oh, yeah. Coming back from that, you know, it was a close game the whole way through. But right here, PRX could steal this 10-2, 11-1 even. Easy. And defense side, this isn't the easy side.
Because look at their money. Finances are booming. The ults are going to come through as well. It's just
snowballing, yeah.
It's so hard. So it's this round has to be something. And FUT are walking on just thin ice. Now, they've traded effectively this time. They've won an extremity. That's something.
And Jing.
Very funny.
Conversion is must needed for FUT.
Ooh, Mind Freak, that's huge. Actually getting noted is big. They can try... Okay, you may see where he is, but it may not seem to matter. He's isolating fight after fight and then falling like flies. What? Oh, what are we doing here? No! An absolute fumble here. And how is it just on Mr. Fallen? He's read it right, but the timing's wrong. And PRX breaking FUT's hearts. They're crumbling, Josh. They're crumbling.
That was a 4-3. He's not isolating the fight. FUT is doing what they did against EDG. They're
What are
running,
they
they're
doing?
scattering around, and everyone's they're trying to chase down the kills, but they're not doing it together. We talked about how they played those post plants on A, on that first map, Sunset, and how they kind of moved here together in tandem, did this, did that, shifted over there together. But here, what is this? One goes left, one goes right, one's in the smoke, one's over
in the mosh.
Yeah, and then he runs into his teammate's mosh, and like, come
Heads
on,
in the game, boys.
Come on. This is and now PRX got these ultimates online. Yeah, this is just the toughest snowball.
Got to see more. Got to see more. A set piece. Get some stability. Get some assurances. And right now it's Jin getting some taken out of Captain. Mind Freak finding cracks. This is looking like curtain call here. There's only so many ways to say this. It's just perfect work from PRX. 6 now. The difference between map 1 and map 2 is such a stark contrast. Josh, where's the timeout? They need a lifeline here. They need, I don't know, get out the resuscitation pads. What is going on? They have been just broken through this.
PRX has had a really good handle of the situation. Good aggression, good teamwork. It's not just mindless aggression. They're moving together, and FUT is making these individual mistakes. They're not catching their timing, starting with that pistol round. They missed their timing to get into B. Here, now it's just, they got to the point where PRX, they've got the momentum on their side. They're snowballing because they have their ultimates coming online. They're getting the momentum because their energy, they're winning 6 rounds in a row. Now, they've unlocked the ability to take a little bit more risks. It's not going to be that devastating for them because they always can do buy round after buy round after buy round. That they're going to go for these. They're going to be really aggressive. And FUT, they need to be able to convert these rounds. When they get those advantages, the 2-for-1 trade on showers, okay, cool.
That's
now,
a good start.
That's
What do
a
we do
great
now?
start. You have to convert in that 4-on-3. You have to still move together. And we've seen them move together. They were doing it on Sunset. Something happened between, you know, the middle of the game on Sunset until now. Something happened, and internally, we talk about on EMEA, the Vibe Merchant team, whatever. I mean, unironically, they are. And they need the vibes, and they don't have it right now. They are crumbling, and it's going to be an internal crumble. So we have snowballs on 2 fronts. PRX snowballing in a positive momentum, and FUT just crumbling and spiraling.
Yeah. No, it's clear as day. FUT, whatever's happened in this timeout, guys, better have had a good word, because you don't want to go out with a whimper. This is elimination. This isn't just another game. This isn't just another group stage. PRX. Yeah, setting up the firing squad, and this could be an execution waiting, and it absolutely is. Body after body dropped, and again, a 2-man disadvantage to begin with. Something holding the line. It's easy for him. They look so in the zone, so comfortable. As said, I can't stress it enough. This is the PRX that is nightmare-inducing, confident, aggressive in all the right ways, and hard to get a beat on. And for FUT, and for Ada Captain, it's a formality. This round, he wants it done. Get back into it, get that buy up, and get going, because this is a landslide. And PRX are at the top of the mountain right now.
It's the second flawless for PRX in this half. I think maybe 2 or 3 rounds where they had 4 alive as well to close these rounds out. It's not even like it's a close game where it's like coming down to the wire, the clutches, the one-on-one situation where FUT's kind of faltering at the end. These are just so one-sided.
They absolutely are. And now, this is the round the timeout was for. If there was a concept, a consideration, a plan in mind, you bring it in now. But does PRX then say, hell, we'll go aggressive somewhere else? They're going to throw a spanner in the works, give them something new to look at. We're going to have the ult coming down towards long. That should shut off at least that area for now, funnel them in towards that 3-place stack on A.
PRX starting with that showers hold, pivoting back into short. They saw up going aggressive.
It's audacious, and it works. He's got the support all the way out. They got Forsaken, but they still caught CNED on the other side. And Mind Freak confident, but gets punished this time. Mr. Fallen finds his man. And they still know that there's going to be a player over towards B long. That Viper's Pit's still in play.
Nightfall as well. I would not be surprised if FUT come back into this B, use that Nightfall, lock down that Viper.
Logic dictates they head towards A, and that's surely going to spur them on now. Choices to be made, but they continue forward. The one man in their way, danger through and through. Personified at times is Jing, but he's noted and he's held back. Utility specifically to keep him contained. Device slow creep forward is already considered. That ult being on B-Long kind of tailor-makes his trajectory. The first fight not going to be his. Mr. Fallen reads it well, and now Jing in an uphill struggle. A 1v4. Incredibly difficult, and it looks like FUT has probably found their first here. These post-plant positions are strong. A high-low setup, it's secured. FUT carve out there first, but it took time to get there. 8 rounds.
We heard that roar from behind us as well. So maybe not completely mentally out of the game. 4 ultimates online for FUT. Round by round, if they can get it, I mean, 4 rounds in a row is not unheard of. If they're able to do this, 7-5, we have a game on our hands. PRX is in such a comfortable position still, though. They still have the money for the operator. They still have one of the ultimates, the orbital strike, available. And they probably are still feeling confident enough to take these risks, to look for these duels. Maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities for FUT to be able to get back in with those kind of risks that PRX is taking before PRX needs to kind of readjust.
And again, these ultimates starting to get well-rounded from FUT. They have everything they want, but a double stack towards Showers has been given a lot of freedom here. PRX are going to be behind the wire, deep in enemy territory.
Don't sit in lamps. That orbital strike's online. You have to take some space. CNED at the front of it. Identifies this.
I think they noted it. Nightfall this time. And the next ult from Mr. Fallen as well. Fish ult comes in. The re-aggress through Showers. Jing gets caught. They've got to know there was another here. But Crack's going to be contained. And Mindfreak looking to punish. He doesn't get what he wants. There's a fight still in him. FUT not down yet. Not out. Still trying to hold what they can here. Secure what remains in this half. There's something left to have to respect this. But he is being hunted. Yedajay wants that operator gone. Almost. He knows he's going to repeat. It's something. Of course he is. They are hunting him down left, right, and center. They've got him. They've got their man. Finally, they strike back in full force.
A convincing round. Big execute. Showstopper invested. And the foresight to understand what was going on. Good positioning from Cracks here to deal with this Showers play. A good fight, keeping it forwards. PRX, they take this timeout. They need to understand, hey, you know, this is a couple of rounds. It's like they got defibrillated and their heart got started again for the side of FUT. And now it's like, wait, okay, you know, now they're starting to shoot back. Now we need to make sure, okay, we have a good lead, 5-round lead. There's a few more rounds in this half. Let's make sure that we close it out really strong. We can still get a 10-2 here. So that's probably what they're talking about. Hey, let's make a couple of adjustments. Let's slip a couple of rounds here.
Yep.
They have a real chance to come back in. Ultimates online. Let's not give it away. Up in the hands of CNED on attack. Loves going for shower picks as well, so.
Yep. I want to see what he can do with that. Again, he's one of those players that can have such impact on those high days, but it's not been his day here. Mr. Fallen, Yedajay closer towards the top of the board for FUT. On the other side, of course, Divine, Mindfreak, something. They're all kind of hitting. I think every single player, PRX is in form here. It's scary to face. There is no weak link.
It's hard to kind of look at the 2 teams here, where one team, we're talking about Yedajay, we're talking about CNED, we're highlighting these 2 players in specific. We're not even talking about the other 3 players on the team who are absolutely good and have good value as support characters. But on PRX, it's like, who do you even highlight at this point? It's everyone. Is just involved.
Yeah, they are the collective. They are the 5. They stand together, literally. And the high-low setup, again, it was rewarded last time. Does he get a reward here? A very patient beginning, maybe expecting some aggression from PRX. So FUT sitting in a very deep default.
Off the back of a timeout. Sensible. Judge and Hookah.
Nasty.
But the double initiator with that raise is going to be able to sniff out a few of these situations.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. You hope that protocol list is there. There we go. Wingman at least going to come in. That should either force him away or show the hand.
Shows the judge.
There we go. Now, does that shut down the attempt towards Hookah, or does it make them reassess how they want to approach this? FUT now giving a little bit more piece of the puzzle, right? They're starting to work out what's in front of them. About a minute left.
Oh, a Dizzy could just crush this right now, or a Haunt. This is risky for CNED right now. With the fake Viper ulti up short A.
Hearing that judge. Sees. It's good.
They don't know that nobody's behind him. They're afraid to peek.
So posturing.
Playing with fire.
But I'm also noting Devi. His positioning here, creeping through from showers. He might get the timing right. It's about him and CNED. When do they cross paths, if they do? And Jing just has to keep himself alive, keep a bit of space on the site. The Prowler will reveal his position. The TP gets taken. Device crept closer. He's denied the rotation, and Jing's paint shell was on the money. Oh, the second glance, and it works. PRX playing patient, and it's paying dividends. Yetajay, left to his own devices, surrounded on all fronts with 5 seconds. The spike is not in hand, and he knows this one's wraps. Get out of there, get out of danger. PRX shifting gear. We credit them for their aggression, for their confidence, for their fast plays, but we've seen them just show real discipline, real patience in approach, sitting deep, working what they had. Great timing on that push out from Devi as well.
They let FUT make the mistake again. Ill-timed. They run out of time here, tank this paint shells. Nope. Don't even get the spike planted. Afraid to go hookah because of the judge. Walking up, contact up long B. Can't find an opening. Gets tethered, haunted, everything. Funneled. I don't know what the idea was there from FUT. It was too slow.
Yeah, got caught just at the end. And then again, the aggression starting here. Taking control. Quite indicative that they found no resistance thus far, but there is a player keeping track of this. That is going to be Mr. Fallen. Waiting with the Yetajay. The Dizzy, very good here. Yeah, that reveals one.
You don't need it. Let CNED. He's still toying with it.
They have to fight for every step taken, it feels like, in this match.
But here, it should be CNED moving up off that info, having his teammates defend him to destroy this Prowler.
Oh, what a shot! And what a dodge! CNED takes away Jing, and now the crunch through the TP. They get the man back on cracks. Follow up,
by one.
Devi! Just decimating 3! A glimmer of hope shattered in a second. And now the cross going to be watched and controlled by something. Yetajay left alone. Again alone here. Spike so far away. And Devi, whoa, quickly brought back to heel as Yetajay, that shorty, is maybe the end of him. He's going to give it a damn good go. 5 HP in a dream, but 2 players to get past, and they're so close to each other. It would have to be nothing short of a miracle, and it almost was. PRX, they live and die by the sword, and they get themselves up towards 9. Josh, this is looking like it's wraps.
It's so weird seeing this shift. It's like a second personality. You see CNED kind of moving up with this op. Where's that support? Where's the people to break the Prowlers? And then here it's just one by one they swing. It's so weird. You'd think like they would move up in different positions together, but PRX, again, just moving so well together, having the firing squads kind of cutting the map down, moving together. The kill distribution is just on point for them too.
And it looks pacier this time, though. It looks quicker.
Showers crunch is what they wanted to go for.
But I'm looking at the positioning coming out from something. Do they check on this?
Tether.
Ah, the Dizzy going to reveal it. He has to take the TP as a quick way out, and the site looks vulnerable. Nice. FUT going through that list well here. But hesitation might cost them that advantage they once had. Now you're going to see the molly coming in. Now you're going to see all the counter util, and you're right, that is in play, and it is going to be utilized. Mindfreak could get caught in this one. Jing still going to be doing the damage. Takes away CNED, gets a little closer, goes down. Mindfreak is weak, 10 HP, can't do the damage. And now numbers favorable towards FUT. Should have the time on their side. This should be the gate shut on this round and this half at a 9-3.
Rash out. So hard, 2 versus 4 to come back into this. And Krax hears this as well. 1 hookah, 1 long, crossfire.
They should have everything they need here. Should be a slam dunk. Seal it. Krax. Okay. Devi, he did well before, but this is very hard. They are isolated, but they swing together. Make sure it counts. 3 rounds, Josh. I don't know if it's enough. I want you to break down when we come back from this if you feel that it's gonna be enough to tip the scales. But PRX came out looking lethal. This has been a half to remember for them, and it might be the one to secure their safety here in Champs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
9-3. A pretty condemning scoreline, I think, by most of our accounts. PRX coming out swinging, looking so deadly. Josh, I mean, they set the tone within the first couple of rounds. Aggression after aggression, pushing, controlling, and FUT couldn't fight back.
You're absolutely right. PRX is looking so strong, but not only strong in their individual mechanics, they're so well-rounded. We saw the patience, the passive rounds.
Correct.
We saw the firing squads. We saw them aggression down long B. We saw them pressure one side, pivot to another. We saw it all. We saw them doing retakes. But what we saw on map 1 on Sunset was they had us in the first half as well, right?
It's true.
Anything can happen. It's all down to this pistol round. If FUT's able to convert this, maybe we have a game going on our hands. I mean, PRX had a 7-0 start. FUT with a pistol round could definitely close the gap. This is so important right here because otherwise PRX is just flying their way into that next round.
Nice little setup here, but the timing might be off. Got caught with his pants down, and PRX gonna walk straight through Shower. The Prowler gonna connect, the Dizzy gonna confirm it, and the pace is just unbelievable, but it's working. Look at this! They are just running them down! The only one to fight back was out of Captain, but the site is theirs. Spike's already down, and you're looking at Yedajay and CNED, the big man himself with the Sheriff, but he's only got 4 kills so far. This hasn't been a big map for him. Forsaken, yes, barely breathing, but still alive with a gun in hand. Something, yeah, a little tagged up, but still here. And the paint shell's good enough for something, but do they clear Forsaken diligently? CNED trying to take those steps, trying to get closer towards Lamps. Spots out Mindfreak, but time is becoming an issue. They've got to get moving. Yeah, the J noted, and now they go, but look at the reposition from Forsaken. That's lovely, but he gets cleared. Another 1v1, but time, Josh, is ticking. Divide tries to play the game, and he does so well. Heartbreak from the outset, 10 found for PRX. Double digits off the rip.
CNED needs to go huge with this Sheriff right now. Otherwise, PRX, man, I don't know if there's much else to say about this right now. We heard it from the coach, I believe, in the interview. It's like, even if you guys lose 13-0, hold W, keep holding W. And that's basically what they did. As soon as they, they get into that Viper Orb, they, one motion through Showers, take down Mr. Fallen, continue, not even stopping to set up the wingman for that plant, just hold W.
Man, it is a treat to watch them, you got to admit. But FUT on the receiving end, it's a hard game to witness. And already being pushed away from B-Long, PRX, just juggernauts running through this. Out of Captain, down a little low, you're looking at CNED, you're looking at out of Captain with those Sheriffs. It's Yedajay to strike, but still cleared up so quickly. A comfortable plant in the end. As I said, just bulldozering their way through. Plants there, Mr. Fallen and Cracks, what are you gonna do?
5 up long B, you got that Brimstone, triple smokes, 1 down at spawn, elbow, hookah, and CNED jumping through it to, I mean, his demise right now. PRX is just crushing it. Not much that these classics can do on the side of FUT, where we might be looking down the barrel of a 13-3.
Seems like he, doesn't it?
Last player standing.
And again, the caliber of teams we have here, the fact that this is an elimination, and we've had, as I said, a champions winner in the form of CNED on one side, a finalist in the other, of course, PRX falling short to EG in the end, but still, what a series that was. Oh, it won't make much difference now, mate, knife or not. Nah, he's just gonna go for the spike in the end.
From the way they've been shooting. Didn't want to give that orb up to something, give him the thrash. I guess that's the logic behind that.
I mean, he was one away, so that's actually a fair assessment. Don't mind that. You're trying to play to the smallest of margins, but Josh, the problem is the overarching impact of this is that scoreline is just monumental.
Well,
this is it, isn't it?
This
could be the swan song of the entire run for FUT.
Judge on raise, that's going to be fast Lamps control into his own paint shells right here.
Gotta say, Jing, a master of this, and that's why! Just the buckshot to the brain of Yedajay. The upgrade found, and sight control is theirs. As said, this could be the last real effort from FUT. If you're facing 12, it might be too steep of a climb, but for now, the plant is in. And the timer now set for FUT to try and take back this site.
Insult to injury with this Thrash. How many does it get? 1.
Oh, now they try and tighten the screws on the site itself. FUT, though, taking some good steps here. Something now makes his presence known, gets the upgrade and gets out, but they now know where he is. A nice little lineup there, can't deny it. That is going to secure so much time. And just bit by bit, Mindfreak is playing to that clock, working away at FUT, chipping them down, and COEX tries as best he can, keeping them in this series, barely alive.
Barely is the key word. The economy is just shattered. I don't even know if they can afford to purchase more Vandals here. It's going to be Light Shields, Bulldogs. There's nothing else they can really do. PRX is just keeping the pressure on. And I mean, we see that from Jing. He gets the kill. It's a 5-on-4. He switches to the Vandal. He keeps holding W. But I mean, why not? Right now, with this lead, with this momentum, with this confidence, keep going for it. You have the rounds to play with to do these things and really just crush FUT at a certain time, 11-7, 11-8. Maybe that's when you get down to business. But right now, 7-round lead. Why not?
Keep it going. Little setup here. Yeah, Jing knew it too. He's out of there. Forsaken overwatching to see if they try and re-clear that space, but a good start here for PRX, just testing the waters.
This defensive setup for FUT's making me nervous. The one-person spotting towards Hookah and the jiggle towards Long B.
Tell me how the captain's at least got full shields. He does, but it doesn't
headshot.
matter. The headhunter himself, something taken away out of captain and leaving pretty much Mr. Fallen all alone, and the wingman will, if not with Dizzy. Oh, good response. CNED's quick to it.
Help him out.
But they're starting to second guess. He backed away for a second now. Mr. Fallen screwed. He was all alone. CNED has to make up for that little bit of a mistake, that little hesitation. But now he's got no security. Has to fall away to CT and give up the site.
Bring them down. Spike planted. We found one. I'll find you.
The wrap towards Hookah. CNED's going to take down Mindfreak. That's huge. CNED starting to clear house. Forsaken, though, in a 1v3 position. Unconsidered thus far. Can he clutch up and get them to 12? Oh, it wasn't clean on the first. And CNED thriving there. Moved away for a second. Left Mr. Fallen to rot, but he came back at the right time.
Big round for CNED at 4K. Round by round, FUT needs to do this. PRX still in a really comfortable lead.
Yep. Maybe
having to do a low econ buy here, let another round slip into the favor of FUT, but I don't think they have to get a little bit nervous. I think this is this round, if you're going to use any to highlight the differences in teamwork between PRX and FUT, it's right here. We see how this player gets this kill in Hookah. He's driving it back out. No Viper wall to come up early enough for him to be able to go. First of all, it was a split into a 2A, 2B setup. CNED doesn't even follow through to help him away. Still, they end up with the round.
It's all stingers, all light shields. And why do I feel it might work? Jing's still alive, so I still hold my breath. But for now, it's an effective trade in favor to FUT. They keep the man advantage, they keep control, and they've seen a lot.
The reposition as well from FUT. Getting into long B, CNED as well. Moving over, jump spotting for that Hookah angle, and the passive retake setup from COEX on A Heaven right now. Really understanding exactly the only win conditions for PRX right now. That showstopper is also going to be in play, though.
That's a pixel spotted. And a captain going to keep his head down. And here comes the problem. Here comes the danger man, Jing. Didn't check Octagon, but sent it towards CT and gets a trade. Oh, but out of captain. Safe pair of hands there. That's another step. It's an arduous road, Josh. This is going to be a slog if they want to try and bring this back. The purchase now going to come up here for PRX. They've got rounds to play with, but maybe a timeout here before it gets too close. Keep them back in line. Give them that plan to move forward with.
11-7, 11-8. Those are kind of where you're hitting that red line of this is getting a little bit too uncomfortable considering where we were, where we came from. FUT still needing to play almost perfect at this moment. And I don't think they're quite there yet. They're winning the rounds. And it's not, though, off of good decision-making, really. It's off of the back of big heroic plays. So CNED getting that 4K in the previous round, getting that kill right before he dies to the showstopper here out of captain playing in the smokes. But what I don't like, what they did there with the 3B retake A, perfect. That's good. You're against stingers. You understand what's going on. You're doing this gamble stack. But these other rounds, they're playing 2A, 2B. What are you going to do when, you know, you're against 3 or 4 PRX members and you only have 2 to defend right now? So FUT, they're kind of there, but there's still a way for them to slip, and PRX is just, they have 11 already. If FUT slips one time, that's overtime secured for PRX. There's not enough rounds to play with. They need to be absolutely perfect, and not only that, like, they're not even close to perfect right now.
They're not.
But
it could happen.
It could happen. I mean, it could happen. This would be really weird because normally Bind's an attack-sided map, and these are great compositions to be attack-sided. We
Great
see
attack-sided teams
and
as well.
that too.
I mean, stranger things have happened. One away from the Nightfall, one away from the Fishhole, one away from Viper's Pit. We've got a lot coming up for FUT, but they don't have rounds to play with, as we highlighted. This is very much back to the wall Val. Similar scenes for PACIFIC as well. They should have a snowball round soon enough. We are seeing the Operator coming out for CNED.
That deep showers line is going to help alleviate some pressure for the defense. Cracks spotting short A, ready to dip into showers to help CNED or to just defend against that A site. And Captain already shifting over towards A.
Oh!
That is not the opening you want.
No, that's an issue. That is a big problem, actually. And I wonder how FUT tried to respond to this, because PRX now, with a very early advantage, above a minute, taking map control. They haven't given up much on the rest of the other side of the map either.
CNED shifting back over to this lamps here to watch short A deep. Instead of having that showers line, that Viper wall going up would block his sight line. So good reposition.
Oh, CNED, what do you do with this?
They understand right now. Nothing's happened towards B yet. It's going to be A.
CNED having to respect it. Has to back away deeper towards site. Looking for a readjust towards maybe Tri-Box. Cracks is in towards shower, so that's still a big factor here. They're all going to come down to deny the plant.
30 seconds and Gedajay's positioned if where that TP comes.
Wingman doing his job as best he can, gets denied again. Now the Nightfall, now CNED strikes. Jing gonna answer back in kind. Man advantage now with PRX, but Cracks' position could be huge. As can be said for Gedajay, but Mindfreak's watching it. Mindfreak wins, and now the problems begin. A 2v4, this is gonna be everything. Jing takes away out of Captain, and Cracks left to rot at the end of this 12. Calling and answered by Jing. PRX, after the timeout, get the job done, up to 12.
Match point.
Match point, and FUT's been feeling this pressure all game. That's 7-0 down to start off this map. CNED, he moved from showers because his teammate's Viper wall would cut off his vision if needed at B. He moves over to lamps. The enemy Viper wall is right there. Loses that vision that way. Needs to have a better position. I like the reposition. Wait for them to rotate back from B to short A. You get that line on them.
Yeah.
But maybe it needs to be from like on top of truck, in front of the truck, something like that. Gets a kill, is able to pivot away. Right there, he loses that sight line. Sure, he uses the paint shells and the boom bot just to stall, buy some time, but the 20 seconds on those brim smokes, it's not enough. 6 rounds in a row is what FUT needs, and PRX, they just need 1 round here. They have economy. Yes. They can do another buy round if they lose this, and they're so close to getting so many different ultimates online.
Yeah, just so if you're playing along at home, 1 away from something's ult, so the fish ult would be there, 1 away from the Viper's Pit. It's only 3 off for Jing as well. I mean, and that's not a million miles away for him, and 2 away from the orbital strike, you're right.
And one of the things I noticed last round as well was that Jing was actually the one to pick up the orb at long B. I don't remember if it was last round or the round before that, but that to me signifies that they're in it for the long haul because he was down to he was at 1 ultimate orb when he went for it, so it got him to 2.
Yeah.
So they're thinking about just mass ultimates unloading at the same time. And right now, I mean, PRX, they can still gamble with a couple rounds here where they don't use ultimates and then just dump 4 at the same time, but need to use theirs off cooldown.
And welcome to the pace. Instantly off the rip, we're going to have a Nightfall over towards B and a quick take through towards shower. Hell, it looks like the pistol round all over again. And they had no idea! Caught completely unawares, and PRX just making it hurt now. FUT down to Mr. Fallen and Gedajay to try and save the day, to keep them standing and breathing. But they have to give up the site. Detained. He backs away. But what do you do in this? A 2v3, and you're so far from the site.
They have that wingman, they have that Viper's Pit. If they're able to get into the back of the site, pop that Viper's Pit, get the wingman on the spike, use that Dizzy probably to get them the space. Thrash is invested instead.
They're trying everything. Kitchen sink included. Sends it in. Does catch his target. Does get a man. They need to deal with him quickly, though. They've got to spam it, and they're trying something, trying to evade. He's gotten down. 2v2. Time is now of the essence. They cannot miss here, and Mindfreak is hitting everything! PRX being the force of nature we know they can be. Staying alive here and sending FUT all the way home.
Just an insanely difficult group to deal with. FUT needed that round on Sunset. They needed that map to take it to a third map because everyone knows how strong and deadly PRX are together as a team. Getting kind of unlucky with the draw they got against G2 going into this. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, that's the only reason that they're down here. Both these teams, though, were so good. Quality, playoff quality teams.
You're absolutely on the money, and there's a lot of respect for the side here. FUT came out and they tried. I mean, yes, map 2 was a brutal one. Map 1 was exceptional. As said, we are getting some high quality games out of these group stages. Some people were looking at the other groups as the group of death. You could have argued this had a lot of those elements to it as well, having teams of this caliber meeting so early. Devastating, obviously, to lose FUT here, but the better team came out today on top, which is PRX. That second map, Josh, was exceptional. Map 1 was a slog. But map 2 gave me glimmers of who they once were, some real vintage PRX rounds.
This is definitely a team that you can't take lightly. You see them, they're running at you, they're confident, they've got the killer instinct, but it's not just one or two people that you highlight, it's all of them. They do it in tandem, they do it at the same time. It's just so much chaos to deal with, and they do it so well. They've been in these situations, and they are able to just snowball and steamroll through.
Yeah, the fans here turning out in force for PRX as well. Great to see the support there for them. And again, even in the earlier interviews with Yinzu, they weren't even looking that confident. They were like, oh, you know, we've been here before, I don't know. But every time you see me, you think, how can this team not be considered deadly? Every single time they come out and they look this good. What an absolute treat this series has been. And you got to feel for FUT on the other side. It's a hard one to face when it comes to this sort of situation.
Definitely difficult. Man, I'm actually annoyed that FUT kind of dropped the ball in that first map because Lotus, I think, would have been such a tremendous map to see the stylistic matchup. We have to wait until another day to see that from PRX because that double duelist comp that they have with this whole W style is so good.
No, it certainly is, and it's good to see them hitting their streak now. Some incredibly hard opening games. I think we could say this for both sides. But today, as said, PRX, that step above. After map 1, map 2 looked perfect. And the player you want to hear from will be Mindfreak, will be joining us for the Verizon post-match interview. No.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined by PRX's Mindfreak. Congratulations, Mindfreak! PRX의 마인드프레이크 선수 만나보겠습니다. 오늘 프리쇼에서 다바이 선수가 챔피언스 트로피 PRX 거지라고 했을 때 아니라고 대답했는데도 오늘 PRX의 경기력은 대단했습니다. 오늘 풋 상대로의 경기 평가 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, in the pre-show, when Davai was asked, are you going to take the trophy? He said, nah. But today, you showed up and played it the PRX way. So how was it playing against FUT today?
I mean, it's a great match because last time we play against them is like last year in LA. So it was a great match and yeah.
작년에 만났을 때는 2023 챔스 LA에서 만났었는데 오늘 경기 아주 만족스러운 결과라고 하네요. 근데도 오늘 PRX의 바인드 원래는 순탄치 않았거든요. 다양한 요원 조합을 해봤지만 뭔가 그러한 결과 때문인지 오늘 풋과의 경기에서는 되게 시원한 승리를 보여줬습니다. 드디어 PRX만의 바인드 해답을 찾았는지 한번 들어보고 싶습니다. Your bind today was incredible, but this year it was a little shaky. But you know, you took that dominant win against FUT today, so I'm wondering, do you think you finally figured out what works best for you?
I think it's like in general, all over the maps. I think our map pool before was kind of shaky. It's like really small map pool because I think we're trying to play not with our strength. So in bind we kind of fix it, like we make a strats and protocols or whatever based on our strength. So yeah, it kind of show up today. Yeah.
PRX bind. Yeah, that was exciting. 이제 원래 요원 풀이나 맵 풀이나 조금은 빈약했다고 생각했는데 왜 빈약했냐면은 예전에는 조금 우리만의 강점을 살린 게 아니라 좀 그 흐름을 따라가던 그런 조합들이었기 때문에 그랬던 것 같고요. 이번에 바인드, 오늘 보여준 바인드는 우리의 강점을 잘 살릴 수 있는 그런 조합이어서 성공적인 결과가 나왔던 것 같다고 하네요. 그리고 다음 상대 국제 대회마다 만나는 EDG입니다. 하지만 사이먼 선수에 합류하고는 처음 만나는 거고 요새 중국 팀들의 실력이 경기력이 대단하니 다음 경기는 좀 어떻게 예상하고 있는지 들어보겠습니다. You know, you face EDG at every international tournament. What are the chances of that, right? But it's the first time with Simon on board, and also the Chinese teams have been really popping off. So, what's your expectation going into your next match?
Probably just the same. I mean, like just play as usual because we met them so many times, and then we are familiar with their game. They are familiar with our game, so yeah.
Just do what you gotta do.
Yeah, exactly.
워낙 많이 만났던 팀들이고 뭐 페이퍼렉스도 EDG를 잘 알고 EDG도 페이퍼렉스를 잘 아는 만큼 그냥 원래 하던 대로 PRX의 웨이로 한번 해본다고 합니다. 이상 페이퍼렉스의 마인드 프릭 인터뷰 만나봤고요. We'll be back with more Valorant action tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for that. And now I'm joined by Divai here at the desk alongside Baby Bay. Divai, congratulations on the win. That was a tough one at the beginning. Let's talk about that map one because you guys have an excellent sunset, and a lot of us were a little confused as to why FUT picked it up. Were you guys confused as to why FUT picked it?
Not really. I think they knew our sunset was not bad, and we also knew that their sunset was great. So I think.
So you went into it already with the respect on their side.
Yeah, I think we kinda expected the veto that they're gonna pick sunset or lotus.
Yeah.
And it turns out they picked sunset instead of lotus. And yeah, I mean, we made a little bit of preparation, and we know their sunset is good. And they like to walk up mid a lot, like walk up A a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, it felt like there was a point in that one. I'm gonna actually go and find the track here because. Yeah, it felt like there was a point in time where you guys just decided, screw it, we're going to win.
He decided it.
Honestly, after round 20, it was back and forth. And one of the things we had noticed was you guys weren't really fragging together in a few of those rounds. Was that kind of the conversation you guys were having internally in the comms? We're like, guys, we got to play a little bit more together and we can beat them?
I mean, definitely. I think if you play against Turkish team, definitely you gotta level up your aim-wise. And you gotta shoot them, because we're not gonna find them. They're gonna come and find us, So we gotta be.
So you weren't shocked that they were so proactive the way that they were.
I mean, we knew that most of the Turkish team are very proactive when it comes to map control, and they like to come and shoot you in the face. So if you're not hitting your shots that day, then I guess you're going home.
But you guys are better at doing that. I mean, surely. But okay, so my question is on that map as well. How did it feel going up against that attack operator from Yedije? Because he was going off, and I don't know, were you guys ready for that? Did you expect it?
I checked the bots recently, and I saw that he's been buying the operator and outlaw, and I kind of got deleted few rounds from him. But yeah, I was expecting for him to buy the operator due to the votes that I watched recently. Yeah.
Cool. All right, great.
Well, something also I want to talk about was your composition choice there, right? A lot of times you end up seeing, the info gathering agents, right? They were playing the Cypher, for example. You guys opted not to do any of that. Is that just because you feel a little bit more comfortable with slicing off the sites? Do you value that? I mean, what's the PaperX thought process with the composition on
I think when it comes to Sunset, we believe that Sage is a very good agent in terms of getting the plan done, or even for the post plan, you can stop the retakes easily with the slow, we believe. And in terms of Cypher, we don't really have great Cypher player other than Forsaken.
Forsaken's got to do other things.
I'm not the best when it comes to Cypher, so I guess let's run Sage.
It's incredible how you guys you find ways to work within what you can do and what you want to do, and you still find success. So that's got to feel like a good thing.
Yeah, I want to ask you about the bind composition, because normally when you guys play bind, it's some crazy, some crazy stuff. And this time around, you just go to like the default 100 Thieves composition, double initiator. who was the one that brought that up, and why did you guys decide to go that route?
We've been playing with the 100 Thief comp for a while, I believe, and before this we changed to something else. We tried to cook, but
yeah, you were using the Yoru before. Yeah.
But I guess the Yoru is not it like at the moment. So yeah, we were like, okay guys, it's not working, and this is our last chance to show that we are deserved to be here.
Yeah.
And let's go back to our default 100 Thief comps, and yeah, so far it's working in practice, and thankfully today is working out well.
But you guys were playing aggressive with it too. I mean, 100 Thieves wasn't doing that. The way that you guys were moving with it.
Yeah, we kind of tweak for little Rex gameplay a little bit.
Yeah. A little sprinkled little W gaming in there, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's insane the way that you guys are able to just use the double initiator to go aggressive, and you had some crazy moments in that last map on Viper. You ran through the TP and got a 3K. Do you remember that moment? And if you do, did you pre-fire CNED who had the operator? Like, I didn't even see him on your screen, dude.
I would say that was kind of lucky shot from me. Because I saw that CNED was like belong with the operator.
Yeah.
I thought the second guy was the CNED, but it turns out it was the Brimstone. So the third kill was
the tell was he has to be that. That's what I said. I was like, honestly, he probably just spammed because he figured that the operator was going to poke there, and
honestly,
hey, they paid off. It paid off, man. But you know what? I do have a bone to pick with you. One bone. All right. I need this confidence up. All right, your PRX, okay? W Gaming. You guys are freaking awesome. Yinsu asked you earlier, are you gonna walk away with a trophy? And you were like, nah. I never want to hear that again. Okay? I want you to keep that confidence up because you guys are genuinely an incredible team. You're such a joy to watch every single time, and it's very clear that the 5 of you have a lot of fun playing with one another. So yeah, man, you know, just say it with your chest. All right, you got this, brother. I believe in you. I believe in you. Hey, well, let's go ahead and get some business done here. And of course, we do have to say goodbye to both Talon and FUT Esports today. And look, I think all the teams brought their A game here today. I think Talon certainly, you know, that one, Baby Bay, that was a rough one. A tough pill to swallow for those boys because they certainly had the ability, the potential to push past this. It just wasn't their day today.
Yeah, and I would love to get your thoughts on it as well, because I feel like it's a team that has a lot of potential, and I heard that they're actually pretty good in scrims, and you have the opportunity to practice against Talon all year long. But now with the addition of Premi, just if you can foreshadow into next year, how do you think this roster is going to pan out if they stick together?
I think they will do great. I think given that amount of time that they had before Champions, I think it's too little to judge because we played them in practice and Premi is Premi.
Yeah,
he's
nice.
He's him.
Yeah, he is kind of nice with it. Unbelievable talent.
Yeah, I guess just too short amount of time, and I think they will bounce back in Pacific next year.
Yeah, no, for sure. And how was it going against FUT? You know, I mean, it's such a phenomenal squad, respectable Turkish roster. Any thoughts on those boys, you know?
I mean, they have former champion as well. I mean, obviously, like, it's a very hard game for us, but hopefully they will bounce back for sure.
Yeah. I know a lot of us are definitely looking forward to seeing what those teams could be doing in the future here. But now let's go ahead and see what's going on with our pick'ems powered by AWS and see what damage has been done today. So with that said, I mean, look, you guys were, you know, the favorite. That group was always going to be tough, though. EDG, FUT, G2, as well as PRX. Of course, G2 moving forward in the competition and that #1 seed now. But that now leads yet again for the 1000th time you're going to play against EDG.
Yeah, our new rival, I would say, used to be DRX before, like over and over we beating up, but now I guess it's our EDG brothers.
It's EDG, and look, a phenomenal team. You guys played against them last, but did you guys talk about, you know, after the loss and all that stuff? Like, how are you feeling about going up against them here?
I mean, not yet, I would say. We kind of like just focusing on the previous games that, because we also, let's be real, we haven't been playing really well. So we kind of like, let's go one by one. Like, let's just focus the FUT matches first. If we do win today, then we focus on EDG.
Yeah, no, for sure. Is there a, you know, what do you feel is going on in the camp, in the PRX camp right now? Is it just, you know, got to find the groove a little bit?
Yeah, I think if we can play like how we play today, I think definitely the PRX is slowly coming back. But coming to the match against DDG, I mean, they have new guy as well.
Yeah.
And I heard that nobody is calling now, right? If I'm not
I believe so, yeah.
So I think maybe it's gonna be something new that we used to play them. I think before their roster, they used to just like to brawl you out, like just swap picking, kind of similar to how FUT is playing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say we just have to go and watch the VODs and really see like, what's changing, you know, like what's making them like great now.
Yeah.
I mean, technically they almost beat G2 as well.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah.
That was a close game.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, anything is possible here, but hey, I always will believe in PRX. You guys have always been an incredible squad to watch, and I have no doubt in my mind you and Coach Alex and the rest of the squad are going to be putting in that work in.
Hopefully.
I'm excited for the game nonetheless. But tomorrow, though, playoffs is going to be on the line, and we got, you got to wake up a little bit early, get that Red Bull, get that coffee going. I don't know, just make sure you prep. It could be a long day, all right? Could be a long one. We got Gen G going up against Sentinels, your Masters Madrid rematch, except this time they're not fighting for a trophy, they're fighting for survival. And then on the other side of that, you got Fnatic going up against Crew. Devi, you want to give us some predictions, some thoughts on that one?
That first one is going to be a tough one.
First one, I think, is a very tough choice to make. If I had to go right now, based on the performance and maybe some scripts, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
he's leaking. He's leaking,
buddy.
Yeah.
What you got?
I mean, nah. Just kidding. But if I had to choose one, I think I would go for Gen G due to their like Shanghai
consistency across the year. Yeah, it's
plus,
crazy.
they did beat them as well, so you know this is going to be another rematch for sure. What about Fnatic Crew?
I believe that Crew is a team that could always upset any team.
Yeah.
But I believe it's always going to be Fnatic this time.
Yeah. Either way, it's going to be phenomenal matches across the board. Devi, my brother, I want to thank you so much for joining us, man. Once again,
absolutely, bro.
Always a pleasure to talk with you. Of course, you'll be seeing PRX take on EDG for that last spot in the group, and whether or not they can make it through, I mean, hey, anything is possible. It's Champion Seoul, baby. What an event it has been. What a day it has been. But that's going to do it for us here today. Make sure you join us tomorrow, same time, same place, right here for 2 phenomenal matches, and we'll see you then, folks. Take it easy.
Thank you.
And here we go. Talent Esports taking on Vitality. Both teams backs against the wall, do or die. You win here, you move on in the competition. It only gets tougher from this point forward, and you lose your tournament, your hopes, your dreams are done.
For Vitality right now, they're in large amounts of control, safe opportunities for him to get onto the board. With a couple of these eco kills, Paranoia, blinded, quite avoided. Jitboys though sticking this one. What is the play right now? Fight to be won. Ult, bounded, up against the wall, but it's already stuck.
Nice, guys.
Governor's up and over as well with a TP. That's a reveal. Potentially cutting up players too. Rolling Thunder to set this play up. Governor had nowhere to run.
Not to break in, waiting for reinforcements first.
Fight out through here. Trying to take point and contact. Still kicks. You cannot be dominating this. My God, a 6-piece available. And here and now.
Go!
Yes, that's my ball!
Not just the ace, the 6-piece on top. A huge one for Vitality to take. In control the entire time.
Worried about the danger. Once more, Primi catching that contact and still swinging through and wide. He does just find the 2, still safe. Wrangles the beast that is his rifle. Time earned as well with the damage done to save. Surely, inevitability safe. My goodness. It's a tap. Forcing out wide once more, still alternating. Primi with 3. 4 he's dropped. Governor sticking half onto it. Beam down. Ban. Nice. Delivers that final blow. Talon battling back. Here in the footsteps, he's given away another kill. So 4 versus 4. Going in pound for pound. Sender, he's also going to be reinforcing this site up. He's with a nightfall, scatters through! My goodness, Sender delivers that death blow. Surely too much to overcome, and the timing could be better from that one, Vitality. A 13-8 to finish this map. Vitality survive.
Survive being an important word there.
A lot of pressure for both of these teams here. PRX, they were our finalists of Champions 2023. And for FUT, that same event saw them go through an incredible run of their own. To lose here today, to be sent home here and now, would be an absolute heartbreaker for both teams.
got the first, he needs 2 more. Krax is low, 10 HP, desperate to try and catch him, but Wingman will be evaded again. 3 more bullets and another body found. A 1v1, he spotted him. A little sweaty in his hand, getting a little more nervous. Divide doing the dance around we go, buying time. Seconds on seconds, he's done so well! On the retake from already J turns, right place, right time with the shot. Eventually comes through from Krax. Sits towards the box, the time starts to dwindle. Jing goes down. These are individual attempts. Where's the swing off the back? Divide now comes around. Too late in the day. As Mindfreak in a 1v3, running out of time, running out of chances. A nice attempt, but it's too little, too late. Yeah, there's the wall, there's Wingman. What do they have? Oh, it's so good. This is great. PACIFIC. This is the lifeline. This is the thing that could save them here. PACIFIC still alive, still kicking. PACIFIC bring this game back from the jaws of death. 13-11. That is the PACIFIC we were waiting to see, but it took damn long to get there, Josh. Right now it's Jing getting some taken out of Captain. Mindfreak finding Krax. This is looking like curtain call here. It's just perfect work from PACIFIC. 6 now. Cena takes away Jing, and now the crunch through the TP. They get the man back on Krax. Follow up, Divide! Just decimating 3. A glimmer of hope shattered in a second. Time is now of the essence. They cannot miss here, and Mindfreak is hitting everything! PACIFIC, being the force of nature we know they can be, staying alive here and sending FUT all the way home.
What I'm expecting, you honestly don't know who's going to knock who out. But the thing is with crew, like, they can really show up and surprise. We're going to be bringing our A game, so you better be too. We want a good game, we want it close, and whoever wins, wins, but we're going to go down fighting, that's for sure.